been like forever of an election cycle. It feels like we've been doing this for literal years, and in some ways we have. I've at least been doing it what seems like full time for the last 3 months. And I am so excited to be here with you guys tonight to have a nice, peaceful, fun-filled, kind of fever-dreamy evening of election night coverage, okay? We've got a lot of fun games. We've got a bunch of our favorite people here. We're gonna have the chat live, so I'll be able to see what you guys are saying. We even got some celebrities involved because it wasn't just folks like me out there knocking doors for Kamala Harris and trying to build community. It was people like Sophia Bush. And I am legally hyped. Miss Abbie Tucker Burns is in the house. We've got Chris Valenti, You Don't Understand, and many more people. We'll also be checking in with some of our pals who are in swing states, like Alex Perlman, who's in Pennsylvania, and Jessica Craven, who truly is an inspiration when it comes to organizing and ground game for any kind of campaigning. She's going to be coming to us live from Los Angeles and telling us what's happening on the West Side. So make sure you stick around for the games, the interviews, and more. This will certainly be nothing like any election night you've ever watched before, even though we do have the big map. Now, if you want to put us on your TV, we're live on YouTube in beautiful widescreen. But if you want to be watching something on your TV and have us on your second screen, that's perfectly okay too. This is your night. We want to make sure that you share the show with your friends and that this truly is a return to community and to that kind of like collective of doing something all together. You know what I mean? So, and I'm also really super grateful to our friends at Amplify for making tonight possible. Amplify is an incredible organization that has been investing in new media and social media and really helping us make stuff like this happen. Because all this doesn't happen without a lot of people who believe in you. And so I'm really grateful to the folks at Amplify for believing in me tonight. This is a big responsibility. I'm also super excited. And when I get nervous, I'm gonna turn to the chat because there's nothing that makes me feel better than just going into the chat and reading your comments and spending time with you guys. And so that's what we're gonna do tonight as well. Tonight is also about election integrity. Tonight's about you, your voice, and making sure that your voice is heard. If you are in line and you're watching us on your phone, stay in line. They cannot make you leave the line once you're in line to vote. And while it's fun to vote every 4 years, you want to keep voting, even if your guy doesn't win tonight or your gal. Vote every 4 years for president, every 2 years in the midterms, and we'll work our way up to you voting in the smaller local elections that happen every single year. It does turn out that election season actually doesn't ever end. But your vote is your voice, and it's important that we maintain that power of your voice. Now, it wouldn't be a pizza party without pizza, of course, and our friends at Pizza to the Polls have given us pizza that will be arriving all through the night. And I got a question. Folks were like, V, that's really nice that you're getting pizza, but like, what about us? If you are in a long line to vote, you can check the graphic on the screen right now, and you can report that I'm in a long line and I need some pizza. I need some fuel for the democracy here. And they will send you pizza. Yes, this is a pretty national program. And what I love about it is it brings back that idea of community. So for tonight's pizza, folks were wondering what we had here. I've got a bunch of guests. Y'all know that I have a tomato allergy, so this one's not for me. But we've got a beautiful pepperoni pizza from Pizza to the Polls. You could be eating this right now. Make sure you check them out, and if you have already voted and you're not in a long line, you can make a donation to send pizza to somebody who's in a long line, which is great. So we want to make sure that everyone is, again, really taking care of tonight, enjoying some pizza, and just having a good fun time. One of the things that I loved most about school was my history and civics programs. And yes, I also had the football coach who taught history, but I learned a lot and I really appreciated it. And one of the things I loved the most was when we would have that pizza party at the end of the year and kind of do mock elections. So what we're doing tonight is an election for the kids. We're going to be voting for top dog. Now, you may have heard about this a little bit already. I have 2 dogs. One is Miss Dottie, she is a dachshund, and the other one is Little, who is a Yorkie. Little is 13 years old, Dottie's just a year old, so we're already dealing with an age difference here for who is top dog. We wanted to create something for the kids and for people who are kids at heart to be able to win an election tonight. So tonight we're going to call the winner for top dog, but first I'm going to let you know a little bit about the candidates. First, Miss Dottie Ginger Snap Spear. Dottie believes that bedtime should be before 9 p.m. She also demands daily car rides and is campaigning on a promise for unlimited cuddles. She says that desserts must be 60% the size of dinner, 4 dog walks a day, and wants daily play dates for all puppies across America. She said human food must be split 50-50 with dogs, and she wants to see all doors converted to doggy doors in her term. Well, there's some big campaign promises. Now we've got Little with some more big campaign promises. She's saying no bedtime. You go to bed when you feel like it. This is a free country. Nobody's going to tell me when to rest. She's saying car rides are negotiated. Not everybody likes car rides. And when it comes to cuddles, you only have her consent for 15 minutes before you need more consent. Desserts must always be in the form of crunchy dog treats, and roads must be closed daily for the zoomies. She's also campaigning on a promise that she will mandate that all dogs are good dogs, and dogs get 100% of human food. She's seeking to abolish doggy doors and insists that all human doors should simply be left open for dogs to have free reign of the house. Now, based on our early voting, I'm hearing that 73% of the vote is leaning towards Dottie. 73% of the vote is leaning towards Dottie, but the polls have not closed yet. You can still vote. You can go to the link that you're seeing on screen, or you can go to the link in my bio and vote for our top dog between Dottie or Little. Let's see. Now, I mean, it's difficult for me to pick top dog, but we do have a guest, our first guest of the night, who can help us with the kids' election and with who he thinks should be top dog. This is Quinton Gils. He's going to be joining us. I got to meet him at the DNC. We did a Raleigh house together where we went and door knocked in North Carolina. I absolutely love this guy. You know him perhaps from the show Traitors. You might know him from your social medias. He's a wonderful friend and a great person, and we've got him coming on to talk to us a little bit about kids' election and what he hopes to see in today's election. Abbie, are we ready for Quinton? We are. Okay, perfect. Quinton, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing so well. How are you?
I am panicking, brother. We're in the first 15 minutes of this live event. I will never lie to you, my friend.
Yeah. Well, you're doing excellent. The lead in was fantastic. The intro was great. You set up this election for the kids with the dogs, and you're giving us a piece of comfort as we optimistically wait for the real election results. So you get an A+ in my book.
Thank you. I very appreciate that. So tell us, I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
Where are you voting today?
So I actually early voted. I'm born, raised, and reside in Houston, Texas, and I voted day 2 of early voting because I'm not one for lines. I don't like long lines. They give me anxiety. It's hot down here in Texas, so I wanted to be in and out. So I made sure I went to go vote early.
Now, when you were in line to vote early, even did you catch like a vibe? Does it feel? A lot of people are thinking Texas might not go blue, but could go very purple, which would be encouraging. What was the chatter in the line like?
100%. So I think that's the vibe that I've gotten as well, that we are cautiously optimistic that Colin Allred could take the Senate seat. He's coming very close in the polls against Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is wildly unpopular amongst Republicans and wildly unpopular here in Texas.
And wildly unpopular pretty generally, yeah.
Just generally, just across the board. He gets 10s across the board for that mark. But it's particularly after he left us here in Texas when we had that historic freeze and he was down in Cancun. A lot of Texans, Republicans, Democrat, and non-affiliated folks have not forgotten about that. And so that is one thing that is still talked about.
Didn't he leave
Colin
his dog?
Allred has a really good shot. Yeah, and the dog, yes.
Not the dog.
He left his dog at home.
My
he did
God.
leave his dog at home. So the general feeling is that, Colin is coming in close view, but Kamala probably won't take the state, although we do appreciate her coming down here a week or two ago for that rally. That really injected a lot of energy.
She was at the dance party with Beyonce while he was talking to a half a crowd in a stadium somewhere, I know.
Correct.
So tell me a little bit more about Colin Allred. What do you think Texans are looking for when it comes to change with this election?
Yeah, I think that what we're looking for across the board is just someone who is actually going to do the job. And I think that the way in which Colin Allred is cutting across, he let's be honest, he made a lot of Democrats here mad because he was not really playing to the base a lot, which a lot of people expected him to do. I think he was being more pragmatic and understanding the state that he lives in. He lives in Texas. So Maybe he cannot come out with all of the most progressive and liberal policies, but he's trying to play to the base that we're hearing. So what a lot of Texans want is someone who can actually do the job and not just a podcaster, which there's nothing wrong with being a podcaster. I have a podcast, you have a podcast. But when it comes to our elected officials, we'd like for them to do the job of government before they go do their podcast gig like Ted Cruz.
I mean, he's doing that podcast like 3 times a week. You would think the man had talked enough. Isn't this the guy? This is the same guy who read Green Eggs and Ham to filibuster one time. Like, just tedious Ted Cruz for sure.
100%.
I'm hopeful.
100%.
We got to interview Colin Allred. I found him to be, again, just a really pragmatic, straightforward guy who, again, I think is taking a page from Kamala Harris's book, which is this idea that I'm not going to be a president for just one side. I'm president for everybody, even the people who don't agree with me. And I guess we're going to find out tonight if that was the right approach to take, to see if you know, sort of like hedging that divide is going to make a big difference for folks.
You know, win or lose, I do think, just pragmatically speaking, like I have my own personal opinions and wants and a wish list, right? But pragmatically speaking, I do think it's the right move for Colin Allred being here in Texas, and even Kamala Harris not really leaning into the fact that her candidacy is historic. You know, I think that they learned their lesson from the Hillary Clinton presidential candidacy and understanding just the intrinsic biases and demagoguery that some folks have against other folks. And so just again, from a very pragmatic lens, I'm trying to win. I'm playing I'm playing chess, not checkers. I think it's the right move.
I agree. I thought so too. Oh boy, we'll be keeping an eye on Texas just to see how purple it does end up going. I mean, why not her is what I've been saying the whole time. Obama got crazy numbers in 2008. Why not her?
Why not?
We'll see. Quinton, tell folks where they can find you.
You can find me at Quinton R. Gils on all the platforms, and also the Q with Q on Instagram. As things pop into the Q explained it to you. I
love it. And where are you spending the rest of the night tonight?
So I'm going to be here with my family. Right before we went live, like my wife had to whisk the kid out of here. So we're watching intensely tonight. We are cautiously optimistic at home because bedtime for the little one is in a couple of hours. Dad duty doesn't really catch a break regardless of whether it's election night or not. So I'll be at home tuning in.
I know. Well, I appreciate you, Quinton. It's been such a pleasure getting to know you these last couple months, and I hope we stay in touch.
Same.
I know we will. There's always more work to do. Thank you, Quinton, so much.
Thank you. Have a successful rest of the show.
Thank you. I absolutely love that man, and I got to tell you, I was a little bit nervous, but Quinton's got this way of just making you feel really steady and secure, making you feel seen as a person, and that's so much about what the influencer, election has been like. I've met so many people through this influencer gig and through these different political things that we've been trying to do who just absolutely really care about this world and about this country and about strangers, and it just makes you feel a little bit better. I'm glad we had Quinton first. That was a good. How's the water feeling, chat? How we feeling? Is it working out? Let's take the next 5 minutes and we're going to talk about the Electoral College, because I know that this is something that so many people had questions about. Why can't we just do a popular vote? What is the Electoral College? Can I apply there? Are they doing student loans? Can I afford those student loans? And I know that our brains are totally rotten on all things politics. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to give you some education on the Electoral College, but we're also going to play some videos to keep your attention span while I explain it. Electoral College History 101. Here we go. Now you might be wondering, why does such a confusing system like the Electoral College exist in the first place? The system that allows itself room to pull off some wonky math when it comes to electing the leader of the free world? Well, the short answer is racism, and the longer answer is racism, but with a twist of political infighting. And it was the result of a bunch of sweaty guys in Pennsylvania back in 1787. You see, the founding fathers wanted to establish a system in which leadership of the free world would be decided democratically. The only problem was they couldn't agree on how. Now, they knew that they didn't want a monarch. They knew that they wanted to have an election, but there was a lot of back and forth as to how that election would go down. So you've got Thomas Jefferson, and he thought that Congress should decide because Thomas Jefferson believed, quote, well-meaning but uninformed people could have no knowledge of the eminent characteristics and qualifications and the actual selection of the decision, which is like old-timey speak for, I think these people are too stupid to vote. And before we reaffirm that Thomas Jefferson is one of the villains of the past, he was meaning that newspapers didn't reach rural areas, and back in the 1700s, literacy wasn't, huge priority for a lot of folks, and even more people were kept from learning how to read. So he was like, how can anybody vote for president when they can't read about the issues and understand the issues? To me, I think that's a little bit more of a cover for a person who liked to impose his will on other people to just be able to impose his will on other people a little bit more frequently. So Thomas Jefferson wanted Congress to decide on who the president would be. And then we had these other founding fathers that had concerns about the fact that if Congress chose the president, perhaps that president would feel that he owed Congress something. What if a certain group of Congress people had like a certain kind of agenda and they said, hey, we're going to vote for you to be president, but quid pro quo, we're going to need some of your executive power? Would the president feel indebted to a Congress? And would that corrupt the system? Now, one of the founding fathers, James Madison, wrote something called the Virginia Plan. And that was meant to be the all-encompassing plan of action on how the U.S. government would be overhauled. But James Madison didn't detail that plan enough. He was more of a big picture thinker, if you will. To give you an idea, James Madison also wrote some other legislation that would turn out to be deeply problematic that we will get to later in the show. So we're in the 1700s and we're like, we don't want a monarchy. What are we going to do? How big should this government be? How much power should the president have? How much power should Congress have? None of them knew, most of all Madison. And then came another founding father called James Wilson. Have you ever heard of James Wilson? I didn't remember James Wilson. I mean, there's a lot of founding fathers, and he's definitely one that I don't feel like I learned that much about. But he had this idea of making the executive branch this thing called a single magistrate. And it was a very clearly defined separation of power from Congress to the other branches of government. Sounds pretty familiar, we kind of got there. And early on, he pitched this idea of a national popular vote, meaning that all people, well, all white people who owned land, who weren't women, would decide the leader through the powers of democracy. And most people think that Wilson should have been a little bit more committed to the idea of the national popular vote, but he compromised on his position really early on, and other compromises that these founding fathers made led to the creation of the Electoral College. What are you guys thinking about that? I can see in the chat here that people are like, yeah, this was a terrible idea. I know. Pretty early on, the United States Congress raised concern about how the electoral system would work in the time of slavery, because while most states had outlawed slavery, many other states didn't. And the big question was, if we're saying one person, one vote, and then we're going to have this suite of electors, what qualifies as a person who should vote? And back in 1787, 40% of people who lived in the South were enslaved. In Virginia, that number was 60%. But these southern states didn't want to admit that they had a problem with everyone voting, and they didn't want to lose out on the votes to the north because they insisted that they produced value and thereby it should be weighed more towards them. And thus the 3/5 compromise was created, where 3/5 of enslaved Black Americans were counted towards how many electorates a state would get. I know this is getting very heady. That's why we have the images for you. Now, Virginia, home of Thomas Jefferson. This system gave the state of Virginia, a slave state, 12 electors. And at the time, there were only 91 electors to go around. So Virginia got 13% of the United States electoral power. Akil Reed Amar wrote for Time, after the 1800 census, Wilson's free state of Pennsylvania had 10% more free persons than Virginia, but 20% fewer electoral votes. Perversely, more slaves for Virginia meant that they got more electoral votes, and if they were to free people, they could lose electoral power. This was a deeply corrupt and exploitable system, and unfortunately, it's the one that we have right now, where we go in and we vote today for the popular vote, and then there's these middlemen who are oftentimes party loyalists who actually vote for the president the second Wednesday after the following Tuesday of the election. Now, we can get more into the ins and outs of the Electoral College down the line, but next we're going to move on to something a little bit more fun. One, I think we should, wait, I'm sorry, we're getting something from the producer. What are we going to? Let's talk more about the kids' election. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, we are voting on Top Dog. The first hour of this program is going to be super kid-friendly, and then around 10 p.m. we're bringing in some of the comedians, so it might get a little racier. For those of you just tuning in, you can still vote. The polls are still open for Top Dog. We're talking about Dottie. Dottie says that we need to have bedtime before 9 p.m., daily car rides, unlimited cuddles. Desserts need to be 60% the size of dinner. We need to have 4 walks a day. We need to have daily play dates for all puppies across America, and human food must be split 50-50 with dogs. She also wants to convert all doors to doggy doors, which has been very controversial in my house. And then we've got Little, who is also running for Top Dog tonight in the kids' election, and she's saying no more bedtimes. Car rides need to be negotiated. She needs cuddles for just 15 minutes. You cannot cuddle longer than that. Desserts must always be crunchy dog treats, and rows must be closed for daily zoomies. She wants to mandate that all dogs are good dogs, and dogs get 100% of human food. She also wants to abolish all doggy doors. Again, very controversial opinions. Who will it be? Are we talking about Dottie, the Dachshund, winning Top Dog, or Little, the Yorkie, winning Top Dog? We are almost there when it comes to this election. Now, I'm going to give you a little insight. I've had the opportunity to interview these 2 candidates, as I am their owner, and Dottie puts on a good show. She could be a little bit more of a cuddle snuggle bug, but Little is really that strong, silent leader that we might want as Top Dog. It's going to be a difficult choice for everyone, much like the decisions that you're making tonight. We know so many of you are still in line to vote right now, and if you're in line, you need to stay in line to vote. We've seen early voting numbers be off the charts, just astronomical, things like we've never seen before. And I earlier set TikTok on fire by saying that maybe Kamala Harris was going to win Florida. Maybe she would win Kansas. Maybe she would win Ohio. Some folks think she could win Indiana like Obama did. I think it's going to kind of like take a little while for us to get those numbers in, but why not her, right? Based on the early voting that we've seen the gender gap show up. More women have voted than men. We've seen more people from marginalized communities show up to vote than before. And the key to this election that I really think is going to tip the balance is registered new voters. We've seen more new registered first-time voters, not meaning 18 years old. There are people, Stevie Nicks is like 70 years old. This is the first election she's voting in. I saw in my comments earlier today so many folks who were like, I'm 35, I'm 40, I'm 50. And this is the first election. Now, if this is your first time voting, you're going to go to the link in my bio or the link on the screen, and you're going to vote for your Top Dog. That's the first election we'll be able to call tonight. And to help us do that, I have a special friend who you may know from his run in the New York City Marathon yesterday or from his really calming videos. Tim, welcome to the show, our first live guest. What's going on, Tim?
Oh my God,
good to see you.
so
I
good
love
to
your
see you
outfit.
I
Let's
feel
do a little
underdressed,
hug.
so
Oh my God,
good.
underdressed. You look beautiful. Grab a seat, my friend.
Thank you.
We also have pizza if you'd like some pizza.
I'm lactose intolerant.
Okay, well, that's not going to work.
Yeah, that was the first thing. I was like, my friend's like, oh, enjoy the pizza party. I'm like, I'm just here for the
vibes.
I'm here to support, I'm here to support you.
Thank you.
Honestly, that opportunity that we had to sit on that panel was like, that meant so much to me just to be sitting next to you and having a conversation like that about.
Tim, you can't make me cry this early in the show.
Can creators change the world?
Well, let's talk about it. Can
Okay.
creators change the world?
I don't know if we can actually change it ourselves, but
The polls have closed! The polls have closed!
Oh my gosh, Tim, the first polls have closed.
Oh my
the first
God.
polls have closed.
What a time to show
All
up.
right, hold on. Stand by for poll results. Thank you, Chris, for letting us know. We needed a shouty Italian to let us know that the polls had closed. All right, so it must be 7 p.m. Is that correct? Yep, 7:04, Tim.
Wow.
What was your time for the marathon yesterday, also?
350.
3:50. Not bad, not bad. So the polls have closed. It's now 7 p.m. and we've got a couple electoral results that we can call. Abbie, is what I'm seeing on screen, are we sure about these?
We are sure about these.
We are sure about these. Okay, so the first polls have closed, and if you're wondering, how can you know about these? It's because some of these states allow their early voting to be counted before the day. So all they're doing is catching up on who showed up in person today. Now, we had hoped that perhaps Indiana would go for Kamala Harris the way it went for Obama back in 2008. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Indiana has gone for Trump, and Indiana's governor has gone to Mike Braun. So those are done races. We know what's going on there. Kentucky has a Democratic governor, but Kentucky also went for Trump in the federal election. we knew that that was going to happen. Trump, any surprises so far?
A little bit on Indiana. But,
I know.
Yeah.
I wanted Indiana to go for Kamala. I thought perhaps, but we've got South Carolina still uncalled, so we're not going to know about that one yet. Virginia uncalled. Virginia's 2nd and 7th House. We're not ready yet. And I do have a little bit of good news, Tim.
All right, I'm here for it.
Vermont, maple syrup for the coconut pills.
Amazing.
Vermont did go for the Democrats for Harris. So we've got Georgia still waiting on those poll results. Georgia's going to take a while longer to get called, so hopefully we'll get more information on that. But no real big surprises, I guess, other than Indiana.
Yeah. I mean, still so early, right? I mean, literally the
So
first
early.
breaking news you've had so far, other than me popping in. So we are very early. I mean, honestly, mentally, I was like setting myself up for how many days might this take.
I know.
So for it to be 7 p.m., I'm not quite sure if that's a reason to be that much more anxious or nervous or have more clarity. It's all very jarring, as I'm sure a lot of viewers feel the same exact way. So just digesting it as best possible as it comes in. But yeah, a little surprised by Indiana.
I know. I do feel glad, though, that, like, we've got, we've got some on the board, right?
Yep.
We have to get all the pieces out.
Totally.
And as soon as we start sorting some of them out, we know where they're going to go.
Yep.
And it's really like, I think Florida will be a big surprise, Georgia,
Yep.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, and I think we might skip that, Abbie. I think we're just going to keep chatting. So for folks who this was their first time voting, what can you tell them about the joy of voting in a midterm election?
Ooh, in a midterm election. Chaos.
Yeah.
It's really an opportunity to get educated on both macro and micro levels. And it's remarkable how much of an impact that you can have, especially if you're a first-time voter and you're just wrapping your head around what does all of this mean. The opportunity to have a larger impact than you might feel, even though there might be so much that feels like this is just so specific to us, based off of wherever you live, but then the broader impact that can have. And it really comes down to how much can you educate yourself about the specific policy impact of whatever you might have questions around, what impacts you personally and your family, and obviously just like the greater considerations for your state and for the nation. But really an opportunity to try to wrap your head around a lot, again, both from like a micro and a macro level.
As a dad, how have you explained like the voting process and the election to your kids? Because they must be feeling the anxiety of the adults, even if they don't fully understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I have a 12-year-old daughter, and her school is very progressive in the sense of putting all the cards on the table. Like she was learning about World War II in 5th grade.
Yeah.
So from a broader impact perspective, I think that they've done a really good job of getting them to wrap their heads around what does all of this mean, but also not try to scare them in any specific direction. Just laying out, okay, here are the facts. This is what's at stake. These are the players and what the ramifications of a vote in either direction could mean. But then also kind of to what you're trying to do, just bring some smart and direct education to it and not necessarily make them feel anything other than empowered based off of the knowledge that they're trying to digest in real time. Obviously, in addition to the other classwork that they're doing too. So I applaud their balance of these are things you need to know and you need to be aware of, but they're not going to take any specific angle based off of a teacher's specific viewpoint or anything else that might make it be like, hey, you have to focus on this, and we're going to tell you what to think, and we need you to be very concerned either way. I think they've done a really good job. I mean, I think I'm lucky based off of where she goes to school, but I think they've done a really good job of balancing the understanding and the education, but also like the broader awareness as to the ramifications that all of this has.
Can you hang out for a quick second?
Of course.
We have a special guest.
Amazing.
We have our very first surrogate on the show. It is Senator Ed Markey calling in from Pennsylvania to share a little bit of his insights for how the election's going so far and his hopes and dreams. Senator Ed Markey, are you on the line for us?
I'm here right now. Good to be with you.
There he is, Senator Markey. Thank you so much. It's so great to see you. How you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling great. I'm wearing my new voting era T-shirt tonight.
Yeah, he's in his Swiftie era.
It's a Swiftie era. She's got an era for just so many other aspects of American and global life, and so we're here to just kick off the new Kamala Harris era.
I know. I'm so excited. What do you think is going to happen?
Fairness for everyone. Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
Well, my first message is, if you're in line out there, stay in line. Don't leave. The polls are going to be open in many parts of America for the next several hours. So just stay in line, because it's going to be a close election and we need people to cast their ballot because honestly, we know what Donald Trump is saying to his supporters, and we know that Kamala Harris is basically a walking, talking antidepressant.
I know. It turns out joy and vibes is an election strategy. I'm here talking to my pal Tim, and we were just talking about, the next generation and how we talk to kids about voting and whatnot. You had an opportunity to spend a time with a bunch of the influencers and the young people that were helping the Harris Walz campaign. Can you tell us a little bit about what you learned from this new way of reaching people?
Well, obviously, young people can and I think are going to make the difference tonight.
Yeah.
So they are interested in issues. They're interested in the future. They're interested in ensuring that LGBT doesn't stand for let's go back in time, like as Donald Trump wants it to. They're the leaders on climate change. They're Green New Dealers. They are the leaders in ensuring that we have constitutional protections for the transgender community. So on issue after issue, it's young people who have been educating our country. And I think it's going to manifest itself in the vote tonight for Kamala Harris.
It's that thing like President Biden said, it was time to pass the torch. She says it's time to turn the page. What do you think it means for Massachusetts? Let's say that things go our way all the way and she gets a Congress and a Senate that can back her up. How would Massachusetts specifically benefit?
Well, we're going to re-elect Elizabeth Warren tonight.
Yep.
And we're going to send a message that we are ready with Kamala Harris to continue this inexorable movement towards justice for everyone. Racial justice, environmental justice, healthcare justice, educational justice, justice for everyone in our society. And Massachusetts, who have always been the revolutionary state, we started the American Revolution, we started the abolitionist movement, the suffragette movement, the same-sex marriage revolution, the universal healthcare revolution. And we're ready to go down with Kamala and to continue the revolution to ensure that everyone in our country has full access to all of the constitutional protections.
I agree.
Which white men were born with beginning in 1787.
I know. We were just going through the Electoral College stuff. Maybe we could do something about that someday. We'll see. Senator Markey, thank you so much. I know you've got a lot of folks to dial into today. I appreciate you making the time for us. And yes, let's re-elect Elizabeth Warren and let's continue this path forward with joy.
Thank you for your voice. And you're right. She's running on joy, and I think it's the winning ticket tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Markey. Tim, before I let you go, I just wanted to finish our conversation and talk about, we were on that panel at VidCon this past year where we talked about, can creators change the world? Can you just tell folks at home a little bit about what happened in that room, what we kind of decided on? There's a lot of people watching right now that are like, maybe I could do this. Maybe this is something I want to get into.
I think I need to start that answer by saying how much, again, I genuinely appreciate what you do. It is so hard to stick your neck out like this, right? And especially to do so when you're basically assuming that people are going to give you benefit of the doubt to a large extent, which doesn't actually happen. I think if you have the two checks that I always look for relative to like what decision am I making, what is the potential impact is, do you have good intentions, and are you making a solid effort to bring those to life? And I think that that's all you can really ask for, because at the end of the day, we deserve an opportunity to have more specific conversation around, well, what is the impact of that? Like down to a specific policy. And then therefore, as creators, there is so much opportunity for change across the board, but it comes down to your patience, your persistence, your ability to be comfortable with the fact that if you are feeling like you have others' best intentions at heart, that you're able to put yourself out there and put yourself potentially on the line for whatever type of feedback or
Feedback.
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to be, I'm trying to paint the nicest picture here, but it's really hard, but it is worth it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's broader conversations that we need to be having. There are backyard, quote unquote, arguments that should be in safe places. And I think that if we can do things like this, which is, again, why I have so much respect for what you're doing, that we can open more of those doors. And honestly, at the very least, as creators, if we can make more safe places to have bigger conversations about the things that matter the most, there's only so much we can do that's actually going to implement policy unless we sat in some of those seats in Washington or in our own states. But if we can create open doors for real conversations in safe places to put mistakes on the table, to be like, I don't know 100% of what this topic is, but here's how I feel about it. Can you tell me a little bit more on what your opinion is? And let's just have a normal conversation that way. God, do we need more of that? So if that's even remotely close to how creators can change the world, then yes, all of the opportunity is there. Just be brave enough, be okay to make yourself vulnerable, and hopefully people see this as an amazing place to point to be like, this is the way to do it, the right way to just have a safe space to have a great conversation.
Everything that I've ever done, we keep bringing good news into it. People told me, oh, they're not going to take you serious. Look at us now, Tim. We made it.
This is amazing. I mean, how fun. What an honor to sit here with you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you for letting me be a part of this.
I got to tell you, when they said you were coming down, I was like, yes. Oh, my God. Just talk about the people that make you feel better. Tim, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank
we will
you for
check in with
having
you
me.
again later.
Amazing.
Right now, we're going to welcome another friend of the show. We've got Polly from the Pocket Report, my original election night bestie. Polly, what's happening?
Lovey, thank you for having me. Well, a lot has happened. Folks, it's the night you've all been waiting for, when just a handful of districts scattered across the Rust Belt, Bible Belt, or some other kind of belt will decide the fate for 330 million people for the next 4 years. But rest assured, we might also not know what the decision is tonight, and the 46 people might not decide for 3 days. While there's a good chance that we won't know a winner tonight, it's highly unlikely that we're in for another 5-day Pennsylvania New York Times needle bender. At most, it'll be a 3-day Pennsylvania New York Times bender. In the meantime, however, there are going to be some fake outs known as red mirages or blue shifts, where vote counting mechanisms create the appearance of changing leads. We'll break down why red mirages and blue shifts occur, and what to look for, but it's important to understand that they're not indications of fraud or manipulation, just administration, and also that the media really phoned it in when naming them. Crimson Curveball, Indigo Illusion, Burgundy Bluff, Aquamarine Smokescreen. Lazy copywriting aside, red mirages and blue shifts occur for 3 main reasons. The first is geography. Small rural counties lean red and are usually able to count votes faster than the large urban districts that lean blue. The second is partisan differences by voting method. Mail-in ballots and early voting tend to lean blue, while election day in-person votes tend to lean red. This changes a lot by state. And last is the order and time different kinds of ballots are counted according to state law. So some states can count prior, while some states start counting the day of. I'll be covering what to expect and what to watch for in each swing state as polls close at the bottom line. Initial election reports are not gender reveals. That's the most important thing here.
Yes, please hear what Polly is saying. Initial projections are not gender reveals. These are fluid ballots. Yeah, you can kind of, I don't know, expect that things can change as we go along as they count those ballots, but it's important that every single ballot gets counted and that count gets certified. Thank you, Gina, so much for being here. Next up, we have, of course, friend of the show, Bestie.
Where
She's
am I
here. You're going right here. Thank you. Sammy's here.
Hello.
Sammy Sage.
This is such a fun set.
Dude,
oh my goodness.
Isn't
this is
crazy?
comfortable. Look at
I
this.
know. Would you like some pizza? I have some plates.
Yeah, but I don't know if I should eat on
Yeah,
while I'm online.
We'll do. Okay.
Online.
Let's
talk,
take it.
let's
We'll
talk.
take it, and then we'll go.
I will have pizza soon, but like
That's a good one.
Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sammy,
Where's my camera?
you wrote a book.
I did.
called Democracy in Retrograde.
I did.
Tell us about how that book, if people have it in their home right now, could be helping them feel a little bit better. What was in the book?
Well, it's basically a guide to everything that you want to know about government. So if this is the first time you're really tuning in and learning about it, we explain how government works. We explain what you can do that is specifically catered to your interests, your abilities, your resources, how much time you have.
Right.
And figure out how you can get involved in our civic fabric of our wonderful democracy.
Because we voted today, but that's not it. Even if Kamala wins.
Voting is minimum.
Right.
You know, and you
Table
can also
stakes.
vote more probably because there's all these races that people don't even know are happening a lot of the time. But generally, our government was built to be responsive to us. And whether that means that you're going to be running for office or working on campaigns, another big piece of the book is that we show people that it's not really about exclusively working in politics. There are so many ways that you can get involved in civics by just being part of your community. And that's really what democracy is. It is all of us putting our voices out there, being in concert with each other. And, you know, it kind of feels like there are so few people working on the issue, working on the issues. And if it's just those people, doing everything, you're not going to get anywhere.
Right.
But if everyone's doing their own little thing, like a team,
like
Here we
community,
go.
like the social contract, like we said.
the social
We like
contract,
people.
1776.
We've been talking, so me and Sammy have the American Fever Dream podcast. If you didn't know, surprise, we have a podcast, comes out twice a week. It was only
The
supposed to be
most
once a
fun.
week, but then we were like, we have so much to say.
It was too much fun, and there's too much going on.
Too much going on. So listen to the American Fever Dream podcast, buy the book. But some of the stuff we've been talking about is some of the fake news stuff that's going to happen, right? We know that it's possible that we have a call tonight for the president, maybe 2 a.m., 3 a.m. But it's also very possible that somebody says that they won and they didn't.
Or says that there's fraud where
And there's
there's
not.
not. Yeah, they're going to say a lot of things, but I think that something that's important is to remember to listen to the authorities who have information, who have reliable, sound information. For example, Donald Trump said that there was fraud in Philadelphia, and journalists called law enforcement in Philadelphia, and they found no complaints or allegations of anything. So it's unfortunate that we can't trust what comes out of our candidates' mouths, but we can trust, I think for now, our election officials in many cases until we know that we can't.
Well, we are getting an update on the top dog election, of which there will be no interference. Little's rising in the ranks. Little's up to 30%. So Little's up against Dottie, and she is at 30% now, rising. There's Dottie right there holding my glasses in her mouth, which was both terrifying and adorable.
Where can I vote?
You can vote at the link in my bio, or you can vote at the link on screen. I believe we have an on-screen link to vote for Top Dog. The polls close at 7:30, which is coming up.
10
minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go.
Yeah.
What are some other things that you think could happen tonight that people can look forward to, or that might make them feel better?
I know you're not really scrolling like I am because you're here,
I'm here
educating the people.
Yeah.
But
there's no monitor that gives me what's happening. What's happening?
He's underperforming Biden in Indiana, even though he won Indiana.
Okay, but he underperformed Biden in Indiana.
He seems to be.
Do you think it's like a bellwether?
I think it's just one observation.
Okay.
I saw an indication he might be slightly underperforming in
Florida.
Just
dare we say?
Just turnout is crazy. Like, they have beat all their 2020 benchmarks by more. They've beat them with young people.
Right.
I wish I brought an index card. Maybe I'll bring that for 10:15.
Yeah, when you come back on.
10:15. I mean, I'll try to get things up to date. But I don't want to jinx anything. But things seem to be on Twitter. They seem to be okay. Unfortunately, do we have room for some negative news?
Yeah.
There were some bomb threats called into, I believe it's 5 polling locations in Georgia.
So
and there might have been, I think they extended the voting time. They were able to move them. But this is so dangerous.
Annoying. It's so annoying. Just let people vote and do their thing. They got to do all this stuff and make it messy. It's not good.
But the polls are supposed to be closed. So it's like, now we're on overtime.
Right. Oh, right, because we're on East Coast, polls closed. I think I have said confidently that I think that Florida is going to be one to watch. Everyone's like, no way, no way, no way. I'm like, I think it's one to watch because when I hear things like the villages are holding Harris rallies, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And like the hurricane stuff is bad. It's not just, you know, Trump or not Trump. It's like Rick Scott's on the ballot. A lot of people don't like what he did. A lot of people were very embarrassed by some DeSantis stuff. And it's not even that they like abortions on the ballot. It's not even like that they love the joy and the vibe and they're coming for Kamala. It's almost like a defense vote. I've never really seen anything like this.
Tacky V?
Yeah, it's a tacky V, a tactical V. Where they're voting kind of to be like, I just want this this thing to be over, so I'm going to vote for her.
I have some theories, and I hope I don't eat my words.
Well, as you're doing that, we can make gerrymandered districts out of this construction paper I have.
Oh,
if you want to cut some out.
Okay.
Yeah,
because
we've got arts and crafts.
Oh,
do you want the pink or the green scissors?
I want the pink.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna make your district. I'm gonna gerrymander it into a V. How's that?
Please make a V district. I'm gonna make my own little snowflake here because what good is a show if we don't have crafts?
No good. So here's what I'm thinking. The story is going to be women, independence.
Yeah.
And
women over 65 too.
Yeah.
Who were pissed.
This is going to be the election of the normies, the revenge of the normies. I have a feeling that even like a lot of those Republicans who return their vote early, maybe some of them just like want to get this shit over with.
Yeah.
And like they don't want to have to deal with this psychotic man anymore. So we'll see.
My mom's a registered Republican. She voted for Kamala Harris today.
I think
Spoiler.
there are more than them than we think.
Well, I wonder if that's going to cause him to freak out, though. You know what I mean? Because he's going to be like,
he's already
they're
freaking
changing the votes. Yeah, but they're not.
Did you see the exit polls that CNN did an exit poll? Voters cared most about democracy in their vote.
More than the economy, they said?
Yup.
Wow.
35% democracy, 32% the economy.
We love that.
Okay, it just makes me a little annoyed, though, because all these people were like, democracy is not a winning issue. And they were coming after her campaign for focusing on the stakes and how abstract they were. But look at that. People do want the democracy. They want their rights.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. Sammy's going to stick around until after the break. We're going to throw to YouTube, which is new for Under the Desk News. Look at this.
I made two
Double
districts
B's.
out of
Double
one.
B's. I know. XX.
Look at that.
All right, we'll be right back right after this.
Yeah. Okay, where do I go?
Today, as I stood on my terrace, I had an epiphany. I think I done figured it out, y'all. There is a void, and it's called Schoolhouse Rock. Who I need to call to get it rebooted? They need to come back and teach the kids.
In a world where reality stars can incite insurrections, Nepo man babies buy and ruin social media platforms for political gains, and where a man named Vermin Supreme can be taken seriously as a politician, we have decided to have the gusto to report the news from under the desk. Though, not actually literally under the desk. But from time to time, you may find me under there if the news gets too scary. I'm V Spear, and here we'll be diving deep under the desk to find the crumpled paper trails of long-forgotten history and the important stories that often end up on the cutting room floor for reasons that are sometimes suspicious. My goal has always been to bring you the most interesting things to learn while also gently reminding you that when everything seems like it's just going to be awful, there's always a little bit of good news to be found as well. So what stories will you hear under the desk? Stories like the origins of the RICO Act, or perhaps a quick explainer on complex topics like the Electoral College or new laws being proposed by Congress, debunking the biggest fibs and exaggerations of the week, and offering the TLDR on the sometimes boring stuff that happens, but you still need to know about. Follow me along for the journey at Under the Desk News, now on YouTube. Oh, good, you're here. Well, if you're watching this, then we are already friends, but in case...
Ooh, fun.
Okay,
6 p.m. till late.
so I made split district. This is not a district. We were trying to make a district map, but I just folded it into like a hat.
That looks
perhaps?
like Texas.
Is it Texas?
Looks like what Texas districts are like. These are mine.
Sammy made nice districts.
Accidentally made 2 districts. I don't know what kind of constituents these are like.
This is kind of like a Florida. I don't know what I did. I am not. You know what? We're gonna try arts and crafts again in a little bit.
You know,
Back to what we were talking
gerrymandering is
about.
harder than they tell you.
It really is. I mean, some of the districts that you see are just outrageous. Like some of the Texas districts, crazy.
You know, something that we mentioned in Democracy in Retrograde is how the existence of the term gerrymander came to be. Do you want to know?
Oh, do tell.
So it was this guy who... Jerry.
No way.
I can't remember his full last name, but it was some guy who Jerry something, and or Elbridge Gerry.
Okay.
And he gerrymandered, he like kind of invented this idea of designing the districts in such a way that looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he made one that looked like a salamander. So gerrymander.
Gerrymander the salamander. What a jerk.
Yeah.
History is full of like these little weirdos. We have Sharon Sezho coming on later, whose book, The Small and Mighty, is like about the great people from history. But there's all these little weirdos out there that did things that like had a severe impact on the electorate.
Yeah, she'll tell you about Mr. Jerry.
How's Twitter doing?
I don't have my phone right now, but it was doing well before I left. If you could get me my phone, if you could tell someone to get me the phone.
We're gonna have you come back. We're gonna have Sammy all night, so we'll have Sammy come back in a little bit and read us some tweets and see what's going on with that.
The best, it's such a shame that Mr. Musk owns Twitter because
I know, it was so good.
The best data nerds, the best scientists, just they have such interesting takes, and you're not really gonna get them other places. And especially the amount of information that comes hard and fast.
We don't have Twitter, but I do have this little earpiece. Apparently the elections are very close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia at this point. We're getting some exit. West Virginia. We're getting some. The polls are about to close. Okay.
This is a close race in West Virginia.
They're
You're telling me
elections? Oh, close. Oh my God.
Oh.
We're never going to be MSNBC at this rate. My dyslexia, it blew it.
It's the same word.
It's the same word. It was bow and bow.
Okay, here's
the
why.
elections are closing.
It should say polls close.
Should say polls close. I'm sorry. False alarm.
Okay.
False alarm.
West Virginia. But
we're going to blame that on the dyslexia and the excitement. The elections are close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia, and the polls have officially closed for top dog. So we're going to stand by as we tabulate those results, and we're going to let you know who won top dog. We've also got a couple, 7:30 poll closings that are happening right now. Now we can see a little bit on screen here that they're updating. I will be reading them aloud as I feel more comfortable with them. And again, thank you for voting in the top dog contest. If there's one thing that we'll have tonight, it is a cute, adorable dog and pizza. And that is the comfort that I can offer y'all.
Question V, I see this big map.
Yes.
Are you going to be standing by that at any point?
Gina is going to be standing over there. You could stand over there if you want. We have,
when there's more
they're coloring it in. Yeah.
When there's more to do,
go over there.
at the 10 o'clock hour.
At the 10 o'clock hour,
we'll
be at the map.
Results.
They're still updating my screen right here, but it looks like we might have some results from the 7:30 p.m. closings.
Yeah.
Abbie, is what I'm seeing up on here final?
Yes, it is.
All right, what we're seeing up in here is final. So, Sammy, act surprised like you didn't just see this. Are you ready?
Okay.
We've got, no.
The polls, they've closed!
The polls have officially closed. Okay, they haven't officially closed until Chris comes in and cries and we hear the little ringing up top.
Is this Paul Revere?
This is Paul Revere coming. Yes, this is Chris Revere. I needed a shouty Italian if I was going to do a show in Brooklyn, and I was like, who's the shoutiest Italian I know? Chris Valenti. Okay, so West Virginia has cleared for Republicans. West Virginia goes to Trump. West Virginia's Senate, Jim Justice, is a Republican. He has gained from a Democrat. So that is the West Virginia Senate. That means Manchin is out and Jim Justice is in. More on Jim Justice later. We did expect that. Jim Justice is a very interesting character. I don't know if you've ever seen him before. He's the former governor of West Virginia, right? Isn't that who he is? He's got that weird dog and he used to own the Greenbrier.
I don't know.
West Virginia, sound off in the chat. Let me know. I'm going to check in. But Jim Justice has taken over a Senate seat, so that is a flip from Democrat to Republican. Ohio, too close to call. Ohio's Senate, too close. Ohio's 9th House. North Carolina, too close. North Carolina governor, too close. We're uncalled, and 1st House, uncalled. Florida, just the 13th House, not the full shebang. Republican incumbent Anna Paulina Luna, who is a super MAGA person. She has kept her seat. We know Anna Luna.
Yeah, she's not my favorite.
Yeah.
So I don't love that she kept her seat, but I don't know how close that race was.
I don't know that we're going to see a lot of congressional flips like that. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to keep her seat. I actually think Lauren Boebert might even keep. Well, she switched districts, but I think she'll probably
keep her seat.
Because a lot of Congress is just about name recognition sometimes, and so it's like we'll see what happens when we get there. But I definitely think like Marjorie Taylor Greene's district is again Jerry salamandered for her. Yeah. It is salamandered for her. So
Nancy Pelosi said this morning or earlier this afternoon that the Democrats are going to win the House.
Yeah.
And I put stock in that because she's not somebody who would say such a thing if it weren't highly likely.
I'm excited
99%.
No, I don't. One thing we say about Nancy Pelosi is like whether you like her or you don't, and I have that thing with her because she spit lamb in my hand one time when I was a cater waiter.
I don't think you told us that.
Secrets of my waiter
Tell
days.
it now.
No, we'll leave it on the table.
Where did the lamb?
It's a long story. We'll tell it on the podcast.
Why?
Tune into American Fever Dream when we do our post-election, and I'll tell you all about the time Nancy Pelosi spit lamb in my hand at a cocktail party. But we are getting some news from the chat. Rachel wants to know if we should do a drinking game. Any ideas?
Do you have any food?
You're from Betches. Well, yeah, you're from Betches. I mean, what's the drinking? What's Betches News doing tonight? We've got bingo. A lot of people did bingo.
We're making content.
I know.
I
have been stone cold sober since June because every single day I've had like a glass of wine like here and there sporadically because every day it feels like there's going to be like one time that I'm going to like cut loose and something's going to go nutso bananas. So I've been like very careful.
Look, I think we should be drinking water.
We're drinking water. We're hydrate or dihydrate.
Yeah, exactly.
Drink the water while you can.
I didn't drink enough today.
Because if Trump becomes president, then Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be in charge of the water, and they'll go back to putting the jet fuel in it. That's a true story. We have
everyone will be Flint, Michigan.
Also, Sasha Queen says calories don't count today. People get that mac and cheese pizza, whatever you want. One time I had a baked potato pizza, and I thought that was actually quite good.
What state?
I was in Connecticut, and
famous for their pizza.
Famous for their pizza.
New Haven is
but New Haven would never do a baked potato pizza. No, they put clam on their pizza and thyme, which is also delicious. I like it. The rest of my family, they can take it or leave it. But they, grab here.
I'm getting a plain. Is this plain? Hold on.
There's plain with no sauce underneath.
I'm going plain. No sauce.
Yeah, because I have a tomato allergy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have that one.
Yeah, have that one.
Because I prefer to pepperoni. Ooh,
so I had baked
like
potato.
A baby.
It's so cute, right?
Yeah.
So you could have a little.
It's cut for a baby. This is perfect.
A little za.
Yeah.
It was a baked potato pizza. It was very good. Also, Detroit pizza. Very underrated. Detroit pizza is quite delicious. Gotta say, I every time I get to go to Detroit, I love it. I have a great time there.
You know what I did not like?
Huh?
At the DNC, Chicago deep dish pizza.
I didn't like the deep dish pizza at the DNC. I agree. I did love the Chicago dogs,
and we were
living on them.
It wasn't the DNC's fault. It was I don't like deep dish pizza.
Yeah.
No, I think I don't like deep dish pizza.
It's a lot. I mean. Well, you are a native New Yorker. It's a lot.
Like it's not pizza. It's a different.
It's like a little pizza cake.
It's like a
cake. It's like a pierogi.
It's way more than a pierogi. A pierogi
How much
is
dough
like,
would it be? What do you think? Like a gnocchi? Like a gnocchi?
It's so much more than a gnocchi. It's a cake. It's a pizza cake.
Is it like frittata? Is it pizza frittata?
No.
No.
It's I don't know. Sound off in the comments.
Let us know in the comments what
Someone
you think.
has to be from Chicago.
Chicago pizza. Did we order it wrong, perhaps?
No, I got it from like a real place, like
Ben
Lou
and Jerry's.
Malnati's.
I see two fish, one Austin James says he's got the Ben and Jerry's gummy check. Let's do this. I absolutely feel you. And Faye, thank you for hydration checks. They bring me. It's very hot in here, but you would never know because I decide that I won't be sweaty. I tell my body no. And Danny keeps bringing me ice water so that we stay nicely hydrated.
Can you teach me how to do that?
Yeah, I just decide things. I decide things all the time, and you can decide them too. You could decide tonight, we're going to have a nice, fun time. We're going to be chill. We're not going to let anybody get us upset. We're just going to, hang out with our friends and have pizza like we decided to.
We could decide that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president.
I decided earlier to call Florida for her because I just, I was feeling squirrely. Oh. Now, we've got another friend. Sammy, you want to stick around for our next guest?
Sure.
What's Sammy doing?
She's
here. If I'm here, Sammy's here.
I want to get tweets to read for you.
Why don't you go get tweets?
Okay.
And then
how's that?
Come back in.
You call me You tell them.
I'm going to ring
people.
Abbie on this phone and be like, send Sammy back in with the tweets.
I'm going to get some tweets.
All right, Sammy's going to run out, have some pizza, get us some tweets. We've got another fun guest coming up, a friend of mine, somebody that I have tried to work with for so long and I respect the writing of so much. Amber Ruffin. She's coming in virtually because she's a super busy gal and I appreciate her giving the time. Do we have Amber on the line? Is she ready to go? There she is. What's going on? What's happening? How you feeling tonight?
I feel fantastic.
Do you?
I feel hopeful. We are winning. We're going to win.
We must win. We must win. A lot of folks, when I did the teaser about what celebrities were going to be coming on, they were freaked out that you were coming. They're such big fans. The Dust Bunnies love some Amber Ruffin.
Oh, that's so sweet. Good.
So you've got a lot going on tonight. How's comedy writing in the era of election night?
Don't nobody know.
No.
I have so many things that are due, but too bad. What will America be tomorrow? Something? Nothing? Who knows? So I gotta wait. The next couple days, the second that the verdict drops, I keep calling it the verdict,
It
and
does
I'm
feel
not
like a verdict.
wrong.
It feels like a verdict.
Yeah, the second that happens, then I will be off to the races.
I know. They wanted me to do like calls both ways so we would have them for social and like I just couldn't do it. I was like, I think it's like I'm too close to it to like perform both ways. I was like, let's just wait and see what happens because I just can't put myself through it.
No, it's bad enough to have to live through it. It's fine.
Did you vote today or did you vote early?
I voted earlier.
Nice. What was the vibes in the line like? And you voted here in New York?
Yes, it was so cute.
Yeah.
It was adorable. Everybody's old. Everybody's grabbing you by your little elbow, pointing to the next person. And the next person grabs you by the elbow, points to the next person. So cute, adorable, adorable.
I love it. What do you think were some of the issues that drove New Yorkers out to the polls this time?
Oh my God, there we go, that's better. I feel like New Yorkers don't take any trash. So the second Trump started just going off, I think that really activated a lot of people who were like, my friends and family are not going to get bullied. I don't care for this. So I think a lot of people are stepping in with like big brother vibes.
Do you think that Eric Adams and some of the shenanigans that he's been going through and providing over the last year had any impact on people voting, or do you think it's like that's a separate issue? They're not letting that affect them.
Eric Adams is his own thing. And if he won't stop being hilarious, my goodness, everything he says and does makes me laugh so hard. I feel so bad for him because he's such a solid, beautiful fountain of a punchline.
Yeah.
It
makes your job easy.
Yeah,
It's endless.
really does.
It's like Trump, though. This is what I was talking to Jen Psaki for the podcast 2 days ago, and I was like, Jen, in the last 10 years when your career's really popped off, you know, like she's one of these people like everybody, right? An overnight success, 20 years in the making. But it's like, okay, now it's her time. What are you going to do when Trump's not here and you don't have to constantly react to him? Like as a comedian, when Trump's not here, will that be a relief for you? Like how will it affect comedy and news?
I suppose if you started being a comedian in the Trump era, then yeah, there would be some adjustments you would have to make after he is no longer relevant.
Yeah.
But if you were in comedy before, then it is the same thing it was, you know, in 2010, doing the same stuff, 2014, doing the same stuff. Because we had like the Late Night with Seth Meyers started in 2014. So we had a few blissful years. Girl, people were dressing up like bears and stuff. Nonsense, hot nonsense. And then things got more and more serious until we ended up where we are now with like 18-minute deep dives on policy. I'm like, ooh,
Constantly.
Lord.
Yeah, and how do you make that funny? That's why we wanted tonight to be a little bit like that throwback, you know, like, yeah, we're going to tell you what's happening as it's happening. We're going to give you some analysis, but we're also hoping that this is just like a fun place that people can kick back and recognize that they've already done something by voting today. So what's your message to people out there who might be a little bit nervous? They haven't been able to find the funny lately. What can they do?
They can freak out. Because who knows? No, I'm just kidding. They can choose to be hopeful. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I choose to be hopeful. I choose to see this cup as half full. I voted for a Black woman.
I know.
So, like, come what may, that can't be taken away. That's pretty freaking cool.
That is pretty freaking cool. And I think she's a great candidate, obviously. So, well, Amber, thank you so much. We'll let you get back to your night. Oh, Amber's in the game. Wait, you can't leave. We're playing a game. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, we're welcoming back Polly from Pocket Report, who's going to lead us through a game. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm going to win.
Here we go.
Hi, Amber. Thanks for joining us tonight. So we are going to play a game called Financial Disclosures, where I'm going to show you two politicians who are running against each other for Congress this year, and you are going to try to guess which one of them has a public Venmo profile.
Can't wait. I'm already winning.
All right. So up first, we've got Michigan's 7th, Republican Tom Barrett or Democrat Curtis Hurdle.
Now, where are they from?
Michigan's 7th.
They're both public.
False. Curtis Hurdle is the only public one. He has 2 payments for opening golf courses and gambling. Thank you, Curtis.
Oh, excellent.
All right, up next, we've got New York 17th District. Your options are Democrat Mondaire Jones or Republican incumbent Mike Lawler.
Okay, so Mondaire Jones he has nothing to hide. Mike Lawler is he just seems like a scary dude. I'm sorry. I saw the commercials and they worked on me. So I'm going to say Mondaire Jones is public, Mike Lawler is private.
Okay.
Incorrect again. I had a little hard time hearing you, but it is Mondaire Jones who has the public profile. He has also the most friends of any of the politician profiles I've found, with over 1,000. So if only he was as popular in New York 17th. We're moving on to Ohio. So in Ohio's Senate race, your options are Bernie Moreno or incumbent Sherrod Brown.
I'm going to say Bernie Moreno because he has the better name. Final answer.
All right, this was a trick question. So neither of them have public Venmo profiles, but Bernie Moreno has a public Yelp profile. It has 5 reviews from London, New York City, Florida, and Germany, and not a single one from Ohio. Yeah.
Smart.
All right, our last question is the star state of the night. It's coming from Pennsylvania's 8th District. Your options are Democratic incumbent Mike Cartwright or Republican Robert Brisbane.
Okay. I want to say Mike Cartwright, but what we've learned playing this game is that Republicans are more likely. But I think you think I've learned that. So I'm going to go with the first guy whose name was Mike Cartwright.
For Mike Cartwright?
Yeah.
False again, but the public profile is of Republican Robert Brisbane, and it has 13 payments for helicopter helicopter rides and lessons. And the place that he gets them has no locations in Pennsylvania. There are 13 of them, equaling over 80 hours of helicopter rides. So next question, between the two, which one do you think is a millionaire?
Oh, definitely helicopter ride guy. He's got to be a millionaire.
Yes. All right, we got one
That's
right.
one, yes.
Perfect. And actually, we got one more. The next one is between is in California's 41st district. It is between Democrat Will Rollins and incumbent Republican Ken Calvert.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Ken Calvert because I keep going Democrat. And even though it's biting me in the butt, and isn't voting Democrat always doing that? But yeah, I'm gonna go with the Democrat.
All right, so it is not, I swear I'm not
Polly,
trying to
don't
trick
you say it. Polly.
The public
Polly,
profile
no. Polly,
is
no.
Republican Ken Calvert.
No, Polly, how could you?
But he only has 4 payments. They are for either hats, shirts, Ukraine, or Stacy CBS.
Okay, all right.
Do with that what you will. I appreciate you playing so much. Hope you have a great night.
You too, Polly Pocket.
Awesome. Thank you, friends, and thank you, Amber, for being such a good sport and playing along with us. I appreciate you so much. Tell folks where they can find you. Or she's gone. So you can find Amber everywhere, and she's awesome and a hilarious comedian. Now, some folks have been asking, how are we going to call non-battleground states? We call the states when we determine that there's not enough outstanding votes for the trailing candidate to catch the lead of that candidate. So I'm not going to tell you something just based on wishes. I'm only going to tell you based on what other people are pretty much confirming right now. Do you have a partnership with the Associated Press? So we're not just winging this. And some of the factors that include calling a state are the current margin, the number of outstanding ballots, and who or where those outstanding ballots are coming from. Now, while they were playing the game, I did take a quick peek at some of the stuff that was going on. And we know right now that Republicans have 23 Electoral College votes. Democrats have 3. In the Senate, Republicans are holding 40 seats. Democrats have held 29 right now. In the House, 25 Republicans confirmed and 8 Democrats confirmed. Now, we are so friggin' early. We are so early. Good news for you guys. For the governor of North Carolina race, Josh Stein is up with 74% of the vote. But there's only 2% of the vote in right now, but still doing really well. And Harris is up in Georgia, so we'll see where we land next. Right now, I want to welcome Chi Ossé. He is the New York City Council member for New York's 36, which includes Bed-Stuy and parts of Crown Heights. Come on in, friend. Yeah, grab a seat. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So tell us, Booker's fees. Everybody hates them. They're an insane problem, and he is trying to get rid of them for tenants. Can you talk to us about some of the stuff that you do as an elected official for renters, for tenants?
Sure. So broker fees are one of the most annoying things that New York City tenants have to go through.
Yeah.
When you're a prospective tenant in New York City, you'll look for an apartment online through word of mouth from a friend. You'll find one, you'll show up, and you have to pay this broker fee ranging from 15 to 30% of your annual rent to a broker that your landlord hired. What this bill, yeah, it's crazy.
I did not know that's how that works.
It's insane. What this bill
I'm like retroactively furious now.
It pisses a lot of New Yorkers off, and it holds a lot of New Yorkers back from not only staying within their neighborhoods, but staying within the city.
Yeah.
So this bill would require that whoever hires a broker, whether landlord or tenant, would pay a broker fee.
Jeez, messy.
It's common sense.
My God. So how are you feeling about tonight's election? I know.
A bit more optimistic than I was maybe a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
Even just hearing some of the insights and some of the results that are coming in, we're seeing that Gen Z turnout is high in some of these swing states, especially in Georgia.
Yep.
Even seeing some of the suburban counties in Indiana flipping to, supporting a Democrat on the ticket may give us some insight into how that blue wall is going to go. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. But it's too early.
It's so early.
It's very scary.
It's so early, and the red mirage is miraging, and I can already feel people's blood pressure getting high. There's nothing to worry about.
Yes, as of now.
As a map. As of right now.
Yeah.
I'm not worrying about anything.
Okay, good.
Look at this banana wallpaper. We're going to have a good time anyway.
This set is so sick.
We're trying to have fun, we're trying to bring the fun back.
It's
legit, fun to watch, Steve Kornacki at the board and freak out all night. And I will be. I'm also doing that. We're all doing the same things together. That's why we have 2 screens.
Oh, that's.
Can have a little fun with us over here.
So fab,
Go over there, watch a little bit of that. What do you think will be a sign of success with tonight, other than the obvious things like a Harris win or something?
Yeah, I think some early signs of success is if we see, a win in North Carolina or even Georgia, right? I think seeing Ted Cruz potentially lose in Texas, that fucker needs to go. He sucks. That would be really sweet. Even if we don't get a blue Texas, seeing Ted Cruz lose could be really cool.
I think it's very possible. Colin Allred's I keep going to say politics aside because he's being elected right now. But he's like a real solid dude. Like he's just a decent human being.
For sure. So those are, I hope we get to keep the Senate. I think we're going to win the House.
Nancy says we're winning the House.
You know, what Nancy says, Nancy gets, right? So
I have never seen that woman be wrong.
Have you ever seen that meme on Twitter where she's like, I think it was like when she was working on getting like Biden out and she was like, repeat that back to me. Like she knows how to be a G.
I could see it happening. We have had one of the most dysfunctional Republican-led Congresses in like modern history. And it's not like to rag on Republicans necessarily so much as like the people who are in leadership right now. And it's like, look, guys, this ain't working. This like gridlock, never working across the aisle, all or nothing, super hateful is like, people aren't liking that.
No, fuck Republicans. Rag on the Republicans. They suck. Are you kidding me? That's why they need to go. It's not even just the gridlock. I truly believe that many of them in our federal government, if not all, are deeply evil.
Oh, wow,
and
okay.
I hope that, in the results that we receive tonight, we push some of that evil away. And I'm not saying that Democrats get the carte blanche, but, there's so much work that we can do in organizing Democrats to be better elected officials, but Republicans are not the way.
A lot of folks have been like, is there like a third party? And I'm like, not in a federal election and not with the Electoral College still in place, but there is the Working Families Party. Yeah. And you work with the Working Families Party a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your experience has been like with them? Because they're going to be on the show a little bit later today.
Yeah, so Working Families Party is, a great third party within our state that also participates in fusion voting, which means that they champion progressive ideals like climate change, like pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza, like fighting for health care and medical care for all, while also challenging, establishment Democrats. But when it comes to federal elections, where we are sometimes stuck within this duopoly of Republican versus Democrat, they do participate in fusion voting, where, yes, they do have their own column on a ballot within New York State as well as Connecticut, but those votes do go to the Democratic Party. It sends a message that we as progressives exist, that we are adding to their victory, and that we do have a stakehold within our states.
Yeah, I'm a dues-paying member of the Working Families Party. I voted the Working Party's family line before I even really knew what it was. I just liked the sound of it. I was like, I was going to vote for those people anyway, but I like the sound of this. It's exactly that. It's like building this new progressive party on top of the Democratic structure. They've gotten people elected down ballot. They have that skeleton to really carry somebody at the federal level very soon, I think, which is awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here, friend. We've got a couple more things to get to, but tell folks where they can find you.
Yeah, find me on Instagram at Chi Ossé, CHIOSSE, Twitter at Ossé Chi, OSSECHI, and TikTok at Chi4NYC.
We'll be watching tonight.
Yeah,
Thanks
so much
for stopping by, friend.
Absolutely.
Always good to see you.
And good luck to all of us.
Thank you. Oh my God, we need it, It's wild times out there. Hi, how are you? What's up? Oh my God, we got friends in the wings. Now, I want to remind you guys that some of the polls have closed, but if you are in line to vote, you need to stay in line. You got to remember your vote matters. Don't let anybody intimidate you into getting out of line or telling you that the poll's closed and you're too late. If you are in line, you are in line, and that is enough. That means that they have to let you vote, okay? We're going to take a look at a special message from our friends at Amplify, and plus, we've got a little surprise from our friend Kaylin Allen. So I will see you in just a couple minutes. Stick with us till after the break.
The path will be twisted and risky and slow, but keep marching, cause your ancestors are all the proof you need that progress is possible, not guaranteed. It will only be made if we keep marching on. Keep marching on.
Be done.
think I done figured it out, y'all. There is a void, and it's called Schoolhouse Rock. Who I need to call to get it rebooted? They need to come back and teach the kids.
And we're back. I love that song, that Keep Marching song. I've been listening to it for like the last several weeks. That musical stuff is absolutely incredible. I want to welcome now to the stage a friend of the show. You don't understand, but you will. Mr. Chris Valenti, thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, V. Hi, how are you? I'm Chris Valenti. Now, you might know me as Daddy History on TikTok, but regardless, I'm here to talk to you about some important historical elements of American society. So, let's start off light. Have you ever heard of the military-industrial complex? Yeah. See, that term is thrown around a lot, but what does it mean? You see, the term military-industrial complex is referring to the relationship that a nation has between its government, its military, and its defense contractors. In the middle, we've got the military-industrial complex. So in order to understand that relationship here in the U.S., we're going to have to go back in time. You see, before World War I, the U.S., we bought most of our armaments from other nations, our allies like France. But once we saw just how deadly a global conflict could become, well, we felt suddenly compelled to increase our own weapon manufacturing sectors. See, this is why in the early 1900s, you begin to see the establishment of a lot of these major companies that hold power over the economy today. I mean, Lockheed Martin was founded in the 1910s to study airplanes and aerospace engineering. Raytheon in the 20s to study radio and communications. Halliburton to study oil and natural gas refineries. You see, the main players of wartime production begin to take the stage. And then, as we head into the 1930s, the U.S. is supposed to go through the Great Depression. And World War II, it's a looming threat. So American industry giants like Ford and General Motors, they begin to transition from making cars and truck parts to making tank and plane engines, Millions of these previously unemployed Americans, they start getting jobs in the wartime production sector. So then, when World War II finally kicks off and America brings the boom, American capitalist machines, we start to kick in full throttle. We're producing so much munitions, vehicles, ammo, food, that we're not only arming ourselves, but our allies too. The UK, Russia, Canada, they're all buying our weapons and accruing debt along the way. Now, meanwhile, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of our most decorated generals in U.S. history, well, he's witnessing the rise of this growing relationship between the wartime production sector and politicians in real time. We got Lyndon B. Johnson making millions of dollars from Vietnam. Bush and Cheney made millions of dollars from Kuwaiti oil fields during Desert Storm. It seeps all the way to the top. And as these companies begin employing more and more Americans, they're also beginning to increase the state GDP, which leads local politicians to endorse the expansion of these industries. You see, World War II, it laid the groundwork for lobbyists within the military-industrial complex. So then, General Eisenhower becomes President Eisenhower. And during his farewell address in '53, he tries to warn us about the potential disastrous rise of unwarranted power within the military-industrial complex.
Polls are closing.
The polls are closed!
We've got new states to call. We've got some updates. Chris, hold on. We're going to come right back to the military-industrial complex. Don't go anywhere because this is very important. Sorry to interrupt you, brother, but we've got a couple of states and some new key races where we can call the projected winner. And I do say projected winner because we got to wait until every vote is counted. But this is where, like I explained to you earlier, we kind of know which way it's going to go based on how many votes are left to be counted, how much of the vote is in, and what history looks like. So we're going to call Alabama for Trump. We knew that the crimson tide was going to come for Trump in Alabama. That came through. Mississippi has also gone for Trump, as well as Oklahoma, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Florida. Those are all projected to go Trump's way. Now, the path for a Harris victory always ran through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So having those out of the way doesn't necessarily change anything for her path to 270 because we were never counting on those states to be a part of that situation. Good news for the Harris camp. Connecticut, my home state, the Nutmeggers went for Harris. Rhode Island, the ghosts of the Kennedys came through, also went for Harris. Democratic stronghold there. Massachusetts, I'm sure Ed Markey is sipping some champagne right now, went for Harris. And Maryland went for Harris. which could be a little bit of a canary in the mine for how the race with Larry Hogan is going to go. Larry Hogan, the Republican down there, also running for office. And, you know, we're in a bit of a toss-up for his race. So Maryland went for Harris. All my friends from Frederick, Maryland watching, that's great. Have a crush in my honor. And Florida Senate, despite our best efforts, Rick Scott, it looks like, will be the incumbent senator for Florida, which means that he has taken out friend of the show, Debbie Marcastle Powell. She put up a great fight, but it looks like you're going to have Rick Scott for a little bit longer. I do have some more good news for you. North Carolina, your next governor will be Josh Stein. That means that a Democrat will keep the North Carolina governorship blue. That's a huge win and a really exciting development for us. So right now, we're going to update the counts so we let you know where we are on the road to 270. Again, remember, we talked about this. I know Lisa the news girl told you about this. There isn't a news creator on here who hasn't talked about what's called the red mirage and the blue mirage. The idea that early voting and some of the ways that we can like easily call certain states make it look like one person is just like shot off to the races. Stay calm, don't worry. The path for Kamala Harris has always been Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and she can pick up Georgia or North Carolina. Neither one of those has been called so far yet either. So nothing to worry about. Keep eating your pizza, relax, chill, or don't. Let's get him riled up again, Chris. Finish your story about the military.
My bad. Where was I? I was telling you, President Eisenhower, long story short, in 53, during his farewell address, he tries to warn us about the military-industrial complex. He tells us, he says, potential disastrous rise of unwarranted power. But what does that mean? You see, if these companies have to sell weapons to make profit, well, then it means they have a fiscal responsibility to ensure that there's conflict somewhere on the globe. Whether we're part of it or not, it doesn't matter as long as we're funding it. But that lays down a problem. Who pays for the consequences of funding wars across the planet? Well, the next generation does. I hope that was nice and lighthearted for you. V, back to you.
Thank you, Chris. I got to tell you, I really appreciate that. There's so many things that we hear about, right? Military-industrial complex. We don't understand it, and I'm so glad there's creators like Chris out there who can shout it at us, because you know how I learn? From shouting. So, next up, I want to thank our friends again from Amplify for making tonight possible. Amplify, powered by Way to Win, reaches voters online and on the ground with messages that work, and they've been so incredibly kind to me. I am so grateful to them. Election integrity is also a big deal tonight. Remember, we're going to count every single vote. But next, I think it's time for a little fresh pizza. What do you guys think? Yes, here comes Mary with a little bit more pizza for us. I hope we're getting more guests.
That's what happened.
Let's see what we got. Pizza to the Polls has been very good to us. And if you are in line right now, you're in a long line, you can check the graphic on the screen. You can go to the link in my bio, look up Pizza to the Polls. They're the ones sending us pizza tonight. They could be sending you pizza tonight if you are in a long line to vote. They do this for years now, and if you've already voted, you can donate to them to make sure that somebody else who's waiting in a long line can have a little bit of a snack. So let's see what kind of pizza they sent us this time and what kind of guests we're getting back next time. Oh, this is just a beautiful way to present the plates and napkins. We love to see it. And if you're in the chat, please remember, it's really super important that you tap, and I never ask for gifts, but if you could send roses or any kind of just like low-level gift, that really does help get the live pushed out to as many people as possible. And I can see right now that we are almost at 1 million likes. I know if you start tapping that screen right now, we could get to 2 million likes by the next break. And those kind of numbers really do matter to keeping this type of work funded. It's difficult to get people to believe in new media, but we have done it here. Now, this is your classic New York style pizza. Thin crust, looking good. I hope Sammy comes back out here. I think that's Sammy's favorite kind of pizza. But Pizza to the Polls, doing great by us today, making sure that we've got tons of food for everyone and for you as well. Now, I know that the pepperoni, okay.
I'm going to just say it in V's mic.
When it comes.
I'm just going to say it out loud.
We're hearing from Abbie something.
Hey, V, I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, great.
We hit 1 million likes on TikTok.
We hit 1 million likes on TikTok. It happened. Okay, thank you, Abbie. Also, are you guys more of like a flat pepperoni or a cup pepperoni? I think we should have a vote in the chat and see which one people vote for, because there's lots of things to vote for. Lots more than just what we're dealing with in terms of the national election, which of course is a huge deal. We've got another beautiful, she is delightful. Hopefully we get some guests out here. So far, I've really enjoyed hearing from Chi Ossé. I've enjoyed hearing from Amber Ruffin. We're gonna get Sammy back out here. You guys haven't even seen I Am Legally Hype out here yet. She's gonna give us the okay, so boom. And I've got another friend that I'm so excited to introduce to you. She's an award-winning American government teacher. She is a viral lawyer and author of the new book, The Small and the Mighty, that honestly, for the last couple weeks, because I got a little advanced copy, I have enjoyed just sort of like reading a little chapter at a time to ensure that those good vibes last and last and last. It's like when you're trying to watch your favorite show and you don't want to binge it too much because you just want it to never end. And she's going to be here to talk to us about misinformation and being a teacher. So Sharon, welcome to the show, friend.
You're doing a great job. I hope you're staying hydrated with all the salted pizza.
We have got, I haven't eaten the pizza yet. We've got the water.
Okay. Gotta stay hydrated.
See Sharon on the
night.
screen? Are you guys seeing Sharon?
I can see myself.
Okay, good. Well, Sharon, how's your election night going so far?
You know what? So far, relatively uneventful because there we go. There's nothing happening that's really out of the ordinary so far, right? Like we don't have any like oh my gosh, shocking news. So
you don't need to freak out.
No, everything is going basically as expected thus far.
Is this how it always is? Some of the southern states come in sooner, or is it because there's fewer people who live in some of these states, so it takes less time to count those votes versus like a super populous state like, you know, New York or something?
Well, when you have a high percentage of rural voting districts, those rural voting districts are able to report so much faster, right? Like if you have, you know, I live in a rural area, I live on a dirt road in a rural area, and so there are 4,000 people in my precinct that have to vote over the course of the entire day, plus all of the early voting, right? So it doesn't take nearly as long for those rural precincts to report as it does a huge city with a couple million people.
Right.
So it makes sense that some of these southern states like Alabama and Mississippi are faster to turn things around than others.
It's freaking the chat out, Shannon. So tell them again, we don't need to worry.
It's nothing that has happened so far. You can see the map behind V. Nothing that's happened so far is anything that's even remotely unexpected. Like this is all going exactly as we all anticipated it will go. So the polls here where I am in Minnesota have not even closed yet, right? So when you start getting into the central time zone, we still have at least 50-ish minutes or so before some of the polls close in the central time zone. So, and that's going to be coming in later in the evening. So this is all just, nothing is going in an unusual fashion tonight so far.
Good. I had high hopes for Florida, you know, on account of the villages and my parents going down and voting and whatnot. But I think what I'm going to be excited to learn about is, even if it didn't turn blue, how much more purple did it get? Like, what was that distribution? Did they gain points anywhere? Is that indicative that people are looking to turn the page, or for younger leadership or more progressive and whatnot? So I think we've got a lot more to learn afterwards. Now, another thing that folks are going to be faced with a ton tonight, and I know that you have spoken out a bunch about, is the misinformation that they could be seeing online. Can you talk a little bit about some misinformation they might expect to see?
Well, of course, the last election cycle was extremely full of misinformation, right? Like that's how my account even started, was debunking the copious amounts of misinformation online. Namely, I mean, beginning with the idea that somebody won the election who did not actually win the election. So I think it's likely that this type of misinformation of like, well, there was voter fraud, there were irregularities, that's certainly going to happen. That is, I can almost promise you that it's going to happen. So don't be surprised when people start making claims of voter fraud. That is like, that's already just like on the checklist of things for some people to do this evening.
Right.
You're also going to see other types of misinformation spread in which people are like, oh, well, my ballot didn't count in such and such place. And then that's just going to start to go viral, which is the intent. Of course, you also have to keep in mind that there are foreign bad actors who want to sow distrust in the United States electoral system, foreign bad actors like China and Russia, whose goal is to amplify these kinds of messages, and in some cases to create fabricate these kinds of messages and then through their process of, bot farms, et cetera, be able to grow them in the algorithms at lightning speed. So I would just tell people, expect that it will happen and don't be surprised when it does. And I know you're going to be out here doing everything you can to make sure that people are getting the correct information, verified information. I'm going to be doing the same. All of the other creators that you're working with all have a role in making sure that people have accurate information. But the bottom line is don't believe random stuff you see on the internet that does not have any kind of verifiable proof that's being reported by multiple trustworthy sources. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Don't believe your comments. That's where they're doing most of the misinformation now. They've learned that, like, yeah, sure, we can make misinformation, and people are sort of clocking that. So now we're in the comments saying things that aren't even necessarily body comments. Like, we reported on a Russian bot campaign that was just going into creators' profiles and saying, hey, this person used to be good, but now I don't trust them. And it would just be constant on some of, like, your favorite creators. And then other people are like, well, why don't you? And, the bot never responds, but then other people, start jumping in with a new opinion and more bots, and it's mayhem. Something that folks have been asking, though, is like, back in 2020, Trump notoriously claimed victory at like 10:30 p.m. or 2 a.m. or something super early, and it was obviously not true. How is it legal? How is it legal to outright lie about things pertaining to the U.S. election or making claims of like winning an election when you don't?
Yeah, that's a question I've been asked a lot of times. Like, is it legal to lie? And in the cases of political speech, there are very few restrictions on what you're allowed to do. So for example, there's far greater restrictions on if you're trying to advertise a product. You're not allowed to make false and misleading claims about what this product does, for example.
Right.
That's because we have consumer protection laws. But when it comes to political speech, which is, I believe I won this election, I think that I should have been declared the winner in such and such state, those kinds of statements are generally regarded as protected political speech. Now, where the line can sometimes get crossed is when somebody is attempting to break the law with their speech. So, for example, when Trump called Brad Raffensperger in the state of Georgia saying, I need to find 11,000 votes, that potentially crosses the line into election interference and potentially crosses the line into breaking the law. But just saying things like, I believe I won this election, we're declaring victory, those usually fall within the realm of protected political speech.
That is nuts. Sharon, with the couple minutes that we have left with you, can you tell us just a little bit about your book, The Small and the Mighty?
That's so nice. And thank you for reading it.
Yes.
Thank you for reading it. Also, you should read the acknowledgments.
I know. Thank you.
It's a book about unsung Americans. It's unsung Americans who changed the course of history. People who were people like you, people who didn't have billions of dollars, didn't have daddy's money, wasn't on a ballot, didn't have the family connections, people who just kept putting one foot in front of the other, who kept doing the next needed thing, people who made an incredible difference, made the country different through their efforts, and whose names are often not in the history books. They're not the bold-faced names that you see when you are reading your 11th grade U.S. history textbook.
Like Miss Inez Mulholland. We hear about Susan B. Anthony, but we don't hear about Inez.
That's right, exactly. We don't hear about so many important suffrage workers who sacrificed their entire lives to make sure that women around the country have the right to easily and quickly access the polls on Election Day.
I appreciate you so much, Sharon. Check out Sharon. Tell folks where they can find you online.
You can find me on Instagram at Sharon Says So. You can go to my website, SharonMcMahon.com, and all the things are linked there.
I love it. Thank you, Sharon, for being a friend for all these years and for your information tonight. I feel a lot better. Thank you.
Yes, I'll see you soon.
All right. Are we going back to the Electoral College? Yeah. So we were thinking we might finish out telling you a little bit about the Electoral College, but I don't know. Where are you guys at with that? Right now, the Electoral College is sitting at 95 votes for Trump and 35 votes for Harris. So let me tell you just a little bit about the modern electoral college and how that shakes out. Now you have a state, it's basically based on how many congressional districts there are plus your senators. That's how they decide how many electoral college votes each state gets. So if I'm going to explain it like Alaska versus California, right? They're both huge states. They both have massive land masses, but Alaska only has 750,000 people and California has millions and millions and millions in several districts. So in Alaska, I think they have like 4 electoral college votes, 3 or 4. And that's because they get 2, 1 for each senator and 1 for their district. So that's how that shakes out, because they only have 1 congressional district, and then in California it's 2 for each senator and 1 for each congressional district. So once that gets put into place, those electors, like how do you get to be on the Electoral College? Typically you're a party loyalist or you're a major donor. And the only time we find out which electors are going to the big vote is after the popular vote. So you do have some control on the Electoral College for folks who were unclear on this, okay? We vote in the popular vote, and that determines which slate of electors the state is supposed to send to this special vote that the Electoral College does. Now, can people from the Electoral College who are supposed to vote for the Democrat vote for the Republican? Yes, it's called being a fallen elector. It doesn't really happen. It would be very frowned upon because, again, each state's party is picking the people that they're going to send, and the only reason that they get seated is after the popular vote. So you don't have to worry too much about that. Electoral college votes are something that we're not going to get away from, and we have to get to 270. So we've got to get to 270, and like I said, going through Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin is going to be the path for anybody. As soon as somebody gets to 270, that typically means that they will be the next president of the United States. We are still a ways away from knowing that number. I will get more back into the Electoral College if you want me to. You can let me know in the chat. It's a very boring, outdated way to do things, but it doesn't completely disrespect the popular vote. So again, our elections are free and fair and safe, and we have to believe that, and there's even a check and balance on something as terrible as the Electoral College, so don't worry about that. Next, I want to welcome somebody who's another lawyer. We got a lot of lawyers tonight. You know her online as Elizabeth Booker Houston. She is a comedian, an amazing political creator, and really genuinely like one of my favorite people. Elizabeth, hello. What's going on, Booker?
Hey.
How's it going? Thanks for being here.
Hello.
She's up from DC. She's up from DC. Grab a seat.
Yeah.
There's pizza if you want some.
Oh, I just had some.
It's good. Is it good?
It's delicious.
I know, it's New York. How could it be bad?
It's good. It's good stuff.
Booker, how's it going out there?
Man.
I'm just sweating for Jesus in here. Well, for democracy.
I mean, pretty much. So DC is very locked down right now. Lots of streets blocked off and everything like that.
Oh, right. Is that scary, though? That happens all the time in DC.
No, it happens all the time. It's just frustrating because I can't get to the store.
I know. Oh, my gosh. When we did the NATO conference,
yeah,
it was nuts. I had to go like 17 streets down and around because they put checkpoints out. So for folks who are seeing the barricades up in DC, you're from there. This happens all the time. Why does it happen all the time?
Because there's always a bunch of people coming in who I guess are really, really important. I don't know.
People are kooky bananas, and they
pretty much. And I'm just like, man, I gotta get to school pickup.
I know, right? These old buildings in DC. They can't deal with too much flooding. So, all right. Well, tell us. How are you feeling about tonight?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful.
I voted for a black woman. I'm excited.
I'm ready. I feel like I put some good energy in the universe. Took my baby to the White House for Halloween dressed as a coconut.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did they freak out? Did they love it?
Yeah. Everybody loved the little baby coconut.
I love that.
So bringing that coconut energy,
I know. I was coconut pilled so early on. It was so much fun. I've been a big Kamala fan for a long time, especially since her policies have just benefited me.
Yeah.
So I've always been a fan of her policies before I really had any idea who she was as a person. But writing the prosecutorial way to like overcome the gay panic defense, the ways that she said, you must start the marriages, like. This is just a person who's very like no nonsense, but also calm about things that are very intense.
Super intense. And you talk about like policies that benefit you. Same thing. Like when she talked about wanting to cap childcare costs for families at 7% of income, I'm like, yes, please, for the love of God.
Yeah.
Do you know how much childcare costs in the DC area?
No, I know what it costs in Connecticut, and I know both my brother-in-law and sister have to work, and it's still like crazy.
It's like around $2,200 a month for one kid for like basic daycare.
Wow, that's like a whole other rent.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they said it.
I mean, we want to pay people what they're worth, but it's like, no, who can afford
we need
this?
something subsidized. So childcare has now surpassed the cost of housing in all 50 states. Like with the averages, so not just in DC.
That tracks. So yeah, what could we do? The child tax credit.
The child tax credit. She wants to propose an additional $6,000 in tax credit to families. Like I said, capping, your child care cost to 7% of your income. Also making sure to give good funding to programs like Head Start and other things
SNAP,
like that that are going to help.
all that
all
stuff
of that.
matters.
All of that makes a huge difference. So it's nice to hear from a candidate who is talking in ways it's like, you see me as a person. You see me and my friends and my family as a human being.
That's how I felt too.
Yeah.
Because you know that people are like, well, she's pandering to you for. I'm like, good. Beg me for my vote. Because I really want those policies. I want to give you my vote, and I want to give it to you knowing that you're going to follow through. It's we made a deal, right? You promised me something. I gave you what I had in exchange, and together we hopefully go forward and get that work done.
Yeah.
That's all we're asking for. That's democracy.
Exactly.
Now you write jokes about this stuff, though.
All the time.
How do you make it funny? I just came out from under the desk, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm still like in a very protected space.
So last night was the finale of my tour.
Oh yeah,
we
tell
made
us about it.
Yeah, the Together We Might political town hall tour.
Together we might.
Together we might. That was my political slogan. My co-host Jasmine Burton and I. She is also a Black female lawyer comedian in the D.C. area. She is also a Howard grad, and she's really proud of that. She said today, she's like, I voted for another Black female lawyer who also graduated from Howard.
Some people are trying to get in the Kamala Harris Howard event tonight, and I was like, I have no sway on that. I don't know what to tell you.
People were calling me while I was at LaGuardia when my plane landed. I'm like, I'm in New York.
You're
I cannot help
I'm going to a banana wallpapered set for tonight. Yeah.
But we had a great time. We had the finale, and it was in D.C. It was almost sold out. It was packed in the room. It was great. We had some interesting guests come. We had in the audience a climate activist from Germany, even Louise Newbar. Yeah, so that was pretty cool.
I love that.
Yeah. So
what makes people want to laugh at scary stuff, you think?
Because they say laugh to keep from crying. That's a very real thing, and so it's people like dark humor. People really like to see folks punch up instead of punch down, and that's why I say that white cis men in power are the butt of most of my jokes, and it works very well.
They can take it. The power balance is there. They've been good sports. They're doing okay.
I tell a joke about how politics sucks because white men don't die like they used to. And it never fails that there will be an entire row of just old white guys who are like, yeah,
they're with you, right? Because we're all in on the joke together. Well, we have a little something fun for you to do.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a game. Gina's back with a game. Mm-hmm. Tell me, what are we going to do?
I think we're doing an awards,
come on, go. You're going to go over
I think
there.
you're my co-host for this one.
I am your co-host.
Okay. All right, it's game time.
All right, where do you want me?
Oh, you're perfect right there.
Perfect.
All right, folks, we are going to play a game called the Election Needle Mover Awards, where we are going to commemorate the make it or break it moments that drastically changed the election.
Yes.
First up, we have Nancy Pelosi for getting someone 3 years older than her to retire.
Yeah, allegedly, she's the person behind Biden dropping out, right?
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
And is also being very mob boss about it.
Yes.
And I think it's great because she's finally getting the credit now that she got for helping the ACA get passed.
Yeah.
Which was really, and then my centrists, as we say in her career history, they're centrists, they're progressives, and then they're winners. And then it's Nancy Pelosi.
There you go. So also up for an award tonight, Matt Gaetz's Botox injector for demonstrating that Republicans are not conservative in all elements of life, and also what beautiful gender-affirming care he's chosen for himself.
Yep, not a soul knew what he was talking about at the RNC, and that's how we like it.
Yeah, public service deterring people from Botox. Look at that.
Yeah, had a little bit of a Temu Jim Carrey, but it's okay. All right, up next, we have the Kennedy curse for deciding to do a funny one. JFK Jr. in 2010 managed to admit that a worm got into my brain and ate a portion of it and then died.
Yeah, interesting. He admitted it himself in a divorce hearing to try to lower the alimony payments.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then New York Times got a hold of it, and the libertarian Ratatouille was born.
Yeah.
And then also honorable mention for Jack Schlossberg, another Kennedy, for posting his way out of the Kennedy curse so far.
Yeah, that's family legacy reverse psychology right there.
We think he's going to make it.
Yeah. And finally, of course, you know, as the comedian, I've got to talk about Tony Hinchcliffe for having such a bad set that it made Florida a swing state again.
Yeah. A little bit of Al Gore vengeance.
Yeah. So, racist joke that led to Bad Bunny Avenger Assemble scene of Puerto Rican artists to endorse Harris. That was pretty good.
The kicker was this was largely a response to Harris going to Texas and having a very successful rally there, without the fact that Harris was there to support Colin Allred and Trump was in New York for absolutely no reason whatsoever.
Exactly. All right.
Well, those are the awards. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Gina.
Yeah,
it was good.
Thank you, guys. That was very awesome. Thank you. I love the games. I feel like the games make it fun, right? It's a little something different. And I love Elizabeth. We're hopefully going to have her back a little bit later in the show. If you're not here, the best place to be is in the green room of the show, where we have so many of your favorite TikTokers and different celebrities and just like members of the elected community just kikiing, chatting, and having some pizza. And maybe I did this wrong. Maybe I should have had them be in here with me, but no, I'm glad to be here with you guys. I want to give you a quick update. We know that Kamala Harris tonight chose to have her final night at Howard University, her alma mater, to be with her sorors and her community and make sure that, you know, no matter how tonight goes, she will be wrapped in love and joy and celebration. And I think that's so incredible. So I was looking while we were on the break to see where Trump was tonight, and it appears that Trump and RFK Jr. are watching the debate or the election results roll in together, which is so interesting. Less kind of like cheerful, I suppose, but you know, you are who you're friends with. I don't know where Elon is tonight. Maybe we'll find that out. And I'm sure we'll see more from the different campaigns as we kind of start to see those results roll in. A couple other things. We don't have results on the Larry Hogan versus also Brooke yet. We know that Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan is ahead right now, which is fantastic. I'm very excited about that. And for our next trick, we're bringing back our friend, Chris Valenti, to tell us something else. Chris, what do you got for us? What can we learn today?
Thanks, B. See, welcome back, everybody. You're just in time. We were going to talk about the party switch. Now, see, when I say the party switch, I'm referring to a century-long period in which the main political parties of the United States, the Republicans and the Democrats, had a fundamental swap in their beliefs and values. So, in order to understand this, we're going to have to go back in time again. You see, the Republican Party was founded in 1854, and they gained most of their popularity in northern states, right? See, Democrats, they had popularity in the southern states. I know it's confusing, but you see, after Republican President Abraham Lincoln and the northern states had won the Civil War, the identity of the Republican Party, it became the anti-slavery Northern Party. And the identity of the Democrats became the pro-slavery Southern Party. Very confusing considering today's political climate. But you see, things began to change starting in the Progressive era between 1890 and 1920. You see, both political parties started to adopt more progressive policies like civil rights, women's suffrage, and supporting unions. Now, see, this was acceptable for Northern voters who were historically anti-slavery, but it did start to drive a wedge among the Southern voters who were historically pro-slavery. So, as we head into the 1930s, the United States is suffering from the Great Depression, as we talked about earlier. Millions of Americans are becoming unemployed under Republican leadership, Northern Republican leadership. And it leads to millions of Americans turning to the Democrats, including millions of African Americans, right? So the Democrats, they gain power. They elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right? Now, FDR, he comes up with a plan. He's going to fix the economy, and it's called the New Deal. He's going to employ millions of Americans across the nation in this democratic coalition. But the problem for Southern Democrat voters was that those millions of African Americans... Oh, we've got another election call.
We've got a state
The polls have closed.
The polls have closed. closed and we've got another state call. Stay there though, Chris, because we're going to come right back to you in a quick second. We have a new result in. I wanted to let you know that there are two things happening in line right now. The Harris campaign is apparently having celebrities FaceTime folks who are still in line so that they stay in line and stay entertained. There's also a lot of DJs at polling places, making sure that this is a fun and democratic and exciting thing. I think that's been different to this election. And we can also call Arkansas now. We know that Arkansas is predicting to go to Trump. Now, again, like we said, the red mirage was going to come, and nothing has been what we didn't think it was going to be, but Arkansas has gone for Trump. We're also looking at a ballot initiative from Florida. Florida's marijuana referendum lost. Unfortunately, it did not reach the 60% threshold required, so marijuana will have to wait in Florida as it stands right now. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Chris is going to finish his rant. Enjoy a little bit of something different now.
One time. All right, Treasure, blow on it. Here we go. Yes, come on. Look at that. That was a good one, man. Again.
What are we doing here, fellas? We gotta start this rally.
Why? I ain't running.
This is important. Focus.
Hey, Davey. So, what do you say?
I say, what you say is what I say.
Tell him, Jack.
The USA needs our assistance, so here's their orders and I quote.
Tell everyone in spitting distance to get up off their duffs and vote.
What's voting got to do with me?
Hey, when you vote, you get your say.
I say what I want now.
Hey, running your mouth don't change nothing, Spot.
But when you vote, your voice is heard.
Now, who wants to go where?
Hit the street in all directions.
Let's make freedom ring.
What if some folks got objections? Tell them, boys,
we sing. Yeah, we'll be out there carrying the message far and wide. Don't just sit there, leaving it for others to decide.
Contribution.
Read the Constitution.
Be part of the solution.
And get out there. Now the call to one and all and vote, 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 vote.
Now is the time to seize the day. Think of tomorrow, seize today.
As it connects us to our history of hard-won liberty. To have a say. You got the right to have a say. Head to the polls, we'll lead the way. Head to the polls, we'll lead the way. When we make choices, votes are our voices. On election day, help write the future. And when we're done, out of many will be out of.
everyone, Anat Chair, Research and Messaging Lead on the Amplify project, here to get you into your election night and week groove. The most important thing to remember about this wild roller coaster that we're all boarding is to project calm confidence. We got this. Our messaging goal, as soon as we are done with our GOTV, ensuring every single vote is cast and every single voice is heard, is to repeat loudly and often, count every vote. That's how we ensure the will of the people prevails. We know that just like in elections past, MAGA Republicans are going to be up to their same old shenanigans because they have one play and they repeat it over and again. They lose, they lie, they lash out. But here in America, voters decide, voters pick our leaders. Our leaders don't pick their voters. And that's why when MAGA Republicans try to sow chaos and stir up trouble and create fear and spread lies about this election, we never ever take the bait and we don't repeat those lies. Instead, we calmly declare, you know what, toddler's gonna tantrum, but in this election, voters will decide. Remember, we've held elections for hundreds of years, through wars, through depression, before we had iPhones. And every time we manage to cast our votes, have them counted, and ensure the will of the people prevails. This time is absolutely no different. So when you hear anyone preemptively declaring victory, here's what you can say. All campaign long, politicians have their say, and on election night, voters have ours. People have turned out to ensure that Kamala Harris is our next president, and we will swear her in.
And we're back, friends. What an exciting time. I love those Broadway songs. I gotta tell you, Stuff's the Musical, oh, it'll heal what's wrong with you. We've got more Broadway and more performances coming. But first, we gotta let the shouty Italian finish his shouting. Don't eat the crayons.
Yeah, just
What are you,
red's
a
my
Marine?
favorite flavor. I'm sorry. All right, guys, see, while we were gone, I drew the U.S. for you. I know it kind of looks like Noah's Ark. Doesn't matter. See, we were in the Great Depression here before we cut off, right? And during the Great Depression, right, the Democrats end up gaining power. And they elect Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right, FDR. And he comes up with a plan to fix the economy. It's called the New Deal, right? He's going to employ millions of Americans across the nation in this Democratic coalition. But there's a problem for these Southern Democrat voters who were historically pro-slavery. And that problem was that millions of African Americans were going to be working side by side with them, with these Southern white voters. So that wedge from earlier, it begins to drive even deeper with the Southern Democrat Party. So as we fast forward, we get into the post-World War II era. And this is when we start to see rapid change. I mean, the U.S. is bringing the boom, right? And from the 40s to the 60s, we see massive civil rights movements. Landmark cases like Brown versus Board of Education, right? Segregation is deemed unconstitutional. Now, for a lot of these Southern voters who would historically vote Democrat, that was it. They wouldn't even use the name Democrat. So they come up with their own term, the Dixiecrats, in reference to their pro-segregation policies. Now, we start to see the final nails driven into the coffin for the Southern Democratic voters between the 70s and 1999. Y2K, baby. While Democrat politicians continue to advocate for progressive policies, Richard Nixon runs as a Republican, and he comes up with this plan called the Southern Strategy, a plan to appease to these white Southern voters who genuinely feel disenfranchised by the civil rights movement. Meanwhile, the Democrat-controlled Supreme Court passes Roe v. Wade in 1974, identifying the Democratic Party as the party that supports a woman's right to bodily autonomy. That was the final nail in the coffin for these white evangelical voters in the South. And with Nixon representing their values, they finally had a party to identify with after nearly 100 years. And that's when we start to see the inception of the parties that we know today. All in all, the party switch is a fundamental part of U.S. history. It didn't happen in a day, it didn't happen in a year, it didn't even happen in a decade. It was a slow process, nearly a century long, of progressive values becoming more popular. The lesson that should be learned is that party beliefs and ideals can and will change over time. It is up to you the voter, to decide whether you want to abandon ship or not.
And go get some coffee. V, where you hop in right now?
Oh my gosh. We had to talk about Roe v. Wade. I mean, it's the thing that's driving the election right now. Will folks who come out for bodily autonomy be able to put Harris on top, be able to replace senators like who are anti-choice, like Ted Cruz for Colin Allred? We got a lot of stuff going on. But my favorite thing going on right now is my bestie, Miss Abbie. I am legally hype. Okay, so Boom is in the house.
Boom,
What's going on?
Hi, bestie.
Hi, bestie. I gotta tell you guys, Abbie was like, look, I've been on the road a lot. You've seen her. She's been working. She's a working girl, working for democracy. And they were like, okay, she's gonna Zoom in from Georgia. I was like, no. She has to be here in person. And we called you like 2 days ago, and you were like,
Literally.
I will get on the next plane.
I said, whatever my bestie wants, I'm going to be there.
Because we started our creator journey together at the White House, like, what, 3 years ago? It was the craziest thing.
How time flies,
When
right?
we were like, why did they invite us here?
But we rocked it.
We
and
did.
We killed it, and we're doing even better now. So
We are.
Thank you. And it brought us together as besties.
It did.
I love it.
And we've done a lot of stuff. We've got you know, all kinds of wins throughout the last couple of years. So tell folks, okay, epic election.
Yes.
When we first, back in the summer, we were like, I'm worried about Biden.
Absolutely.
I'm worried. Yeah. And then there was the flip.
Yeah.
Came to Harris.
Yeah.
And you straight off were like, this country does not know what she's going to bring to the table. Like, they have never seen anything like what the support in the community and the culture that's about to come to this campaign.
I remember
How do you think it's
texting.
gone?
I think you see the excitement, you see the energy, right? And I remember texting you like, oh, honey, that's Divine 9 right there.
That's what she said,
We're
yes.
pulling up, right?
Yes.
We're pulling up in Groves,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's going to happen. And you don't really know that community unless you are a part of a Greek organization, and specifically in the Divine 9, to know we don't play, okay? When it's one of ours, we pulls up.
Well, tell folks who might not know what the Divine 9 is. What is that?
So the Divine 9 is basically the collective of the African American fraternities and sororities, right? So there are 9 in total. And so as we've learned, the pink and green, Kamala Harris is a sister of Alpha Kappa Alpha, right?
Yep.
I happen to be a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
Okay, Delta.
Right, you know?
Okay.
So that's why I say, like, even though we're in different orgs, like, it is a community, it is a family, it is, you know, a collective.
Yeah.
And so I knew immediately, immediately that, like, oh, you know, you got to fan it off. It's getting hot in
I
here.
know. They just brought us a fan.
Oh, we appreciate it.
I know. So the Divine 9.
Yes. So anyways, I was saying, I knew immediately, like, oh, this is our move. And as you see, Kamala Harris had, what, 100 days to get it together?
She did.
And what
They
has she
said
done?
it's not going to happen. And then here she was.
And here she was.
It was like immediate. And it started with those phone calls, right? It was like
the Zoom calls,
yeah,
remember?
Black Women for Harris was the first.
And then who came next?
And then White Women for Harris came.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we were talking and you were like, okay, listen, this is amazing, but they better pull up with some donations, right?
Yes.
And they did.
And they raised the money and they did it.
I loved those calls. I really thought, they gave me this fan and now I'm like so consumed by it. They're like, don't put it near your microphone.
Honey,
I don't know
because
if
you're hot right now. You know how many people watching you live right now?
We got a lot of people watching. We could watch me lose myself in this fan right now. And they were like, okay. And then I started to panic, right? Yeah. Because I have been caught being a white lady around you. And I was like, I cannot be caught white ladying around again, okay?
Please don't
Our
be
friendship
ashy.
is based on, we were at the White House and she says to me, do you have any lotion? And I was like, no. And she's like, you don't keep lotion in your day bag? And I was like, no. And you gave me lotion. You were like, do not let me catch you out
Without
here
the lotion.
again.
I mean that. And to this day, I love when you send
And
me
it
like
said
text
charity
messages.
pot on it. And I was like, of course, you know, we look out for each other.
But that's a bomb lotion, though.
It's a very good lotion. Yeah, from Lush. It was very high end. I was like, okay, this person really wants to be my friend.
Girl, because I could have gave you some Vaseline.
I know. And then when you were like, okay, look, we're doing the White Lady for Harris calls. Are you going to be on them? Are you going to see what's going on? I was like, I am in fact suspending my gender entirely so I can get on all the calls because I need to know what's going on in all the calls. I was so jealous of white dudes for Harris. I want to know what they were talking about. I was like all involved in everything. And I got to tell you, I think there was so many people who for the first time really felt included and also a responsibility to like complete the assignment. As so many people have said, I completed the assignment. You
As
know?
y'all should, and I hold y'all to the fire.
Yeah.
Because we talk about women's suffrage all the time, right? Especially speaking of the Divine Nine. My soror stood in the back of the line
That's
for
right.
women's suffrage, right? To make sure that women had the right to vote. But it was always this notion of like, it's not y'all turn yet. Black women, it's not y'all turn yet, right? So the challenge for me was, okay, it's our turn. We're at the front of the line.
That's
what
right.
y'all gonna do?
Right.
We helped you.
That's
help
right.
us all help each other.
That's
and I
right.
think it also shows how powerful just as women we
Yeah.
really are, right? When we stand together collectively, or non-binary and everybody else, too,
Everybody.
don't get me wrong.
Everybody's a
Don't get
girl
me
on
wrong.
this show
I'm
right now. We're all girlfriends.
And I love to text you instead because I have the bad habit of being like, girl, and I'd be like, babe.
And I'm like, no, there's nothing better than when you call me sis or girl. I'm like, that's acceptance right there. That's true love. That's bestie friendship vibe. Oh, guess what? We got an update. We do have a race to call. It's the top dog. Dottie Ginger Snap has won with 70% of the vote. It's a landslide. Our top dog is Dottie Ginger Snap, the baby of the family. Congratulations to Dottie. It looks like we'll be splitting 60% of our meals with her, and in fact, bedtime will be 9 p.m. So congratulations to Dottie, and thank you to everyone who voted. Like 500 people voted.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that incredible?
See?
Big wins for tonight.
Congratulations to Dottie.
So yeah, so what are you looking at when it comes to like now, like tonight? What would be considered a win for you tonight? Other than, of course, Harris winning.
I was going to say, Harris
I know.
winning. I think we've already won, right? And I say that because look at the
Say
number.
that again.
I think we've already won.
Say it again. That feels...
I think we have, okay, so boom. We have already won.
That's right.
We've already won. And I say that though because look at the number of people who came out to early vote.
Right.
Right? Look at the number of people who came out who probably normally don't do politics,
Right.
have been politicking left and right, talking to their friends, talking to their family, right? People who normally maybe probably didn't vote, or people who normally voted one way are voting another way.
So many new voters.
So many new voters, right? The conversations are happening. Like the energy is electric, right?
Yeah.
I think we've already won. So for me, it's like also seeing the American people be politically engaged once again, but in an enthusiastic way, right? Like I feel like we've been kind of dreading it for a little bit. Like it's been a little tired, and people were kind of like, I just have to do this again, right?
I know.
And this year, it's like you see women crying on their videos, right? Like on TikTok, right? Like I voted for a woman, and I voted for a black woman, right? The conversation is happening now where like black women, we're realizing like as young as we are the first generation of women in our family to actually have the right to vote.
That's right. You know, so many people don't think about that, and you and I have talked about this at length, of course. I grew up in Connecticut, okay, like most people. They spent, like, if you grew up in New England, 90% of your education was on the colonies and, like, Plymouth Rock, okay? We spent a lot of time on the Rock. So much time on the Rock. So much time on the Rock that we never got to, like, the Voting Rights Act. We never got to what a Jim Crow laws or what it all meant. Because they were kind of like, that's the South. And you'll probably never go there. You'll go as far as New York if you grew up in Connecticut, and that's as far as you'll go, or maybe to Boston. They were like, you don't need to know that. Let's talk about how nutmeg is important to our state. Like I feel like my public education was so good on my state. I feel like, you know, and I think that's something that there's room for improvement in now is like, we are a more national public to say like, okay, why didn't black women get the right to vote until 1965?
Right.
Like when my mom was born, black women couldn't vote. My mother, one generation, when your mother was born, black women couldn't vote. Like that's just like crazy. And they're like, no, they got the vote in 1920. And I'm like, Ida B. Wells has something to say about that. And that is, no, they didn't. So, you know, this was the discourse that was going on online where people were like, you shouldn't vote, you shouldn't vote. And they're like, how are you going to tell people who just got to vote in the last 14 of 52 elections that they're not going to vote?
And that are still fighting for an active right to vote, right?
Yeah, there's still voter suppression. There's still all kinds of stuff going on.
We're seeing it even in the year of 2024 in this most recent election, right? Like I reside in Georgia right now, and we saw people not getting their ballots, right? Their mail-in ballots.
That's why Neme's not here. Neme was supposed to be here tonight. She did some pre-records for us because she was like, I want to, you know, I know this is important. She wanted to be here so much, but she had to she's one of the 3,000 people in Cobb County, one county, who didn't get their ballot mailed to them.
Right.
That's voter suppression. That's Jim Crow stuff.
Think about
That's
it.
icky.
It's disgusting, and we're fighting against it. But I think that's why our vote right now is so powerful.
Matters.
And even to talk about, like, you know, your education and where you're from and what you learned about, right? That also shows the power of social media. Because who would have thought? Little black girl from California.
I know.
Right?
Who started with OK So Boom?
Who started with OK So Boom? And look at us now.
I know, we made it.
And we're learning from each other, and we're sharing with one another, and we're enjoying like this space, as different as we are, right? We find out that morally, like, we're the same. We all just want to be happy and live a good life, right? And love on others. And so I think like it's powerful.
That division that they try to say is out there of like some sort of like perceived hierarchy, it just wasn't. I mean, we've been on the road the last 5 months. We've been in different cities and states and talked to all different kind of people.
Yeah.
The second that you give people like a group activity, it's awkward for like a couple minutes, and then they get into it, and then you're like bonded as this new group of people. Like, I would have never thought that you and Jolly would be best friends either, right? This big redhead from the Appalachian area who's in the Army, and that's like your bestie. We love you, Jolly. I know Jolly's watching.
Yes.
Shout out to Jolly,
Shout
who
out
put
to
in so much
Jolly.
work, but like,
absolutely,
that would have never happened before, you know?
Never.
Well, what's your message to people to give them a little bit of joy tonight? You're gonna be here with me all night because Abbie is my emotional support.
And I'm here to provide it, and I will do my job. Let's see, a little bit of joy. Well, we have something fun. I have something fun up my sleeve to bring some happiness too.
Stick around. We've got something fun happening.
With that, I mean, this is joy. We're at a pizza party.
I know.
On election night.
I know.
Right? You got on your banana tie.
We're ready.
Like,
I know.
How much joyful can it get? But also, I want to say, stay positive, right?
Yeah.
Stay positive. And if you voted, you know you did your job, right? And that's what matters the most at the end of the night. You did your job. Let's just wait.
There's rest in that. Rest is resistance. Rest is celebratory. I love it. Abbie, we're going to let you go grab some more pizza. Abbie will be back in just a little bit. I'm so excited. We'll see you in a bit. We're going to play some more games with Abbie. She'll be here all through the night. So, you know, I do think that we're going to get to a celebration point. Now, next, I want to welcome Catherine Markowitz, who is the director of Broadway Votes and responsible for bringing us so many fun things today. So good to see you.
Thank
How are
you. You too. I'm going to hand these to you.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Catherine, I love your sweater.
Oh, thank you.
Can we zoom in on the sweater? Have we seen Catherine's sweater?
There it is.
Tell us what it says.
It says keep marching.
And what is that reference to?
It is a reference to the musical Suffs.
My new favorite.
It's the best.
I'm obsessed.
Yes, one of the only shows on Broadway playing tonight.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
On election night. I
know.
love that. Of course it is.
Of course.
Tell us a little bit more about Broadway Votes.
Yeah, so Broadway Votes is we're in our inaugural year, nonpartisan initiative to mobilize the theater industry at large across the country to inspire theatergoers and fans to get out and vote.
And how has it gone?
Great. It's been an amazing first year. I feel really lucky. We've released 2 amazing videos and registered like over 5,000 people to vote this year, and have amazing partnerships, and it's just been like a really wonderful thing. And the industry has really, the theater industry has really resonated with it, and it's been wonderful.
I love that. As a former theater kid myself, I always felt like if you saw Newsies as a kid, you're probably a good adult.
Yes, I would agree with that sentiment.
You learned the lesson, right? Like, nobody sides with Mr. Pulitzer if you watch Newsies as a kid. Everybody wants to be Jack Kelly. So we're gonna play a little song, a little game.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I cannot get over how much I love this shirt. Here we go. So the game is called What Is This Historical Person's I Want song, okay?
Okay.
And so, Abbie, you're gonna have to give me more direction on the game. First up.
You're just here to try to figure out their I Want song. Take any musical you want.
Okay. So what musical do you think that these particular presidents would say is their favorite? Okay. So and maybe what song? So I guess it could be what musical is their favorite, or what song from a musical might be like their karaoke go-to.
Okay.
Like when they're Marie's Chrysosing.
That's what they're gonna
You know what I
sing.
mean? They're at the drag bar. It's getting too late, and they're like, "I have to sing Broadway. I must."
Okay. Like what resonates with them?
What would it be?
Okay,
yeah.
great.
What do you think it would be? Okay.
Okay,
So the
I'm
first
ready.
one is Teddy Roosevelt.
Okay. Teddy Roosevelt.
What do we think would be his big Broadway song?
So I'm split.
Yeah.
Okay, on one hand, I think it could be Seize the Day from Newsies.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Right?
I'll
Like
give you that.
as a fair, progressive.
Yes.
Or it could be somewhere that's green, from Little Shop of Horrors.
You think?
I think like as a conservationist, national parks.
Oh my gosh,
like
you're
that
so right.
side of him.
What if it's like Giant in the Sky?
Oh.
Or My Own Little Corner. Like it's like a Jack and the Beanstalks.
I
Into the
love
woods.
that. I mean, anything Into the Woods.
There are giants in the sky.
Oh my gosh, now I'm gonna start
I
crying.
know, right? Okay, you know what else? Okay, should I save it? Wait, I'm gonna cheat. Should I save my other one?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna save it. I'll tell you what I think the next one could possibly be, because I think some of the founding fathers have a little bit of crossover with some of the older folks.
Okay.
Is this? We have some young pictures of some of these people. This is not a picture I've ever seen of him. Is this really Ben Franklin? No way.
I think.
Who is this? Is this Herbert Hoover?
Yeah.
All right, Herbert Hoover. We've got him out of order here. This is a group effort. This is a group project. Cheat. Herbert Hoover.
I mean, there's a song in
He's my
Annie
dream Ben
called "We'd Like to Thank You, Herbert Hoover."
I know.
I don't think he would like it very
He would
much.
not like that. But yeah, Annie resonates.
I mean, I think if he's gonna like let out his dance side, I would say the rich man's frug.
Oh my God, could you picture him in Ohio? Is
Yeah.
that where he's from? Ohio?
I actually don't know the answer
I
to
think
that.
he's from Ohio.
Maybe Ohio.
We're gonna ask. Let's see. What would Herbert Hoover? What's like a musical? I feel like he'd be that guy who tries to be like, I like this musical you've never heard of. Like he'd be like, well, my favorite song to sing is Luann from 35 Millimeter. You probably don't even know it. It's really conceptual. Yeah.
Right. Or is he like? Or is he a like, I saw Hamilton at the Public?
He's definitely, I saw Hamilton at the Public, 100%.
Right.
I saw it was before it was cool.
Correct.
I saw it with Dessa's video. Yes, he knows everything about it. Herbie Hoover. Okay, oh, we've got a lady.
Ooh.
Lady next, okay. What do we think, Broadway, what do we think Betsy Ross's favorite Broadway song or show would be?
I mean, like, I do think she would love Suffs.
I think she would love Suffs. Would she? Was Betsy Ross a suffragist?
I don't actually, well, no, it'd be pre-suffrage movement.
Yeah, but I wonder what she was like.
I don't know. I mean, like,
she was like married to the man, so I, you know.
She'd be like finishing the hat from Sunday in the Park with George.
Oh my God, finishing the hat. Catherine, I love that. Does anyone wear a hat anymore?
No.
Ladies Who Lunch.
I know. Oh.
Elaine Stritch.
She's like a real Elaine Stritch.
She could be like a
fan.
Stritchy, right? We
Yeah.
might love that.
But also really appreciates the Patti LuPone.
Breaking news! The polls are closed!
The polls are closed again. Oh my gosh, you're here for an exciting moment. The polls are closed. Thank you, Chris. When the polls are closed, that means that we've got new states to call. Now, let's see. The last couple times, like we said, and we prepared you guys all week for this, was the red mirage. We were going to see a lot of early voting from the red states because they're smaller. There's fewer people to count. It takes less time. We've got a couple new ones in here. Now, first up, how do you think Illinois went?
Blue.
Harris!
Yeah, it's like
It's
blue.
a Harris win in Illinois. The great state of New Jersey also has some wonderful
That's where I
musicals.
live.
Jersey boys voted for Harris. Of course they did, because they love girls. There's one thing I know about Jersey boys. They love girls. They really do. And so they voted for Harris, of course. Delaware, home of President Biden, also predicted to go for Harris. And this one's pretty exciting because a lot of people thought maybe it wasn't going to go this way. We'll see what happens. We can now call the great state of Virginia for Kamala Harris.
Wow.
Virginia's coconut pilled. I told you it was going to start to happen. You're going to start to see things kind of like even out and change. That's just the way it goes. We've got a long way to go, but this is a nice positive boost. Okay, New Hampshire. Harris, of course. What's so interesting, because New Hampshire sometimes has a Republican governor but goes federally for Harris.
Yeah.
Just like Kentucky. Democratic governor but went federally for Trump. I think that's so interesting when there's like these splits of how stuff happen. Any musicals about New Hampshire? I feel like there are. I feel like Dogfight reminds me of New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Well, while you think about that, the Big Apple, We can officially call New York my home state for Kamala Harris. I'm excited to see it. Do you know you don't know anything about me. This is our first time meeting.
Upstate,
I live upstate in Rochester, and I live in the most Republican district in the entire state of New York. That's what the governor told me. She was like, do you live on that street? That's so interesting. It's very Republican. I'm going to tell you because I know my neighbors are listening. Hi, Mike and Kim. I love you guys, and I'm so grateful. And I really do think that times are changing, and I think people are just looking to turn the page on stuff and try something new because we didn't have nearly the red signs that we usually do, and we had a lot of like Harris light signs, you know, like a little something up. But New York went enthusiastically for Harris. Good to see it. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, first state to allow women to vote. Louisiana and Texas all predicted to go for Trump. We knew that was going to happen. Good to kind of get those out of the way and see where it's going. Now, Texas went for Trump at the presidential level. We do not have enough information yet to call the Senate race, so Colin Allred versus Ted Cruz is still in the running. We don't have the information on that yet. We just have the federal for Trump right now. We also have some of Nebraska. We do not have Nebraska's 2nd district. Nebraska does their electoral college weird. They get, is it 4 votes I think they get? 3 or 4? Either way. One of them is what's called Nebraska's 2nd. And we are not sure. That went to Obama. That will probably go to Harris, but the rest of Nebraska did go to Trump. So just to give you a quick recap, if we can come down a little bit, I'm a little teleprompter action. Other way. I love this. Illinois, New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, New Hampshire, and New York all predicted to go for Harris. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Louisiana, Texas, and some of Nebraska all went for Trump. But let's get back into our game because we've still got a long way to 270 tonight. We are nowhere near there. And the only surprise so far has been a good surprise for Harris with Virginia.
Yeah, wonderful.
I think that's awesome.
It is.
You got to figure Virginia, who went from being like Thomas Jefferson, like deep Southern state, to Harris? Like, it's amazing. We love to see it. All right, so we're back into our Broadway game. Who would historic figures pick as their Broadway song and or favorite show? Betsy Ross.
I'm actually go a little bit more obscure. I'm gonna go Flag Maker 1775 from Songs for a New World.
Oh, I love Songs for a New World.
No, me too.
Who didn't have the Songs for a New World book?
It's so good. Jason Robert Brown's first musical. I know. It's just so good.
And then last 5 years, of course. I feel like
coming back to Broadway this year.
Is it? Who's going to star? Do we know?
Yes, it's Adrienne Warren and Nick Jonas.
Nick Jonas.
Nick Jonas.
Oh my gosh! And last 5 years, I kind of love that.
Yeah, I know.
I love that. Who's the kid that's in Hadestown right now? That's so wonderful.
Jordan Fisher.
Jordan Fisher,
so
outstanding. Hadestown, one of my favorite musicals, and not just because my wife was in the Broadway tour.
It's a great show. They've also been an amazing partner to Broadway Vote.
They're
So selfishly,
so
we're like, love Hadestown.
I love Hadestown. I love Lana Gordon playing Persephone right now. She's back. Definitely catch her. She's incredible. And Jordan Fisher, outstanding. I missed him in Sweeney Todd by like 1 week.
Oh, I saw him. He was great.
I'm sure he was phenomenal.
He was great.
I did get to see Josh Groban though.
Oh, so
and
good.
He was phenomenal. Anna Lee Ashford.
I mean,
outstanding.
Yes, I didn't see the replacement cast too with Aaron Tveit and Sutton Foster.
Yeah.
But everyone also raved about them. I did see the original
I gotta
cast
say,
as well.
hot take.
Yeah.
Aaron Tveit is both too hot and too tenor to be Sweeney Todd.
Did you see any of the videos?
No. Were they so good?
They're so good.
Oh my God. All right. After this, we're going to watch a bunch of more Broadway videos. We will pick up this game in a little bit. We're going to wrap on this right now because we've got a couple other things that are happening. Catherine, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Are you hanging around?
I think I'm going to hang around for a little bit.
I'm telling you, the place to be is the green room.
It's
like
it's
so
amazing.
much fun around here. We're having the blasty blast. We're going to check in with the chat in a minute. Grab some pizza, and we'll see you to finish up the game in a minute.
Thank you. Happy election night.
Thank you. And I love that shirt.
Thank you.
Love it. Love it. All right. Let's see who we've got coming back now.
You can go either.
Abbie is back. Abbie is back. What's going on, girl?
Bestie.
How was it out there?
It's not as fun as it is in here.
It's fun in here?
Yeah.
All right. We were playing a game. Are you a Broadway girly?
I could be. But wait, I have to share some good news.
Oh, wait, tell me.
Did you hear the news?
No.
Rhode Island is blue!
Rhode Island is blue! Oh my God, what is this? Look at this little thing. Oh my goodness. She made me a little thimble.
Yes.
Because it's the smallest state.
Yes.
Stop.
See?
Rhode Island is blue. We're gonna have a bunch of these. We're gonna have a bunch of these very goofy reveals, and I'm so excited about it. I cannot imagine what the main reveal is going to be like. I really hope that we're getting a lobster in here. We'll see. We'll see what they can do.
Let's see what
But
happens.
Rhode Island is blue. Big fun times.
Yes.
I'm going to start collecting them and lining them up here.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So we were playing this game, which was like a historical person's like favorite Broadway song, but I think maybe we could change it.
Okay.
Let's do something a little different because the people who aren't Broadway people just had to sit through that.
Yeah.
So let's do favorite popular song.
Okay.
Favorite popular song. What do you think Betsy Ross would be jamming out to while standing in line to vote? Also, if you're standing in line to vote, remember, stay in line. Stay in line and you can write to Pizza to the Polls. They'll send you pizza. But if you were Betsy Ross and let's say you had to stand in line to vote, what would be in your headphones?
All the single ladies.
All the single ladies. She'd be Beyonce. Do you think she'd be like into Cowboy Carter's album, or which album do you think she would be most into?
Renaissance.
She's Renaissance.
Renaissance
Big
all day.
time.
Yeah, has to. Move out the way.
I know. I know. I know. The Renaissance album was incredible. We did like a whole episode breaking down the Cowboy Carter album, though, which was like the best.
Did you love it?
I did love it.
Yeah.
I like to hyperfixate on things, and for me, Cowboy Carter was it. I think because I am a little corny, and it, you know.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. I'm a little like I'm a little bit country, and I was like, I love this because, you know, I used to like work in Tennessee and whatnot, and I
learned something new about you.
I spent some time with Dolly Parton, and people who are watching remember me for those days. We will leave those days where they were, but I had a bit of a country phase, and I loved country music, and then I felt like it got so pop and I didn't feel included in it anymore. And her album, I think, just like the Kamala Harris campaign, was a re-invitation to everyone who wants to listen to this type of music or hang out or learn. You know what I mean?
Look at Black women doing it again.
Always. I told you, every single time I go anywhere, I'm often like the only gay person that goes somewhere, and I immediately look for the other Black women, because when we go to stuff, Abbie knows, it's like they're like, okay, their checklist, they're like, okay, okay, we've got one queer lady and one Black lady, and it's us.
It's us. It's us. It's always
and we are so grateful for it, and we're gonna keep doing it.
Yes,
but I'm always looking for those safe people in the room, and it's folks like us who know how to act and like to watch other people make a fool. Sometimes that's the fun part. Sometimes being quiet is fun.
I'm gonna say I've made the fool quite a few times.
I've made a fool lots of times, and I've also sat there with you and been like, where you're like, shut up.
And we're doing this.
Shut up, don't say anything, shut up. All right, Abbie, we're gonna have you back in just a little bit. We'll go through some of the rest of these folks. Thank you so much for bringing me Rhode Island. We've got our next guest coming in. We've got Tori from Way to Win on the line.
Hi.
Hi. Can I hear you, Tori?
Oh, she told me she kicked me out.
Are you there? Oh,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, they're just getting you connected. Hey, what's going on?
There we are.
A little bit.
Hi.
I love your shirt.
I know. I came in and I was hearing the bits about the musical, so I was like, ooh, look, I'm ready.
I love that musical. I cannot get enough of it. I listen to it 24 hours a day. I have like a little Bluetooth in the shower. I put it on and I just listen to Keep Marching and have myself a little cry. It's so good.
Keep marching. It's the season.
It has gotten me through. The last 5 months are difficult, and that soundtrack for so many of us has just been something that inspires you to be like, it's not hard, it's worth it. You know, even there's a song on the Stuff soundtrack, is it worth it? And I listen to that and I'm like, you know what, it really is.
It is. It's so worth it. Everything we do is worth it.
I know. And we've done a lot. You've done a lot.
Yeah. I'm in Austin, Texas tonight, and
Wow.
I just flew in from Arizona, where I block walked all weekend. You know, Way to Win has invested a lot of resources and a lot of time in grassroots organizers across the country that are knocking on every door, calling every phone.
Yep.
And then, of course, also just investing in social media spaces. We know that more and more
Yes.
people are getting information from different places, and we got to talk to everybody.
Talk to me about, you've been in this game for a long time, you know, like, what's different about this year's presidential door knockers and phone bankers compared to like folks in the past? Is there any key differences that you noticed, new trends?
I think one of the key differences is the heart that people are bringing. You know, I had dinner with Raquel Terán, who's a former representative out in Arizona, and she was reminding me that even the paid canvas workers have been at it for so long in Arizona that they're bringing so much heart to the doors. There's like a multi-year history of organizing in Arizona. They've been fighting Trumpism since its name was Joe Arpaio, which is of course
my gosh, yeah, that sheriff.
Yeah, exactly. So they're knocking doors and they're pulling people to the polls based on history, community, just the love for each other. It has, you know, I'm sitting here with my Harris Walta hat on. It has as much to do with protecting our freedoms and making sure that we keep orange out of the White House, but it also has everything to do with just rooting these victories in their communities that they've been fighting for a long time.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. We are now getting the crochet comfort banana because we're getting. I'm going to ask you a question that I need a comfort item for.
Should I find a banana?
Yes. Do you have a banana crocheted? This is from one of the dust bunnies.
I have a yellow marker.
Okay, yellow marker. This is from one of the dust bunnies. Kira, thank you if you are listening. Kira is a mom in Bucks County who has worked so hard to, honestly fix the reputation of Bucks County for what people make it seem out to be, which is like this crazy, Republican place. And they're like, no, we are a melting pot of so many people. And she made me this banana for good news. So thank you to Kira. Question for you. What will a win look like for you tonight, other than, of course, Kamala Harris?
You know, I feel like we've already got a good one in Stein winning North Carolina, that gubernatorial race out in North Carolina.
Huge.
Yeah, we have got to get out of the game of inches where it's, a few precincts in Pennsylvania that keep us up all night. So when we see wins in North Carolina, when we see wins across the Sun Belt, it means something's changing nationally. So that's awesome.
I know, and I love Anderson Clayton out in North Carolina. What a powerhouse of a person. What an incredible person to have out there working for North Carolina. And only
Future of our party. Yeah, crazy.
Incredible. Do you think that Harris will take, what I've heard is if Harris takes North Carolina, then, we're looking really, really good. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
If she takes North Carolina, then we're looking really, really good.
Do you think that the governor thing will play into this? Do you think people?
Of course, because the ties between Robinson and Trump are so deep, and people just want to put all of that to bed. They want to start a new way forward. They want a new chapter. So I think there's an enthusiasm around the state that we've got to watch.
What drives you to do this work? You've been here for, in this work, and you could be doing anything else. What makes you get up and say, this is where I want to be?
I am a 7th generation Texan. My family is from Brownsville, Texas, which is the southernmost tip of the border of the state. And I think about my own, grandparents and their generation actually having to fight for the right to vote in a place that was actually their home before it was anyone else's. They've lived in Brownsville since it was Mexico. And so that legacy is important to me. I want accountability. I want representation. I want to see all of us, thriving.
I love that answer. What do you think about Colin Allred right now? How are you feeling?
Oh, it's making me a little nervous. I mean, I have my own refresh buttons up here on my browser, and I got to tell you, it's interesting. I heard one of your other guests earlier talk about how he ran a different kind of campaign. He was going towards the middle. He was trying to build a coalition. And, for a long time, we've said, actually, the way you win Texas is through rebuilding the electorate, going for young folks, going for, millions of voters that aren't engaged yet. And so we're kind of seeing a tale of two cities or a tale of two campaigns with Beto and Allred. And the numbers look just as difficult, if I'm being honest. So we are on the track forward, though. Texas was never about Allred. It was about watching the big counties and seeing how much bluer they get.
That's what I thought too. And I've been so incredibly grateful for your leadership and mentorship and for everything that Amplify has done to really believe in new media and new faces and give a chance to all of us. And I just want you to know how grateful I am for that. We met at South by Southwest a year ago. Oh, yeah. And who would think we'd be here tonight? But if there's one thing this election cycle really did, and we've said it several times tonight, it was rebuild community and make friends and do whatever, that no matter what happens tonight, we are more in touch with people who believe the things we believe than we've ever been. And I think that that's so powerful and so interesting.
It's the power we're going to need, right? Come hell or high water. It's the power to set a 100-day agenda, or it's the power to resist the bullshit. So these connections are important, and I appreciate you too.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to be checking in with you again. Thank you to Amplify. And thank you to Suffs the Musical for showing up tonight. I mean, yeah, get your tickets to Suffs. They're only there until January 15th, and then they're going on tour. So you'll be able to see them in your town. But thank you so much, Tori. We'll see you. We'll check in with you guys again.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Oh, man. I love my little, my little crocheted gift. This election is about election integrity. It's going to be a long night, and it's going to be a long week, and there are people that are going to be out there and try to declare early victories, not just Trump, but folks in the Senate races and the state races and all the way down. Many folks are sowing doubts about the results already. Don't let them veto your vote. After this, make sure you call your representatives to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Because like we were talking about, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that was something, but they also wrote in there that we had to renew it all the time. And that is not like where we want to be. We want to be in a place where the John Lewis Voting Rights Act is passed, where the Freedom to Vote Act is passed, and where we are not dealing with voter suppression or any of these kind of like, oh, we didn't print enough ballots, all this kind of nonsense that we don't need. We're going to take a break from talking about politics, and we're going to check in with the chat, which is something that I love to do more than anything. I honestly, like, one of the things I've been most nervous about so far is that I can't see the chat as much as I wanted to. And now I'm like, okay, we got to see this. Sinead, you don't have to worry. You certainly don't have to worry, Jesus. Don't worry about that. I see some folks in here saying taking Xanax, hoping for the best, plan for the worst. Carl, I totally feel you on that. Tinysaurus Rex said being nervous just means that you care, have faith. I absolutely believe in that. That is no truer word. To tell somebody that you believe in something is to put yourself in a situation that's like vulnerable, and vulnerability can sometimes be dangerous and not feel good. But vulnerability is also how we grow and how we become closer and bond, and in those ways it's super worth it, right? I see that KDE has said something here about it's very true about the way that people are trolling. Folks need to work on the skill of research and analysis like it's a muscle you train at the gym, which is exactly right. I've been fooled by misinformation. You know what I learned from my friend Abbie? She said that the misinformation you are most likely to fall for is the stuff that you actually really want to be true. We are actually more likely to be able to point out stuff and go, that's not true, than we are to see misinformation about something that we want to be true. And then we're like, oh yeah, I want to believe that. And then we get tricked by it even easier than stuff that's like totally outrageous. So I want to check and see where you guys are. How are we feeling? Are we feeling good? Are we feeling sick? Are we feeling all of the above? Did we get some pizza? And yes, Francesca, I also want to congratulate all the first-time voters. My DMs before I got on this show were full of people telling me that they had voted for the first time. And I did a partnership with Headcount that allowed me to create a link that showed me how many people I personally used my link to register to vote for the first time. It didn't tell me their party or anything about them. It just gave me a ticker number for how many people. And the last time I checked, which was actually 2 weeks ago, so there was still time for it to go up, it was 2,300 people. 2,300 people registered to vote for the very first time just because they felt empowered to because of something they learned here on Under the Desk. And something about that is just like so magic and empowering to me, because this is like a lonely job from time to time, which is why I love spending time in the chat with you guys. But it's not just me. I tell people the information. It's the Dust Bunny community that makes it a reality and gives people that confidence to feel like they're not alone when they go in that voting booth, to feel like they're not alone when they click that link to register to vote, or when they join a door knocking campaign or something like that. And one of my other friends that I absolutely love on this journey is from the Working Families Party. I want to welcome Maurice Mitchell, the National Director of the Working Families Party. This is the party that we talked about that's the third party, but that caucuses with the Democrats to make sure that we don't lose momentum on Democratic policies while building this more progressive coalition. Maurice, are you there?
I'm here, live and direct from Philadelphia.
What's
How
going
are you?
on? How are things in Philly?
Well, you know, I was hitting poll sites. I was at Temple University. There was a long line of young people there. Last night, I was opening some of our canvases, and you know, people were sharing their stories from working class North Philly, and so I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling pumped.
Well, yeah, friend, I'm feeling pumped too. We're taking back everything, okay? We're taking back the flag. We're taking back the cowboy hats. We're taking back country music. We're taking back all of it. We're taking back democracy and who gets to be a patriot. And that's something that I felt as I was on the road with you guys, like when I met you at South by Southwest, right?
That's right.
So many of us felt like, oh, we couldn't say we were a patriot, or we couldn't say that we love this country, or that we cared about voting, because somehow that was going to be like cringe or whatever. And folks like you have provided this path to make people feel empowered and also make them feel like it matters and it's cool. Tell us a little bit about like what a day at Working Families Party is like.
Wow, what a day at Working Families Party is like. Well, Working Families Party, we are, you know, we started in New York. We started in little old New York, and now we are from the West Coast to the East Coast. We're in 20 states. We've endorsed close to 1,000 candidates this cycle. Our bread and butter is the local races, the municipal races, and the state legislature races, because as you know, B, that the laws, the actual policy that we care so much about, that actually originates in city councils, in state legislatures, in Congress.
In that down ballot.
Yes, so the down ballot is so key for us, and it's really how we got our start. And of course, every 4 years we do endorse in the presidential, but in every single state that we operate, there's a set of candidates on the lower ballot that we put a lot of energy behind, a lot of volunteer energy behind, because in Pennsylvania, for example, you know, I'll just think Anna Thomas, that's one race. She ran last cycle and she got closer than anybody would imagine. She's a young South Asian progressive woman who is just like fired up, and you know, she got I think she lost her last race by I think maybe like 700 votes, and
700 votes.
Yeah,
700 votes. So we say when we tell you to vote, it's because it's things like this.
Absolutely. I mean, this cycle we've won races with 15 votes. And I think in Rhode Island, we run a race in 15 votes, right? So these races are incredibly close. They matter deeply when it comes to all the issues we care about. And one of the reasons why we focus on it is that we break the lie that your vote doesn't matter, because when you're volunteering or voting and you're voting for one of these down ballot candidates and they win, I mean, it's transformative. We love the primary system. We do a number of things. In Philadelphia, we've recruited independent working families people in Philadelphia because there's the quote unquote minority set aside city council district seats. And those have historically gone to Republicans. And so we reasoned that in a blue city like Philadelphia, there were enough independent progressive working families voters that we could unseat the Republicans and replace them with working families people, which we've done in the city council of Philadelphia. So Philadelphia is a two-party city, Democrats and working families, and our working families independent elected officials, we govern in Philadelphia and work with progressive Democrats on legislation that, you know, in order to prevent more evictions. So really progressive eviction protections that have led to a 41% decrease in evictions in the city of Philadelphia.
That's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. And then in New York, we have our own ballot line, as well as Connecticut, we have our own ballot line, and people could vote on the Working Families Party line. And why that's important, I mean,
I did in Rochester, for Samara Brook, Working Party,
Absolutely, and why that's important is that the fusion law allows for independent third parties like the Working Families Party to be able to express our independence, but we don't have to get into the spoiler dilemma that often makes third party candidates into in the rigid two-party systems, makes their candidacies kind of problematic, right?
Right.
When you have fusion voting, like we've cross-endorsed Kamala Harris, but you could vote for Kamala Harris in New York on row D, the Working Families Party line. And so what that says is like, absolutely, I'm against Trump, I'm against MAGA, I'm against all that bad stuff. But when I vote for Kamala Harris, I'm voting for her for an investment in healthcare, an investment in childcare, because I believe that housing is a human right. And I know that all of those voters, when we tally up the Working Families Party voters, we could take that to Kamala Harris, we could take it to the state legislature in New York, we could take it to cities in New York and say, this is a serious voting bloc. And when it comes time to govern, we could leverage those votes in order to advance progressive policies. And we've done that again and again in New York. A lot of people don't remember New York was not always a blue state. New York had a Republican governor, Republican mayor, Republicans in the legislature. And a lot of the work that we've done over 20-something years, like in New York, had to do with shifting the tide so that we could actually, and in fact, there was a gentleman's agreement between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, where the Democratic Party said, okay, we'll take the Assembly, Republicans, you could take the Senate, and we won't disturb each other. And the Working Families Party and others broke up that gentleman's agreement, and we started defeating these Republicans. And then eventually, once we flipped the state house from red to blue, we then needed to take care of the corporate Democrats, and we did so, which led to the progressive policies that we see today in New York.
Yep. That's the way to do it. I mean, people want a revolution, then you got to pick leaders who know how to lead a successful revolution, and not all revolutions have to be so like aggressive and negative. They can be super positive and work in this way with common sense and courtesy for each other, but also holding people accountable when you don't like stuff. But what I've loved about Working Families Party is the fact that you have got people voted in down ballot. You have a structure and a support. It is what I think a lot of young people especially are looking for, to break up the two-party system without losing, right? Without trying to say something totally different can go on.
Parties, one way to define parties is parties help to organize winning. So it's really important for us that we figure out what the path to victory is, right? So if we were to offer somebody an alternative party, but all we did was lose our elections, then that to me would be problematic, right? The other thing is that parties actually should be about governing, not just winning elections, but actually governing, which is why we focus on both of those things. What's our path to victory during election time? And how do we make sure that we're not just electing progressives that will just get marginalized and be gadflies in city councils or state legislatures, but people who actually are serious about governing and that we could help govern and pass policies that would actually transform people's lives. Like a $15 minimum wage is the floor now with most Democrats, right? And it wasn't always that way. When a $15 minimum wage was came out of the labor movement, you know, people thought that was totally wild. And you had Democrats that were the people who were pushing against that. And it was through the Working Families Party electing pro $15 minimum wage candidates that we were able to demonstrate that, yes, we could have a $15 minimum wage that the sky is not going to fall. And now it's become a standard thing. And so this is why primaries are important. This is why holding elected officials are important. And this is why blue, yes, absolutely is better than red, right? But the quality of blue is something that we have to be focused on, because if people experience Democrats as actually not delivering for them, then more and more people will become cynical about their politics, which is why we need to hold Democrats accountable to delivering for working people, so that we could create this virtuous cycle of people running for pro-democracy candidates and then experiencing a material difference, and then drawing a connection between their activity, their voting and their organizing, and the changes in their lives, right? And that's one of the reasons why we think it's critical to hold people accountable. Like, I think we should hold our friends accountable because we want our friends to succeed in public office and elsewhere. And the Working Families Party has those accountability measures. We join forces with, and we understand the assignment. We're an independent party that joins forces with the Democrats against the forces of evil. And we do it with our chest. We're proud to do that. And we do enough. And so we have a strategy where we block and build. We block MAGA, but we build the independent infrastructure that so many of the young people that you referenced are looking for.
I feel that. I mean, last time I saw you, I got a vote tattoo, which we will be showing in my next costume change. You'll get to see that tattoo. I got a Working Families Party. And I hope that we'll get to see you again. And I know we're going to have a great night tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Let people know where they can join the Working Families Party or try to bring it to their state.
Absolutely. So if you have a phone, you should text the word power to 30403. Text the word power to 30403, or you could go to workingfamilies.org, or on any platform on social media, find at Working Families. And then lastly, if people want to find me, they can find me on any platform and social media. Just go to at Maurice WFP, at Maurice WFP. Those are all the ways that you could contact me or the Working Families Party, and we'll be more than happy to get you involved.
I love to see it, and they are super responsive, so make sure you get in there, get involved with Working Families Party. Thank you all for being here so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, friends, we're going to take a quick break. We've got a couple of messages coming up from you. One from a good friend, May, who was supposed to be here tonight, but actually had to fly out to Georgia because her ballot was delayed. That is how important this election is, that May flew from New York to Georgia today to make sure that she was able to vote on Election Day. And we've got a message from, does that say Dwight Eisenhower? I guess we'll be hearing from the former president. We'll see you in a few.
Bring this back as a roll of dollar store
toilet paper. I think, because it is so hot in here.
The Electoral College, and if I'm being honest, no amount of political gymnastics speak will make me understand why this is still around. It's like Catholic indulgences, but for politics. It's giving red, white, and blue corruption. I'd make a joke, but nothing is funny about having the popular vote overridden time and time again by a creepy college that's not even a freaking college. Send this the way of the 18th Amendment, a la poubelle. Speaking of people we're glad aren't sniffing oxygen anymore, this guy's at the top of the list. If you've heard of gerrymandering, the political practice of manipulating district lines for political outcomes, this is the guilty SOB behind that. And if by any chance reincarnation is a thing and this guy ends up coming back, which, for the record, nobody is asking for that, may the powers that be heed our prayers. Bring this back as a roll of dollar store toilet paper that will be used to clean a dollar store. Next! The long lines at the polls. This is unavoidable, but America, let's try, for goodness sakes. Let's try and make that fun. This is the land of football, Netflix, and t-shirt cannons. You act like you can't make this an absolute blast. Seriously, at the polls, what's stopping them from bringing out the dads who sell popsicles and some food trucks? Let's think, people. Is this not the land of American exceptionalism? Back to you, V.
And now, a message from former President Dwight Eisenhower.
My name is Dwight Eisenhower. I was an Army general and Supreme Commander of the Allied forces during World War II. But you might know me better for being the 34th President and the quote, "What counts is not necessarily the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog." That was actually written by Mark Twain, but I just said it all the time, everywhere. I was a hugely popular Republican president who won 442 out of the then 531 Electoral College votes. Because when you're a moderate and also the guy who led D-Day, you can get those kinds of numbers. Those are big boy numbers. While this election is very different than they were back in my day, there are some similarities to mine in the 1950s. For example, civil rights are up for debate. And similar to Trump, I also used to be a Democrat. But unlike Trump, I chose to run as a Republican to pull the party back from getting too extreme and to unify the nation. I also ran because if the Republican nominee had not been me, it would have been McCarthy. And I did not care for that fellow. Could not stand him one bit.
That concludes a message from former President Dwight Eisenhower.
Dongles for Democracy, otherwise known as a sister group to White Guys for Harris. Number one, we're starting off with Henry Kissinger. Not much to know here. He's dead. Next, beige khakis, and oh my god. Personally, as a victim of election time injustice, I find it necessary to speak out against injustice whenever I see it. And I'll just say, nobody deserves a bigger apology than Steve Kornacki's beige khakis. Which, honestly, bless you, Steve. How often do we get what looks like a finance bro who encountered depression and decided to go into journalism? How often? Very rarely, and he's a rare breed. And the guy loved khakis, otherwise known as the gray sweatpant of the corporate world. Allow for a good old American dongle swing, so do these khakis. And we do stand a dongle swing for democracy. Dongles for Democracy, otherwise known as a sister group to White Guys for Harris. As far as justice goes, I think they've been served here. Back to you, V.
And now,
my name is George Washington, and I was the first president of the United States. I led the country through the Revolutionary War, and in 1787 oversaw the writing of our nation's Constitution, which I did think you guys would have updated by now. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was cool at the time, but, like, most of us owned slaves and had just found out about hand washing. Everyone's concerned about what my teeth were made of and not all the lead that held them together going straight into my bloodstream. Are you really still sticking to something written by a bunch of guys who didn't know about dinosaurs, much less the internet and super PACs?
that concludes a message from former President George Washington.
Dear Diary, remember when we used to learn about how the government works? They don't teach that no more, because this election cycle has taught me that a lot of people don't know nothing about nothing. And if you ask me, it all started with No Child Left Behind. Yep, I said it, and I'm gonna start asking, you were left behind, weren't you? I'm not gonna judge, well, okay, maybe a little bit, but I know democracy isn't everybody's favorite subject, but we all living in this group project, baby. We can't just leave the voting to people who forgot how it works. And while we're on the topic, I'm still trying to understand how my vote counts the same as somebody who doesn't know the difference between Senate and Congress. Woo! I need a nap, and y'all need to pick up a book. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all got 4 years to get it together, okay?
And now, a message from former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt.
I am Eleanor Roosevelt, and I was the First Lady to the 32nd President, FDR. I was the first politically engaged First Lady, largely influencing the New Deal and United Nations, expanding the role of First Lady to foreign and domestic labor. While born in the 1800s, I was pretty ahead of the curve on some things. I hosted radio programs before podcasts were a thing, authored daily columns before Substack, and famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent," before all the influencers decided to promote ways to make you feel inferior with your consent. As a lifelong advocate for women's rights, I'm thrilled at the prospect of a female president, and quite frightened of everything else currently happening. At least I always had Franklin to go back to.
That concludes a message from former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt.
Yay! We are back and we are changed because it is getting hot in here and we are feeling a mayor I can. We are not getting down. Like we said, Red Mirage. No surprises so far. Everything's going okay. Keep it calm. We haven't even seen Central or the West Coast close their polls. And if you're in line, stay in line. Your vote does matter. It counts. We've seen more new voter registrations than like ever before. So I'm feeling super excited about that. Sammy's back.
Hello.
I was
What's
like,
up?
Sammy, would you like to come to the sauna of democracy?
You know what? It's worth it to get me off of my computer.
They gave me the fan.
They have.
This is pretty nice.
It's necessary, but let me tell you, I have just been scrolling viciously.
Okay, tell me about the vicious scroll. Because you're a hope scroller. Sammy, I'm pretty sure, came up with the word hope scrolling.
No. That was a collective internet
It was an internet thing? I'm
thing.
giving it to Sammy.
I mean, it could be really anything. Okay, so I took some notes.
Taylor Lorenz lets me have that I coined the term trad media, which I'm not sure is
Oh, that
true.
was us, though.
It was us on American Fever Dream, I
Yeah,
think.
that was definitely
That was us.
Okay, let me tell you what I am seeing,
All right,
because I
Sammy's-
took so many notes.
Take us into the scroll.
Okay, it looks like what it feels very much like to me is a 2020 repeat.
Okay.
Something that is concerning to me is that the New York Times needle is leading Trump at like 66%. I don't know how I feel about that, because I'm looking at numbers, and what I'm seeing is that it's going to come down to the blue wall.
It's the blue wall.
It's going to come down to the blue wall, and it's going to come down to her performance among the suburbs.
Wait, Sammy, what's that sound?
I think.
Who's knocking on the blue wall? It's Alex Perlman here from Pennsylvania. Alex Perlman,
Where do we watch
on,
him?
brother?
Hello.
He's coming
Hello,
in.
do you
Can
hear me?
him?
I can hear him.
Oh my God, good. Okay, Alex
Okay.
Perlman's here.
Hi, how are y'all?
Brother, what's happening in Pennsylvania? We were just knocking on the blue wall. We need some answers.
Okay, well, Pennsylvania has been a party town. All right, let me tell you that. I have been listening and talking to people all across the Commonwealth, because we're a Commonwealth, not a state.
That's right.
The governor of Pennsylvania loves to remind people about that. And it's been a good day. I spent 13 hours at the polling place after spending 8 hours standing on the Ben Franklin Parkway in Philadelphia to hear Lady Gaga sing 2 songs.
Okay.
Was it worth it?
Was it worth it?
Totally worth it. It was 100% worth it. And honestly, if anyone takes any information away from tonight, beyond the fact that we need to get rid of the Electoral College so my vote doesn't outweigh everyone else's in America, we all need to see Ricky Martin live. Ricky Martin live is one of the most transcendent performances I've ever seen. My memories of Ricky Martin dancing with all of his dancers and singing and working up a sweat in front of the Rocky Steps at the Philadelphia Art Museum, the greatest art museum in the world. May Paris burn
It's like the
itself.
Louvre.
Yeah, it's better.
It's the Louvre
better,
of Pennsylvania.
okay?
Yeah.
I love it.
No, it's even better. Because
So Ricky,
you know what?
it was
You don't
Ricky
have to go
Martin for
inside.
you. I
Yeah.
saw to calm down. I was treated to a performance of Cabaret, the new staging of Cabaret starring Adam Lambert this week. I'd not say that I was any calmer after watching Cabaret, but I enjoyed it nonetheless.
It's a little too culturally relevant. I'm not sure why you would
I don't know
choose
if that's-
Cabaret.
It was a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the one to watch like immediately because you get little heart palpitations.
I should've just
especially
Like, why
at
don't I
Sucks
turn
again.
on Schindler's List and see how that goes?
Throw on Schindler's List to relax. I'm the person who watches crime shows to go to sleep. Like, I couldn't sleep the last 2 nights because for whatever reason the hotel didn't have forensic files. What am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to use it watch on your computer.
We're a how it's made household. The voice of the man on How It's Made
Oh, that's a
explaining
good
how to
one.
make a moccasin.
That's
you're
a good
out.
one.
Okay, you're out.
Wait, I have a question for
Yes.
you.
Did you want to know about my
Pearlmania.
vote tattoo?
I do want to know about that, but I do have a question for Pearlmania 5000 over here.
Hit it.
What is it like to matter?
It's the worst thing in the world. I
I'm so
don't
jealous
want
of
to.
you.
No, he's been complaining.
Let me tell you, we've had beyond our traffic constantly being snarled, and every diner you go to having 3 reporters standing in it, being like, "What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the economy?" I'm like, "Leave me alone. I'm just trying to get an open-faced turkey sandwich, and then I'm trying to tell people that I'm pivoting to YouTube and I'm doing long-form content now. Like that is." Follow me on YouTube.
It's a great
Follow all of us on YouTube. I know there's people watching the YouTube live right now that haven't subscribed to Pearlmania or to Under the Desk News or to Betches News.
If freedom of the press survives, there are big plans for Betches News in my head.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's all dependent on how these next few
we'll
hours
see how it
go.
goes. I know. I
Well,
know. You were telling me, Alex, you can't watch TV because it's like every single commercial is the worst doomsday.
It's the worst.
It's not good
and,
for the baby.
And not only that, I don't know if you guys know this, according to an ad that actually is still running, even though our polls are closed, apparently trans immigrants are going to cause World War III by causing inflation on our guns. That's been a daily here in Pennsylvania.
What's the
It's been very,
obsession?
very rough. It's been very, very rough. Elon Musk is here. He's been walking door to door offering people money. But there's like an invisible string tied to it, and he pulls it away, and he giggles, and then does a little jump as he runs away.
Oh my God, the skipping dipshit.
He would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is a real problem. The fact
It
that, like, only 7 states worth of people get any attention or any sort of like governing. Like federal governing is all in their direction. When you think about the amount of time spent on fracking, like that should not be such a predominant conversation. What she said about fracking in 2019.
People don't even know what fracking is. I promise you, it's the same thing, and that's why they just lie about it all the time.
Think about how much all of the other people in the United States miss out. What could happen if candidates were forced to campaign to more than just like these certain people?
I know.
It's
Well,
this
I'll
is
tell you
a
what
bigger
we would
conversation.
Get. We would probably actually get candidates that would
muted.
match more of what the general nation are looking for. Because right now, if you go look, whether you're in a blue state or you're in a red state, you're right, they're not being targeted at you. And also, we probably would get less extremists on the Republican side.
Right.
Because a character like Trump can only, we listen, we're all sitting here and we're watching, we're staring at the board behind V's head, wondering about the electoral count and all these different things. We're not talking about the popular vote. We're not talking about the millions of people that Kamala Harris will definitely beat Donald Trump by tonight. And so you have people, somebody pointed out to me very recently, there are more Democrats in Texas than there are Democrats in New York. But we don't care about the Democratic vote in Texas because we always see it as red. We look at the population bases solely based on what they can turn for the Electoral College. And that has given people like me outsized amount of pull inside the party, but also it has skewed what we view where this is. So
I want to stop you there for 1 second, though, because I think you said something super smart about the map. Like, when we're looking at the map, I did a very viral TikTok back in 2020 when people were like, how could Biden win? Look at how much of the map was red. And I was like, we live in
Land doesn't vote.
You'll never see on screen. Yeah, so, I mean, as much as you're seeing here, and you're like, oh my gosh, so much red. Land.
The way I like to point out to people, if they can't have a visual in front of them, so sometimes the heat maps, things like that, I like to say it's like imagining if lawn signs vote, the lawn signs don't vote. But if I have a really big yard and I have 10 lawn signs and next door to me is an apartment building that has none, what's the vote count going to be? And that's kind of exactly what this ends up looking like. And that it's the narrow margins that are happening and the stagnation we're getting across both federal and in some states, in Pennsylvania's case particularly, the narrow margins are what makes governing impossible, completely impossible. So Pennsylvania, the reason why our vote is going to be late, I was scrolling through and reading some of your comments earlier, and people are like, how late is it going to take for Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania will probably be into late Wednesday or if not Thursday, and it's due to a thing called Act 77. Act 77 is a bill that was passed in 2019 in Pennsylvania that until 2019, it was very difficult to get a mail-in ballot. You could only get it if you were, an absentee ballot. That was the only way you could get it. You had to basically have proof that you could not make it to the poll, that there was some sort of physical thing stopping you from being there on election day, right? So in 2019, they passed Act 77.
You need like a doctor's note, basically?
Easy for everyone to go get these mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
But it also had a major flaw in it. And that major flaw is that in Pennsylvania, we cannot pre-canvass, we can't pre-process any of our mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on election day. Other states across America, when they have mail-in ballots, they're allowed to open the envelopes, flatten out the envelopes, in some cases do a pre-count, but keep it sequestered from the general count until the end of polling, all that different stuff. We're not allowed to do any of that. So today,
well, Alex, I gotta stop you, and I gotta say, this has pissed me off significantly that we are going to say goodbye to you, put some French fries on your sandwich. We're gonna bring you back to talk about Pennsylvania in a quick second. And Sammy, we're gonna make a rage room in here. Are you guys ready for a little rage room? We're about to go feral in here because we need like a break. I need to hit something. Well, Send me something to hit. What do we have in here that we can hit?
Is this just because of my face, or is this because of Pennsylvania?
Oh, we've got a pinata. What? I've got all kinds of surprises here. So me and Sammy,
I'm nervous.
My God,
I don't want to break anything.
Okay, listen, Pennsylvania. makes you want to hit
Is
something.
this the Electoral College?
This is Electoral College. This
Wait,
is
we might want it.
What?
We might want it tonight.
We might need the good news.
What else could it be? It could be. It should be.
Should we give it like a little hug? We're like, oh, banana. I know.
It's like
they can
Trump
reload
colored.
it. I've seen them do it several times.
Really?
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
it is
try
kinda
it.
Trump
You go
colored.
first.
Okay.
You go first.
Let's see how this goes. So right now, we're just going to take a quick break. I told you there would be games, and sometimes you need to hit something. So find the pillow nearest to you.
Oh my
And get
God.
ready. Oh, it's a lot harder than you think.
Oh, I want to try.
Okay, you try once. Yeah,
We're gonna
really
see who
swing
gets
on
it. We're gonna see who gets it. Hold on.
Coming closer.
Coming closer.
Coming
Okay,
closer.
Okay.
Okay, you can really swing on
I'm
it.
really scared. I'm gonna like.
Oh, damn! Sammy's not messing around. Sammy's right.
I'm really nervous.
You really went full swing
What
on
is
that.
in here?
That
It
was
looks
like, what
like
did you
gum.
learn that? She was like a softball star at camp or
Never.
something.
But I do.
All right, we need more likes for more smashes.
Oh,
okay,
that's a good
you guys,
idea.
I need you to tap that screen as much as you can for the next 2 minutes. That's what really helps get these lives out into the world. So just tap as much as you can, as much as you can, and we will give you more smashes. What number of likes are we at right now? And we'll give you more smashes. Are we at 2 million?
We're at 2.7 million
We're
on
at
TikTok.
2.7 million. I know we can make that 3 million. We can make it 3 million, and we will smash this up, and it will feel best for everyone. 3 million, and we smash it. I mean, Sammy's.
Want me to do another one?
Yeah, when we hit the 3 million, Sammy
do
will
another
smash it. I mean, tonight is about releasing some rage. They were
Look,
like,
because
we're
regardless
ready.
of what happens,
Well, tell
I'm
us more
deeply
about the
upset.
rage scrolling that you were doing, and then we'll get ready. Tap. If you tap that screen, we will bust this open. You'll see everything that's in here, but we've got to get to 3 million likes, and then we'll move on to the next guest.
I think I am just highly disappointed in the fact that so many people continue to vote for this person.
I know.
That they continue to believe that they continue to buy into the like trans people or migrants are
Eating dogs,
ruining your
crazy stuff.
economy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like where is the
We just hit 3 million likes
3
on
million
TikTok.
likes. Just hit 3 million likes that
That took a
quickly. All right,
second.
you guys were going fast. You guys
Yeah,
were
yeah.
rushing. All right, here we go. We've got it. Oh my gosh.
Just pretend it's anyone who wants to destroy our democracy.
Destroying democracy. All right.
No, we're not destroying democracy. We're keeping democracy.
Wow. Oh my God. Sammy, it really is fun to hit.
I
but
know.
It's like crazy. All right, you go one more time. Here we go.
Okay.
Well, Sammy's going to get in really close.
Okay.
Oh my God. They're never going to invite us back if we hit one of these LED
We're not
screens.
gonna. I won't.
Abe Link. For Abe. Do it for Abe.
Oh,
yeah!
I really destroyed it. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we've got all kinds of fun candy
I'm
in
very
here.
upset about how things are going.
I love it. The banana. It was good news for a good reason. I feel better.
I do too.
We should like hit
Sorry.
more stuff. Have you ever done a rage room?
No.
Oh my gosh.
But if tonight
I
goes
love the
badly,
rage
or
room.
tomorrow goes badly, or the next day goes badly,
Just
we
to
go
hit
there,
sometimes.
and then we out of here.
I know. I want to remind everybody, as you're looking at this map, you've got 50 votes you can count on from California coming in, 52,
You can also
54,
count on
something like that. You can
that.
count on this and this and this. I think you can count
I'm
on
pretty sure
Nevada. Colorado. I think we'll see something interesting in Arizona. I talked to Megan McCain, my secret friend Megan McCain, earlier today, who
wasn't
said that
friends
she
with
thinks
Megan
that Harris could squeak out a win in Arizona, but it won't be like the major numbers that we heard some other people say.
Didn't we have an inside source tell us
We did.
the particular number that they thought
They
that
thought
they
it
were
would be
going to win by?
20,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean that could still happen.
It could
but
happen.
That was
So-
a very specific number that someone gave us, and I was like, that's very
so nerdy.
I don't know how they would estimate within that amount.
I think there's a chance at New Mexico too.
New Mexico's usually blue.
I think we've got, Wisconsin, obviously we're hoping for, Minnesota we're hoping for. All right, while me and Sammy clean up our mess here, we're gonna kick it over to Chris to give you another history lesson. Chris Valenti.
Sorry.
That was fun.
Welcome back. Okay,
we
buckle
clean
up.
this up?
Listen, we're going to talk about the stolen
Where do you put
election. No, not that one. We're talking about the actual stolen election in the year 2000.
Put it back in.
Oh, come on. All right, listen. For you youngsters that don't remember, I was 3 years old at the time. I remember. The 2000 presidential election was between then Vice President Al Gore and Texas Governor George W. Bush. Do you remember him? You see, this election in 2000, it was a nail-biter, down to the final margin. Whoever won Florida would become the next president of the United States. And on November 7th, it was revealed that George W. Bush won Florida by a mere 900 votes. Now, because that margin was so slim, it automatically triggered a recount within the machines. And this automatic recount, it actually shrunk Bush's lead down to a measly 500 votes. Now, because of that slim margin, Al Gore and his campaign, well, they demanded a manual recount. Sounds fair. But here's where the fun begins. 4 key counties in Florida would be selected for these recounts, about 90,000 votes in total, give or take. And a deadline is set for November 14th. But as the recounts begin, a problem starts to occur. You see, in Florida in 2000, some counties voted using literal hole punchers. And you know how sometimes when you try to punch a hole in the paper and there's a little dangling piece of paper on the bottom? You see, there's a name for that. It's called a hanging chad. Calm down, Chad, we're not talking about you. Now, around 29,000 of these votes were deemed unofficial due to these hanging chads or other discrepancies, and thus a legal battle began. Gore and his team, they asked for an extension to the recount because of the problems. And as a legal battle ensues with 2 main schools of thought, Gore and his team, they say, well, hey, if you can clearly tell who a voter wants to vote for, but we've got a discrepancy here, we should count it. And Bush and his team say, no, you can't do that. That's a violation of the 14th Amendment. You can't give special treatments to these Florida voters. Now there's a new deadline set of November 26th, but only 2 of the 4 counties selected had the recounts finished. One county just gave up entirely, and the other one finished just 2 hours past the deadline, so the votes weren't counted. But the question remained, what do we do about these 29,000 uncounted votes? The Supreme Court ended up deciding on December 7th that America could no longer wait. They ended up ruling 5-4 in a Supreme Court decision by 1 vote that the recount would be halted, and George W. Bush became the president. Al Gore ended up winning. He won the popular vote by over 500,000 votes, but he became the first person in 112 years to win the popular vote and lose the Electoral College. So the next time somebody brings up the stolen election, remind them the real stolen election was Al Gore's. Back to you, V.
Justice for Al Gore. Justice for Al Gore, Al Gore's internet, and Al Gore's climate. Do you remember that election?
Do I fucking remember that election? That election led my grandmother to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's.
No way.
She would not stop talking about how the election was stolen, and we were like, there's something wrong here. And I was just, and look, that was a big deal in my household. The fact that we're even talking about hanging chads tonight is traumatic. And
it is. It's too soon.
And if that had gone differently, the Supreme Court, we would be in a different place right now. And I do want to point out that I believe it's Alito, Roberts, and Kavanaugh who all worked, or sorry, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh, who all worked on the Bush legal team for that race.
It is so annoying how small government is for how pervasive government is. Like, of course, it's like those people who are now in the Supreme Court who were like the stooges back then, the goons back then.
You have that on the Republican side a lot of places. You have Bill Barr, who was Iran-Contra cleanup guy. I mean, we're doing history. Like, he was, I mean, I'm not totally like refreshed on my Bill Barr.
Was involved.
Yeah, like all
so
these.
Many.
Roger Stone was involved.
Nixon.
Yeah, like
Roger Stone actually has Nixon tattooed. Oh my gosh, the poll's closed. We've got states to call. Sammy, we've got states to call. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right,
what are we
here
calling?
we go. We have a couple more states to call, and I want you to remember none of these are a surprise just yet. So right now, we're going to call Ohio. Here, we'll do it like Kornacki style for you guys.
Yeah.
They liked when we were standing and looking at it. So we're going to call Ohio for Trump. We knew that was going to happen. Ohio's got a Republican governor. Ohio, my
We're
wife's
still
home
waiting
state.
to see the Senate race, though.
We're waiting to see the Senate race. Montana. This is going to test, do I know what the states look like? Montana went for, is that Montana?
Yeah, it has an MT.
Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, oh my God, did I already mess it up? Montana has already gone for Trump. We send our condolences to Hank Green. And we can also say that Utah is very likely, see, this messes me up because I'm like, I get dyslexic about Utah. I want Utah to be here.
Really? It's part of the Four Corners.
It's part of the Four Corners. It's all the way over here. I want to at least switch places with Colorado. Don't you think it should be more in the middle? Either way, I'm like trumping things now. I'm like going to break out a marker and be like, no, I don't like where this state is.
Yeah, seriously. I think.
All right, we've got Utah has gone red as well. Again, no surprises so far. New Hampshire governor has gone to Kelly Ayotte, which again is a Republican, but New Hampshire has had a Republican governor, which is, it's one of those ones that's so interesting, right? Because they have a Republican governor, but then they go blue for Harris and the federal. So we'll see what happens.
Well, they did, I think about it like Mitt Romney. This is old school. Mitt Romney was the Massachusetts governor, a Republican.
Yeah.
New England has its own culture, and I think it is a little bit more like culturally conservative in the, I mean that as an adjective, not in a MAGA way.
Right.
So they're more willing to like split ticket, I would think, especially with the types of Republicans you get there.
The thing that we are excited to remind you of, though, North Carolina governorship went to Josh Stein, and that is super, super, super important. Josh Stein is holding his seat, is holding the Democrat. Oh, what's up, Chris?
The polls have closed!
The polls closed again. Oh, we've got more down ballot races to call. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you and your costumes. I love that this is my fever dream. We're going to do what we want. Okay, so North Carolina is gone to Josh Stein. That was a big race that we needed to win because, of course, Mark Robinson was the guy who said that people need to kill him and was like...
He was a proud black Nazi on porn sites.
He was not good. It was not a good one.
Really crazy.
We were not happy with this. Okay, and we can also, unfortunately, he put up a good fight, but it looks like Texas is going to keep Senator Ted Cruz as their senator. Sorry to Colin Allred. It looks like right now that Texas Senate will go to Ted Cruz. We'll find out exactly what that number looks like.
Depressing.
But guess what? Guess what? Angela also Brooks smoked Larry Hogan and took the Senate seat for Maryland. Oh my God, Maryland.
Yeah.
Took the Senate seat for Maryland, so we'd love to see that.
So this is a keep. This is a seat that there was a concern that would be flipped to Republicans because Larry Hogan's more of a moderate, but this ended up being a keep. So this is good for Dems in the Senate.
Yes.
Did we talk about the abortion in Florida?
No.
Okay, this is upsetting.
Here's the
thing.
I have
some facts for you.
What I think is so interesting about the Florida abortion referendum. Now, they were trying to vote to not have the now existing 6-week abortion ban, right?
Yes, correct.
They were going to try to overturn it to viability.
Yes.
It failed. It did not reach. It did not reach the 60% required. So Florida's 6-week abortion ban stays in place. Sammy, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you for a quick sec.
Yes. I'll be back on Zoom later, but I do want to tell you something about that 6-week.
Tell me about that.
Not the 6 weeks, sorry, the referendum that failed. They needed to get 60% of the votes to pass it. They got 57%, and 1.5 million more votes that I'm aware of so far than the no people.
Okay.
That rule that you have to get 60% to pass in order to pass these referendums.
Like filibustery.
That was passed by 50%.
Ew.
Okay, and with that,
Sammy's out. She's got to go take care of her dogs. She'll have the dogs on the Zoom.
I leave you.
I leave you. Thank you, Sammy.
Goodbye.
Appreciate you. Buy the book,
See
Democracy
you soon.
in Retrograde. We're gonna need
please. See you soon. We need it. Oh boy.
We're gonna be right back, but don't go anywhere. We have launched a Substack. Make sure you check out the Substack. We've got a little message from our friends at Amplify.
Sorry.
See you soon. Here, well, if you're watching this, then we are already friends. But in case I haven't introduced myself, I'm V, and this is Under the Desk News, where we dive deep under the desk to find the crumpled paper trails and long-forgotten history, as well as the important stories that often end up on the cutting room floor for reasons sometimes suspicious. Now, my goal with this channel has always been to bring you the most interesting things to learn, while also gently reminding you that when everything seems like it's just going to be awful, there's always just a little bit of good news to be found, too. Till now, I've been doing all of that work in 90 seconds from literally under the desk. But y'all wanted more. So now we are introducing the brand new Under the Desk News Substack, where on Mondays and Thursdays you can expect long-form newsletters that expand on the wildest stories of the week, while also covering a few stories that frankly just couldn't be condensed into a minute-long video. Need to know my hot take on the new staging of Cabaret the Musical in a post-January 6th world? We're gonna have that. Are you curious about whatever happened to the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club? We're gonna have that. that? Do you need a midnight deep dive on the chemistry of insomnia and how it relates to blue light overexposure? Yeah, you definitely do, and this is the place for you. We'll have all of those answers for you. You can follow me now at underthedesknews.substack.com for one free weekly newsletter and at least one additional premium newsletter per week for either $7 monthly or $70 a year. Thank you so much for your support so far. I'm hoping to see you more under the desk, above the desk, reading stories that were under the desk. You get it.
60 years ago, this seemed impossible. 15 years ago, this seemed impossible. 10 years ago, this seemed impossible. We decide what's possible.
In line to vote, they will take your vote and your vote will count, and I promise you it is worth the wait in line. Also remember, you can write to Pizza at the Polls and they will send you some pizza if you're in a long line. Please check out Pizza to the Polls. Now, also, Pennsylvania has agreed to keep their polls open until 10 p.m. because again, it is just like way too much going on. There are too many people in line and they need to make sure that everybody can vote. So, we're having a good time. Things are going well. I heard there was a hot mic moment, and you heard me say it's hot in here, and it is hot in here because we're excited. One of the things that I will forever be proud of is having cast my ballot for Kamala Harris. And also for the fact that we've registered so many new voters, people who are just learning about democracy and the processes and their part in it. So no matter what happens tonight, we're going to stay super optimistic. And I am still very optimistic that Harris can pull off a win. I know that it is Trad and Legacy Media's job to make you stay super anxious the whole time. We have not gotten into any of the areas yet. And what is this?
It's a bonsai. And
oh.
Water it. It just needs water.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. We have a peace activity, friends. See, I was getting worked up, and Mary's like, I brought you something. Look at this. We have a little watering can and a little bonsai tree. Ask my mom about the last time I had a bonsai tree. Wait, so you water it and does something happen? Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you guys see this? Wait. That is peaceful. Oh. We'll make sure that it's watered on this side too. What's the point in having a class pizza party if you don't have some fun activities? La da da, nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, having all of the fun. That's what this show was going to be about, and that's what registering to vote was about. It's not about, like, you know, panicking the entire time, and I know that that is part of the way that people get you to watch their channels. My commitment to you is to never do that to you, and I would tell you if I was worried, I would tell you. We are so early in the night, it's not even close to over. It hasn't even begun in many ways. We knew the Red Mirage would be a big part of what was going on, and that's because, as we've said many times, in some of the more rural states, it takes less time to count their ballots because there are fewer people. I think they're going to try and clean up my art project. Thank you, Mary. That was so much fun.
It was, you know, comforting.
It was comforting. I was like, what is this?
A little Zen moment.
Yeah, we have a Zen moment. This is Danny and Mary,
Hi.
The best in the biz. They did all the fun props for tonight and set decoration. We've got treats hidden all over the place. I'll give you that. I've got more paper in here. She's got so much stuff in here for me.
Actually,
my little notes. Thank you. But we've got a lot more guests too. I mean, we haven't even heard from half of our West Coast guests because a lot of them are either in line to vote or they are still outdoor knocking and working the polls. There's Josh Gad is doing FaceTimes to people who are waiting in line at the polls. And we've just got a ton of people who care about election night and care about maintaining happiness and joy throughout this night. So if you're freaking out right now, let's just take a big deep breath, We are not even to the close calls yet. We are right now in the space that we know always happens the same way every year. And that's, all right, let's throw up the big blue blocks, let's throw up the big red blocks, and then probably closer to like the midnight 1 a.m. time, we'll start to see some of those really tight races. You can go to bed. We're clipping this. You can watch it tomorrow, or you can stay with us and enjoy the night. Now, I want you to just keep a good mentality, though, and I'm so grateful that you're here, because it's things like this that just kind of make all the everyday content really worth it, you know? So much of the time that we're watching TikTok, we're alone, or we're making TikToks or YouTubes, we're alone. And it's just been really fun to like have a bunch of our friends here tonight and have a bunch of you here tonight to try and do things a little bit differently. And I know that we got those 3 million likes. Let's see if we can get to 4 million likes in the next hour, because that is what helps us reach even more people who have never seen Under the Dust News or know what we do. And we're always welcoming new dust bunnies, right? And I know there's folks that are watching on YouTube right now. We just started the YouTube channel with long form content. What you can expect is that we are digging deep under the desk for stories that you might not hear otherwise. Things that get lost to history, end up on the cutting room floor, stuff like whatever happened to the Hells Angels. Haven't heard from them in a long time. What's going on there? Stuff like, what is the Electoral College? Is October surprises real? What is the viability of a third party candidate? I'm sorry, I think we're getting something from Abbie. What was that? All right, we've got 2 new friends knocking on the door. Come and knock up my door. We've got Polly Pocket and Laura High here with us tonight. Laura is a comedian and dear friend. You definitely know her as the sperm donor child of TikTok. She does a ton of education on fertility and on the fertility industry. She's also frigging hysterical and brings me great joy. Gina, Laura, hello. Welcome to the show. Oh my God.
Hi.
What are you dressed at? You're gonna go stand next to Gina on the thing there.
I'm gonna go stand next to Gina.
Like I said, Laura High, iconic donor-conceived person.
Donor-conceived person.
Thank you for
the
being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
This is like, so we did say that this is like school. So this is the after-school special.
Yes.
Where you are going to help us better understand.
Well, we have to. It's health class, and we
It's
have
health.
to understand our health. And what is a better demonstration than to actually, you know, literally show you?
Did you make this costume yourself?
I did not. This was actually Coney Island Designs. A former egg donor actually made this for me.
wow.
Yes.
I love that journey.
Yes. Thank you so much, Coney Island Design. You did an amazing job.
Thank you for being here. Gina, do we have a fun game to play with Laura, or what are we going to get into now? Are we just vibing with the night?
I was here to do analysis, but Laura, do you want to tell them what you were just telling me?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. I was saying, actually, this was made for me specifically for the first protest for donor-conceived rights.
Oh, yeah.
And because what happened was this was 2023 in October in New Orleans. ASRM, the American Society of Reproductive Medicine, had their giant, big old conference that they do every single year, and didn't invite donor-conceived people to talk, even though they were inside talking about us.
Why?
Because you don't want to hear from the product.
Oh, no, Laura, not the product.
We're iPhones to them.
Oh, my God.
So they even had a conference where they used AI to figure out how donor-conceived people feel, and we're like, we're here. You can, and the thing is, talking to us, we could help make donor conception better. We could help make it more accessible.
Yeah.
Because, like, we're from it. We understand it better than anyone, and that's the whole point. We want reproductive care to be accessible, to be available, and to be thriving, because it should be thriving.
Yeah.
Reproductive care is incredible.
But there's a bunch of creepy stuff that happens that you've told me about. That people
yes.
like you and other folks who are donor-conceived people, like you said,
yes.
don't want to be happening. Things like sibling pods that they don't know about, or switching donors and stuff.
Well, definitely like fertility fraud. So if you did you see the documentary Our Father?
Yes,
I did
so
not,
creepy.
Highly recommend. So you saw Our Father. Our Father is on Netflix. It's a fantastic documentary. Stars Jacoba Ballard. I love you, girl. And basically, it's about this doctor, Dr. Klein, who switched out the chosen donor sperm or dad's sperm in IVF for 90 patients, and now it's over 100 patients. So it's added on about 10 kids since.
Wow.
And so he didn't go to jail. We have found 80 doctors who have done this egregious act. They've never gone to jail. So what we're trying to do is obviously criminalize it, because it's assault.
It's like assault.
It's assault. So we want to criminalize it. And so we've been working on something called HR 451. It is a bipartisan bill, and it would put in a 10-year statute of limitation upon finding out that you are a victim of fertility fraud.
Okay.
Because fertility fraud works differently than any other medical fraud. For example, if you had a surgery and someone left a sponge in you, you would know about that pretty quick.
Yeah.
Right.
You might not find out you're a victim of fertility fraud till you are 30 years old. So any kind of statute of limitation that we have in place in the United States, it's gone. It doesn't exist. So we need to make space for fertility fraud, since we are seeing more and more cases of it popping up. And with the rate that donor conception is rising, more and more people are using it every single year, we must put this protection in place. Because right now, as of 2022, globally, donor conception the fertility industry is a $5 billion industry. By 2030, it is projected to go up 3.5%. And the fact that we don't have fertility fraud legislation put in place in the United States is not good. So we need that protection for everybody who uses donor conception and the fertility industry, just even as IVF.
So I'm sure the Republicans are champions of this, seeing as how much they're so pro-life and they love the idea of bringing children into the world. Can you tell us which Republicans have helped you back this bill? Is this something?
So actually, HR 451 has been bipartisan.
Good, okay.
Very happy to say it has been bipartisan, because actually it's really cool. Both camps are kind of like, yeah, the doctor should be doing. That should be. And we actually have had, when we've been in Washington, D.C. lobbying, we've actually sat down with Republican moms and legislators who did IVF.
Okay.
Yes, Republican legislators, you did IVF, we met with you.
Yeah.
You did do it.
Stop trying to ruin it.
Stop trying to ruin it. And they did say this would be heartbreaking if the doctor had done that. And I'm like, exactly.
Yep.
So support it. So there are cases in which, like, they are supporting us. But more or less, we are absolutely looking to make IVF and to make donor conception more accessible, because obviously the cost of donor conception is
too much.
It's outrageous. It's do you know how much a vial of sperm costs?
$250.
Higher.
Higher?
Higher.
$2,000.
Yes.
$2,000?
I know my
It
cups
can
of
range
sperm.
anywhere from $600 to $2,000.
Gina knew that right away.
She knew that. You know your sperm. I love it. Sperm savant here. But yeah, sperm vials can go anywhere from $600 to $2,000 a vial. But that's not where it stops, because obviously that doesn't include it doesn't include, like, if you're doing IUI, IVF, ICSI. Not to mention, they're also going to not just charge you for a vial of sperm, they're also going to charge you extra for a photo of your donor, to hear a voice recording of your donor. Some of them require you to buy 3 vials at the time. Most of the banks require you to do a subscription service. There is, if you actually go check it out, Seattle Sperm Bank, they make you pay a subscription service in order to be able to see the genetic test results of the donor.
Whoa.
You have to pay extra to see that. That doesn't include in your vial of sperm purchase.
Laura, that is nutso bananas. I want to take a quick second to ask the folks who are tuned in right now. We are so close to getting to 4 million likes. If you can tap that screen, it helps us keep this live stream going and helps us reach more people. Also, we never call for gifts, but we're calling for gifts this time. Little things. You send roses, stuff like that. The smallest gift you possibly can. At the end, we will decide who we're going to donate the gifts money to. Maybe to things like fighting fertility fraud. I mean, this is like nutso banana stuff that so many people agree on. But those kind of things, sending roses and different kind of gifts, also helps push the live out to more people. So if you can, please do that. And at the end, we'll make sure that those gifts go to a very worthy cause that supports democracy, the right to vote, and the right to life, which is what we're really all about.
Absolutely.
I love you in this costume.
About your life.
Thank you so much. It's, you know, it's
Do you
filled
ever
with
perform
life.
in this costume? Because you're a very successful stand-up comedian as well.
I actually performed in my old sperm.
I've seen that one.
This is 2.0.
This is 2.0. Yes.
You've leveled up.
This is my couture look. This was handmade for me. I sent in my sizes and everything so to make sure that the sperm cup would fit. I'm sorry. I did this before JD Vance's followers did.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, I did this before his followers. They copied me and they bastardized it, okay? That is not, no, this is the look, okay?
It's very classy. It looks so good. And we're going to have some jokes tonight because you're with us for a while now, right?
I am here with you as long as you need me.
We love it.
Because we need to stick together right now. Literally, we need to stick together.
We do. And we do indeed.
Yes.
We're gonna play a game. We're getting another, wait, what do you have for us, Polly? What was going on? I've used all of your government names so far tonight. Did you have a little analysis? Or we have another guest? All right, we've got Abbie Tucker Burns back. Burns Tucker. It's the dyslexia girl. I cannot, it's out of control. All right, you hang for one quick second. What did you have to update us with? Anything?
Well, do you want good news or bad news?
Give us some good news.
All right.
She's like, I'm leaving. There's no good news.
We're in some tough races. We do have, we're going to take a look at Virginia's getting close. Georgia is still close. Pennsylvania is right on the cusp. I do want to remind people that we are going to be in it for the long haul. And something that is happening right now, we saw some initial blue shifts because several states were counting early mail-ins and early ballots prior, which gave Democrats a bit of an advantage. A difference between these blue shifts as opposed to the red shifts we saw in 2020 are that there aren't as many people mail-in balloting. So we saw those smaller blue shifts compared to what we're now seeing, which are these larger red shifts that happen because of the geography we were talking about earlier. So small districts can count a lot faster.
Right.
We're large districts, so particularly we're going to see this in Milwaukee, we're going to see this in the Atlanta. Those are taking longer to come in, particularly in Wisconsin. Milwaukee did have some issues later, so they're doing a 3,000 vote recount, which is also going to
We'll see what happens there.
So,
well, how come some of these are dark blue and some of these are light blue? Does that mean it's sort of leaning blue and then we're waiting to see what's happening, or was blue before?
I believe the dark blue ones have been called. And I believe the light blue ones are leaning.
Leaning, okay.
Right now we're kind of seeing a shift from not enough information to too close to call.
Okay.
Which is a difference there.
All right. We still got a long way to go. What time is it? It's like 10 p.m.
I don't know, it's
10?
party time.
It's party time. I know. It's like 10:30. We've got so much longer to go. Because we've got things like, we know a lot of the races in Virginia did go to Democrats. We're seeing that North Carolina, while it may go to Trump, we got the governor's race there, which is fantastic. And we'll see what happens with the splits in Nebraska as well. Abbie, I'm hearing that you may have some more information for us. Abbie's our producer for those of you just tuning in.
Well, we have a little fun thing for you.
What do we have?
Look up.
Is this, are we dropping in? Oh my gosh, we've got all kinds of gags going here. This is, you're doing perfect, Danny. This is perfect. This is what we were hoping for. Oh my God, we're losing hats, we're losing everything. All right, we're gonna play a little game quickly if you guys all wanna play a game. Are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, this is the scavenger hunt. So hidden throughout this entire place are candy bars.
Okay.
That's pretty motivating.
Yeah.
They're not just candy bars, they're Tony's Chocolonely custom candy bars for tonight's election. The first one says, it's curtain call for the Garden State, but the puppet show must go on. Now, the Garden State, New Jersey, notoriously went to the Democrats, as it always does, because Jersey boys love girls, and they love Plan B. They love abortion, as they should. And we love that about them. Supporting the women's rights, right? So around here, we're looking for a puppet show. Do you see anything puppet show?
Okay, I think
right
oh,
here.
wait, Laura found a puppet show.
I think I found.
Do you see any chocolate involved in the puppet show?
I think I might.
Okay, Laura is the winner of the first, and what's it say on there?
It says projected winner, New Jersey Democrat Harris Walls.
New Jersey goes for Harris Walls. Fantastic. I think we've got a second clue. Second clue coming.
It's rolling in. It's rolling in. Rolling in.
I wanted a zip line so bad, like, because you know, chef, zip line stuff. I was like, we need to know about these things. Fifth state in the union. The fifth state in the union, I think we determined yesterday was like, is that like Rhode Island? I don't know. Write in the chat if you know what the fifth state of the union is. But we are now looking for the number 5. The next chocolate bar will be found in the number 5, which we've got all kinds of little things here.
We've got
Gina has got it. What's it say on that one? Show the camera.
Connecticut.
Connecticut must be the 5th state.
Aren't you from
We're so smart. I'm so smart. I'm from there. I should know this, right? No. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Oh,
our beautiful unbranded chocolate bars.
I know, right? Well, they were made custom for tonight. Did Tony sponsor us? No, I just like their chocolate the best, so we wrapped it in that.
Fair enough.
The Windy City blows blue on a news day. Look under your desk. It's going up on a Tuesday. I'm going to assume that this one is for me. Now, we do have an under the desk cam. I don't know if we're switching to the under the desk camera view. Can you guys see?
Yes, you are too.
All right, we're back under the desk where we belong. And in fact, yes, there is a candy bar here. Illinois goes for Harris Walls. We love to see it. This is so comfortable, right, guys?
Just like fate.
It just feels
Your
right.
happy place.
It feels right. Should we stay under here until we get more of until like California comes in? This is the vibe, man. This is where we were at. Oh God, what a safe and lovely place. It's also like oddly cooler under here. I don't know if it's
Are
like
you gonna go back under the desk?
Am I gonna be back? I don't know. We might have to go back under the desk. It's so comfortable and cold under here and protected. No, we have to get back to the show. Okay, but we'll come back to the under the desk camera in the future. All right, last one I think we've got here. Let's see what we've got for the last scavenger hunt. Montgomery, Alabama. Do you see any monsters on set?
Oh, I think we got a monster over
Monsters
here.
on set. Oh, there we go. Abbie, what we got? Come show them. Show them in this camera here. Oh, we got to be nonpartisan. We got to be nonpartisan. You know, Alabama went red for Trump. That's okay. We knew that would happen.
Chocolate caramel sea salt. I'll take it.
That's a good one, right? Yeah. If you found it, it's yours. Oh my goodness. Do we need a snack? We have this joke where my mom, because I have like a candy drawer in my house, where I just stand in front of it and like eat one M&M at a time, like in a panic mode. And my mom is like, "Oh, are you in front of the candy? Is it going bad? What's going on in your life?" But yeah, let's try it.
Almond. And then I got
let's try
dark
the chocolate.
70%.
And then let's chat. See, if you guys want to sit at the desks, you can. If we have anything else to say, I don't know. There's no camera that way. We might have to switch them around. Bring your chairs over. We can hang. Yeah.
Sitting
Bring chairs
is a
over.
bit
Let's
of
hang. Let's hang and have some chocolate. Check in with the chat. Look, can you sit in that?
I think we can make it
I think
work.
she can. Yeah, we're doing it.
Okay.
We're doing it live.
Let's do it.
Gina almost broke the teleprompter. Perfect. Yeah. Excellent. Look at us at this little table.
Creators who just make it happen.
What do we think?
Well,
how are we feeling? Do you have other news? Should you tell us?
I mean, I can tell you about Nevada. Some things to expect there. We can talk about Arizona.
What's happening
if you
in
want
Nevada?
some specific counties to watch.
Yeah.
Also, Nevada's interesting.
We're all just gonna have snacks. Because what else is there to do? It's candy chocolate time. It's dessert time. If you're watching at home, get your dessert out. Your little, it's a little melted, isn't it good though?
I have a 70% dark chocolate if anyone wants some dark chocolate.
Oh yeah, I have one. What does this have? It's caramel sea salt. If you're interested in this one.
That's the same one I have, Bessie.
Sit, Bessie.
Look at us.
Should I eat chocolate on a talk show?
Why not?
Oh wait, the polls are. Do we have more? We have more states to call. What could it be? Colorado has been called for Harris. Yeah, we knew it was happening. We just learned where Colorado is, right? It's on this side of Utah, not the other side. So we've got Colorado for Harris. That is where it's at. We will take it. Thank you, Denver. Thank you, Aspen Ideas Festival. Also, guess what else got called?
What?
Washington, D.C. For Harris. So where they went 98% for Hillary in 2016. I saw D.C. coming. But that's so exciting. All right, so see, we're putting numbers up on the board. You guys were starting to panic. There's nothing to worry about at all. We've got Colorado, which we're excited to see. One up. another Dust Bunny, somebody who works on our forthcoming movie project. We're going to have a movie club on the Substack for Under the Desk News. Dr. Shannon Mankus, who is a doctor of film and environment, is going to help us with our movie club. It'll be super fun. Will you be watching?
Of course.
We're going to break apart things like why Who Framed Roger Rabbit is actually about redlining.
Whoa.
He was trying to put his highway and break up the Toontown and everything.
Oh my God.
So we're going
that
to be
makes
learning fun
sense.
stuff. I know. It's going to change your life.
I mean, anything involving Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I'm like, yes, let's
much
let's
fun.
dive into it.
Chat up Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Okay, tell us more stuff. Now I'm feeling good.
All right, so
my melted chocolate. I'm feeling great.
Nevada's going to be closing at, what time is it?
10:30.
Okay, so Nevada closed at 10. Nevada is actually very unique. So Nevada conducts itself prominently through mail-in ballots. Not the way that Oregon does, but when you are an active voter, so not when you've registered, but when you have actively voted, you immediately get a mail-in ballot in the mail. This has been super successful. Yeah, since it was implemented. So right now we're not looking, unlike a lot of other places where mail tends to lean Democrat, it's pretty even in Nevada.
Okay.
Typically in Nevada, Democrats only actually hold two counties. Those are Clark and Washoe County, so Las Vegas and Reno, respectively.
Okay.
What this election will come down to is turnout in those two counties. A lot of states are like that, where it either comes down to a couple swing states or actually just the turnout in the big ones. That's similar for Georgia and Wisconsin.
How do you think the Bunny Ranch voted? Do you know what the Bunny Ranch is?
What's the Bunny Ranch?
Oh my God, you guys don't know what the Bunny Ranch
No.
is? Okay, so I'm older than all of you. Watch your mouth. And there used to be a show, right?
Hey, V, we hit 4 million likes.
Oh, we hit 4 million likes. Thank you. I'll tell you what the Bunny Ranch is. So back in my day, as a millennial, as a millennial, they were like, have an eating disorder, be as thin as possible. We're going to make your jeans as small as possible and as low as possible. And also, all of the television shows are going to be about like very young women having like older boyfriends. So it was like Girls Next Door with Hugh Hefner. Whatever. There was a show, it was like a VH1 reality show called The Bunny Ranch, which was essentially like the only legal brothel in the state of Nevada. And it was like about what the girl's life was like there. And I wanted to be them so bad. I was like, this looks like so much fun. Like, why wouldn't I want to be this? I didn't know. I didn't know.
I heard you almost.
Oh my God, we have more pizza. Oh my gosh. We've got pizza, we've got chocolate, we're ready to go. Pizza to the polls is not messing around.
Right?
I love it.
Pizza. Are we gonna like?
Yeah, let's eat pizza. I've got.
Let's
chow out. We're gonna just hang and kiki for a while. We've got plates if you want plates.
Okay, so what are our election predictions?
See, I said I thought she would take Florida. Anxiety. I said I thought she would take Florida, but.
I mean, one thing, like, I'm a black woman, and just one thing I know about us is just like, at the end of the day, when the job needs to get done, it gets done.
Yeah,
right?
it's gonna come through.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, we're looking at the numbers right now, it's like the audacity of America.
Yeah, but if we started on this side, then we'd be in a totally different sitch. They would be like, oh my God, it's crazy, it's all her.
But I think this is what we've been talking about,
Don't
right?
lose faith.
Look, we gotta ride it out. We gotta play the long game. I think that's the thing. Like, remember to play the long game. Remember to stick into it till the end of the race. Like, the race is not over. It's not done. Anything can happen, right? We saw stuff we didn't think we would see in 2020. We never thought we would see Georgia red, like, ever in life, right?
Yeah.
That happened.
Georgia blue,
Or, excuse me, blue, sorry. See?
2 blue senators.
Looking at all the red.
What other kind of pizza do we have?
But yeah,
we're gonna give you guys a little break, and we're gonna chow on some pizza, and then when we come back, the girls are gonna kiki with me, and we're gonna, we got white pie. Yay! All right, we'll take a quick break. You guys can watch some more fun content and some hellos and guest shout outs from folks who wanted to be here, but oh man, it's a rough night, and people stayed out there door knocking and making sure that they were campaigning, so we appreciate that. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Happy Election Day, everybody. V, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to your audience for just a minute here. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I can say this, insofar as this is useful. I would much rather be Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. And I say that with absolute honesty here. Just in terms of the way that these two campaigns have closed out these last couple of weeks offers a little bit of insight. I don't know that Donald Trump's closing message was supposed to be the size of Arnold Palmer's anatomy, and also that Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage. If that was planned to be his closing message, then more power to him. I don't think it's going to work. And when you contrast that especially with Kamala Harris's closing message, where she's gone especially strong on the economy, which has been shown to be one of the number one issues, if not the most important issue in this election, and just the general sense of wanting to turn the page from the exhaustion that comes from the Trump era. We can also look at the fact that there is a massive disparity in terms of, at least in the early vote periods, numbers coming in from males versus females. And so we can see about a 10-point difference in terms of women showing up. And I think that bodes well, especially with the issue of reproductive rights on the ballot too. So a few little tidbits we can glean here or there. But at this point, really, we're at the point where we're going to see the actual votes come in. And that's the most important thing here. But one quick note, and that is just to say thank you to everybody here who's watching this stuff, for being involved, for paying attention. This makes our life so much easier in terms of making sure that people know what's happening in these elections, making sure that people are engaged and informed so that there can't be these disinformation campaigns that so easily manipulate Americans. So again, thank you so much for taking the time and being involved in the political process right now. Good luck, everybody. Deep breaths. We got this. And let's turn the page on this nightmare era of Trumpism once and for all. See you on the other side.
And now, a message from former President William Henry Harrison.
Yes. Thanks for having me on on the show. My election was the election of 1840, and I was proud to rise to my station after being Senator of Ohio. I may have only served 30 days because I gave the longest inauguration speech in American history at 2 hours, went coatless in 40-degree weather, caught pneumonia, and then succumbed to that pneumonia. But even if I spent every single day of my month-long presidency stricken with sickness, I believe in the power of the American system. The American system. A system that has lasted.
That concludes a message from former President William Henry Harrison.
Oh my God, that is so loud. We're never blowing that again. That like popped my ears. Wow, they could hear that at home. That was crazy. How's our sound? Are you guys okay?
What Virginia is leaning blue again.
We're losing it over here, okay? That really was like kind of nice. Honestly, it popped
And 71%
like my entire sinus.
Okay.
Did you guys
almost
hear
1
that
point
at
above.
home?
Yeah.
Chat. How loud was that at home? The entire studio just like hit the ground. I love an air horn. We also have like a digital air horn. We might use that one next time. Am I what? Yeah, I'm live now. Okay. all of that aside, we're having a blast here tonight. We're having pizza, and great things are starting to happen because we're going to start to fill in this part of the map, okay? And that's what y'all have been waiting for. We knew that if we had started in California and gone to the East Coast, it would have looked like she was ahead the whole time. Now, speaking of the West Coast, I want to welcome my good friend and one of the absolute most iconic campaigners that has ever campaigned, Jessica Craven, who is out right now in the swing state of North Carolina. Jessica, what's going on?
Oh, such a rookie error.
There we go.
I am joining you from hi.
You are in North Carolina. Now, you're a resident of California. You already voted.
I am. Oh, voted on day one. Have to. Yeah.
I love that.
Voted on day one and came out here to North Carolina because I felt like this was a really exciting place to be on election night and that I wanted to help knock doors here and see if we could flip North Carolina blue on election night, which still remains to be seen, of course. But
well, we got Josh Stein.
Yep.
I mean, that was really important just to securing like the general health and safety of North Carolinians. I mean, obviously we want to see the state go blue for Harris, but just having Josh Stein as the governor alone, I think, for me is a big win. I mean, and I think for a lot of folks, that's something really worth celebrating. What have the vibes been like in town? What are people saying?
I mean, the vibes have been fantastic. You know, I think that, I mean, there's been a tremendous amount of volunteer energy here. People from out of town who have been here for weeks volunteering. I canvassed today with a guy who was from Connecticut and has been here for 3 weeks on his own dime.
Yeah.
Just came, put himself up in an Airbnb, and he has canvassed every single day. I was calculating with him, I don't know, he's knocked several thousand doors himself. He's in his 70s. And it's not just him, there are
70s?
many. Yes, yes.
Bless him.
Yeah, and there are many, many other out-of-towners here as well. And then obviously tons of locals. It's an amazing team. It's a huge team. I was actually at their party earlier tonight, but it was too loud, so I decided to come back. But yeah, the vibes have been amazing. People have been working really, really hard. If we don't win, it will not be for lack of effort. People have been breaking their backs.
Such a good point. And you've been in this work for a long time. You've seen some big wins and some big losses. And you keep at it. I mean, you could be home in California just chilling, and you're in North Carolina even to tonight, making sure that people are out there voting and feel, you know, taken care of and that they've got all the information they need. What's something you could give people advice-wise? I mean, it's like 11 o'clock now, almost 10:45 on the East Coast. People are freaking out a little bit. What can you tell them to make them feel a little better?
Well, you know, I mean, I think we have a lot of PTSD from 2016, so it's really hard to separate out what is 2016 PTSD to what is happening now. It's extremely early. Votes are just like, polls are not even, poll 8, 9, 10. I don't even know that polls are closed on the West Coast yet. Like, things are still, you know, there's a lot of votes to be counted. And as we have been reminded over and over again, the red mirage is a real thing. Red counties come in first because they're smaller. Red states come in first. So was I hoping we would win Florida? Absolutely.
Was I hoping too. I really thought we had it. I thought we had it.
I know. And it's a bummer. Like, that's a bummer. It is a bummer to see the misogyny and the racism that still exists in this country. But I'm certainly not, you know, it ain't over until it's over. And we have so many votes left to count. I don't think that we don't know anything right now.
We don't know
that,
anything.
You know, it's not a landslide. We know that.
What I know, and some of the polls I saw that I loved coming into this weekend were, you know, the talk has been the whole time, she's got the youth vote, she's got the culture, she's got the queer vote, she's got the this, she's got the that. She got the people over 65 leaning towards her. She got women over 65 leaning towards her. Can you talk about what may have been driving that?
The fact that she wants to expand Medicare and Trump wants to privatize it is a huge part of it. And also, I think older people are just, I mean, they've been more steeped in the concept of decency and integrity and these ideas of like, and also they were around to see, or, you know, some of them were around to see World War II. They know what fascism looks like. They know not to take all of this for granted. And so they are, for all of those reasons, I think, going her way. And also abortion rights, I think, are very, very, very important to women who lived before Roe v. Wade.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think that was like the thing of this right now. Something I want to give folks hope for too. If you want to start pre-counting your chickens, some of the chickens you can count on are California. How many Electoral College votes does California have?
It's like, oh God, that's a test question I should have looked up before.
I think they have
don't
like
know.
54,
Someone tell me.
52, 52 or 50,
yeah.
54?
Is someone Googling that, or am I supposed to?
Somebody will Google it. They'll put it in the teleprompter for me. It's 54. So we're looking at Harris Walls right now at 116. Go ahead and add 54 because we know she's getting California, right? That's going to help you feel a little bit better. Go ahead and add Oregon and Washington. We know that she's going to get those. That'll make you feel a little bit better. Just seeing that Red got a head start on the race does not mean that you need to freak out in any ways whatsoever. Nothing that has been sort of consequential has been called yet. We don't have Arizona. The polls haven't even closed in Arizona yet. We don't have Nevada. We don't have Pennsylvania. We don't have the finals on North Carolina or Wisconsin or any of these other places. So if you want to start counting your chickens, Jess, where could we start counting chickens, do you think? So that people could just, they're not going to see it yet because the West Coast hasn't cleared. But in your opinion, where do you think we're at? We've got 54 coming here.
Yeah, we've got California coming for sure.
Oregon.
We've got New Mexico, I would say, coming for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say anything for sure, but I would assume Colorado, New Mexico, California.
Right.
Those are all for sure. You know, yeah, the rest of them, I'd like to think that Nevada and Arizona are for sure, but obviously at this point we don't know that they are.
We'll give them a 70%er. We'll give them a 70%.
We'll give them a 70%. Yeah, it sounds like Nevada turnout was really strong today.
Yes.
But yeah, there's some unknown. I mean, it's just unknown at this point.
Don't freak out. Don't freak out. I promise you, if it was time to freak out, I would tell you. I've never lied to you guys before. If shit was going really bad and Jess was here, I'd be like, Jess, it's going really bad. What do we do? Contingency plan. But that's not even where we're at yet. When it starts to get to be 1, 2 a.m. and we've seen a little bit more of the maps and we've seen a little bit more of the exit polling, and it's maybe, you know, we'll deal with that when we get there, but we are not there. So chat, do not give up hope. We're not even we don't even have the whole map colored in yet. Like polls are still open. People are still waiting in line to vote. We can't give up on them.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, the last time it was also a very close election, and we didn't know results until Saturday. So we knew that it was very, very likely we weren't going to have results tonight.
Yep.
Of course, we all hoped that it would be such an overwhelming landslide that we would have results, but look, the polls have been telling us that it was close, and apparently it's going to be close.
Yep.
And this is why we go out and knock on every door and, you know, talk to every voter, which, look, we've all been doing it. I drove a guy to the polls tonight at 6 p.m.
I saw that.
I mean, you know, you fight for every single vote, and then the rest of it is, you know, it's in whatever. It's in the fate's hands. I mean, all we can do is what we have done. We've all worked really, really hard.
What do you think about Nancy Pelosi saying that we'll take Congress back?
I hope so. I cannot imagine that we wouldn't.
I can't imagine her saying something if she wasn't so dead-ass serious, like, ever.
Nancy Pelosi is not to be trifled with. If she said we're going to win the House back, I would imagine we're going to win the House back.
She's got it. Yeah,
I have not given up on the Senate at all. I mean, I think that, you know, Texas and Florida would have been great, but ultimately we can still hold Montana. We could flip Nebraska. We have roads. So Bob Casey won, I think I heard, which is great.
Oh, great. Great, Bob Casey.
I heard that
We're projected. We thank you. Yeah, we're not going to know until this is finalized.
Right. Elsa Brooks won, which is great.
That is great. That puts out Larry Hogan, which to me, that's a big one because Larry Hogan is really liked as a Republican in the state of Maryland by many other Republicans, and he was really liked by a lot of Democrats. So for a newcomer to beat him, I mean, that was really saying something. And I think that's the hope we'll have in the numbers when we get them in the end, is like even in a state like Florida that we didn't flip, Rick Scott only won. I think he ended up at like 55%, and we don't have all the votes counted yet. So I think we're inching closer and closer towards taking some stuff back, even if we don't win it this time. We, of course, do hope that we win the presidency this time. We're seeing a lot of wins along the way, and we are nowhere near finished. So we're going to check in with you again, I think, a couple more times just to see how things are going.
Yeah.
But one more time? One more time. We're checking in with you one more time.
Yeah.
But what's your parting word for right now?
Breathe.
Breathe. Stay in line.
Stay in line if you're at the polls, and just breathe. We don't know anything yet.
Right.
And we're going to be okay no matter what.
I believe it. I know we will.
Yeah.
We always are. All right,
We
Jess,
always
thank
are.
you. I want to see you for Fairer Skies in a couple hours.
Yes, you will. I'll see you then.
Thank you. Jessica Craven, the poll. We've got more states to call. Okay, we've got a couple more things that we know are going on right now. So let's see what we've got here. We've got Colorado went for Harris. D.C. went for Harris. New Mexico Senate went to the Democrats. That's Heinrich. That's fantastic. And Virginia Senate went to Tim Kaine, which is also fantastic. Great. So we're holding those Senate seats that we knew we wanted to hold. Fantastic, easy, breezy. Now, they are projecting that Trump has taken Iowa, Kansas, and Missouri. Again, I'm sorry, Chapel Roan and Chapel Roan fans. We thought that maybe Missouri, I sort of like, I don't know, I'm like a wishful thinker. I was like, maybe Missouri will go blue or purple. You never know. They've got abortion on the ballot. Now they've got Chapel Roan. Perhaps it's going to happen. But those three have gone for Trump. And this kind of completes this red wave situation, this red mirage situation of these early small states getting called. So again, nothing to worry about. All stuff that we knew was going to happen. Oh, we have a present. What is it?
Well, I'm going to fulfill like white women's fantasy.
Oh my God, it is.
Let a white woman touch my hair.
No, am I going to touch your hair? I didn't even touch your hair. That's how good a friend I am. No, I would never. I would never. No, and I performed well. You know what I have on me at all times? Lotion. You know what I'll never do? Ask to touch your hair. I'm ready.
You got it right. But I have a little gift for you.
Oh, do tell.
2022. But I need the chat to help me out before I give it
All
to
right,
you.
chat. We need help from the chat. Chat, what are we doing?
I need y'all to type in some coffee emojis.
Okay, hit the coffee emoji.
So I can give my best friend this coffee.
Okay, hit the coffee emoji.
So let's see how many can we get.
Gifts.
Can I get 100? Can I get 100 coffee emojis? Is that too low?
No, we should do 1,000.
1,000?
The chat doesn't mess around. The dust bunnies are rock stars.
Yeah.
My mom's in here. She's good for at least 100. Maureen's in here. We need 100 coffee emojis, Maureen.
I know there's some hypes in here, so hype shop better hype it up because we finna get it in.
We got to hit 4 million likes, and if you can send gifts, we're going to donate the gifts at the end to a worthy cause. We'll decide on that cause together, but the gifts really help push this out to more people so that they can watch it. Also on YouTube, make sure that you are subscribing. We're new to YouTube. This is a new world. Where are we at? What do we think?
How many do we have?
How many do we have? How many do we have?
Do you have enough?
Avi, how many do we have? Where are we at? All right. I think we've got it.
We got it?
Wait.
Hey, we have 4.4 million
We have 4.4 million likes.
Tons of coffee emojis.
Tons
That's
of
what I'm
coffee
tracking.
emojis. Okay, I think they're earning it. I think they've earned it. Okay, what do we got here?
Take this cup.
All right, we're going to take this off the top here.
Now, you know, nothing's better than like a cup of coffee in the morning.
Coffee gifts.
But then coffee's also good at night when you're a little bit stressed out watching the election. And it has a special message for a special friend.
Oh my God,
if
you are the best. It is going to be okay.
It's going to be okay.
Girl, thank you so
You're very
much. I love
welcome.
this. It's going to be okay. See, magic. We just brought you some magic. Things are good. Everything's okay. Like we said, we are nowhere near any kind of call so far.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay. Thanks, Uncle Chris.
Everything, I promise.
Everything, I promise.
Everything is okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
it's not creepy at all. Okay, good.
Does it help if it jiggles?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
It's fascinating. It's so well made. It really is.
Yeah.
It makes it less intimidating, honestly.
Would you like to try on the fascinator?
You know what? I have not done that ever, so I think I'm just gonna.
You're gonna keep it that way?
Keep it that way.
Yeah.
And we have more pizza too. We've got coffee, pizza, games.
Bessie, this is a prop. Please don't.
Delicious. Oh, I'm not gonna drink it. Yeah. I was like, all right. Thank you so much. We're going to be okay, and thank you for those coffee emojis, guys. I don't know how much pizza we could.
The pizza's never ending.
Pizza is never ending. Thank you, Pizza to the Polls, for sending us pizza. They are also sending pizza to you. If you are in a long line waiting to vote, go ahead and get Pizza to the Polls. Find them on Instagram or wherever else you can find them. and let them know you're in a long line, and where you are, they will send you pizza. This is going to be a long night. We need all the pizza and carbs we can get. We've got lots of ice water. We've had lots of fun with the games. They brought in a fan for a little while. What a thrill. Chris, Laura, what do you got for me?
I'm coming in here to, just wing around a little bit, eat some pizza. But
tell me about your necklace.
Oh, this is my dad's dog tag.
Is that your dad?
Yeah, my dad fought in the Vietnam War, and this is one of his dog tags. My mother wears the other one.
That is so nice. Thanks, Dad, for all that he did. We love it. And Dad is no longer with us?
No, he's no longer with us.
Good. Can you talk to him about giving us a win tonight?
Oh, yeah. So
little prayers.
Yeah, listen, hey, Dad, if you're up there eating chicken cutlets, take a break, tap in, help Kamala win, and I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Valenti.
Thank you, Dad.
Yes, wonderfully done. Thank you. We've prayed with the Jews now. We're ready to go.
We are ready.
Yes, perfect. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm feeling actually really good. One, and I'll tell you why, because I took off the suit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling really good right now.
You got the great American flag on you.
I got this at Boot Barn, not sponsored. I was in Texas working on election stuff, and I was like, I really want to feel Texas. So I bought this, which
Lone Star State.
It felt really Texas-y to me. And then I've been on a quest for a cowboy hat for literally my whole life. And many of my friends have been like, no, I'm doing the Lord's work. You're not wearing cowboy hats. We cannot have this. But then I did find one. Also at the Boot Barn.
Did you bring it?
It's here. Yes, we had it on earlier. We will bring back the cowboy hat.
Okay, because I missed that and I feel very cheated now.
I saw nothing about you being a cowboy.
We also have Newsies hats. For those of you who just tuned in, make sure that you go to Broadway Votes to watch the Newsies and the Suffs cast did a combination special. It was about voting and like raising the banner and all of that kind of fun stuff that we loved. AB is back.
Welcome back, AB.
I was on the floor.
No, you take my seat.
Yeah, we're floor people.
Under the desk.
Sit and chill.
You and I reminds me of you and I bawling our eyes out watching stuff.
Do we like take a little, is this weird?
Kind of do, no.
I think it's a good look.
Oh, it's a good look. Okay. We
Can't be good for the back.
Stretch the back. Let's tell people how we met.
We've met via online and we're mutuals, but the first time we actually met in person was you were extremely kind and you were like, hey, I'm in New York and I have a free ticket to Subs. You want to come with me?
Yes, and you did.
And I was like, yes? Tell me when. And I'm there. I actually, legitimately, I canceled a show.
Oh my God, I love that.
I canceled a show because I was like, this is way worth it.
You're like, nobody's getting comedy. We're going to see a show.
I'm going to find somebody else to fill in my spot. That's fine. This is more important. I need to go see Subs with V. Like,
this is
more.
It was worth it.
It was worth it.
We keep marching.
We keep marching. It was, I was crying. It was beautiful. I loved the music. The costumes were glorious.
Costumes were glorious. I did not know that many of the suffragists, because we learned in the musical not to call them suffragettes.
Yes, suffragists.
Apparently that was derogatory.
Because it makes them sound like a rockette.
Yes. We're Lebesians, as my grandmother would say.
Yes. And you called it.
I was like, are they?
You were whispering.
Oh, yeah. In a play. You would think I would know this stuff, but they don't teach you these things in Connecticut, okay? Again, we only learned about nutmeg. We didn't learn about a lot of other things, okay? And all the ghosts. Oh, so many ghosts. But we're in the play, and I'm watching, and I'm like, is she gay?
And literally whispering and like,
and then they kissed in the play, and I was like, I knew it. I knew Jen Coella would never play a character that feminine if she wasn't gay. Not true. Jen Coella is one of the greatest Broadway stars we have right now. And I was like,
no, you called it instantly, and I was sitting there going like, I don't know, I don't remember. And
I don't remember them ever telling us that any of the women's rights movement people were gay.
But you called it, you read it, and it was like, all right,
Obviously.
well
historically,
done.
there's going to be gay people in every movement. It's just if the further back you go, they're not going to admit that they're gay.
That's true. Or it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
But
we
found out that they were buried next to each other, which was...
Yes, they're buried next to each other, and Susan B. Anthony and her lover also. And also I learned later that Carrie Chapman Catt, who was she was played by Jen Coella in the play, she was an early suffragist, had her husband's body donated to science. So she could, when he died, so she could be with her lover and buried next to him.
Girl.
Nice. Well done.
Donate your husband's body to science so you can take up with your lesbian love her. All right, listen, we've got some good news for you, okay? Because Abbie is in the room, and I told you that this was going to happen. The polls are closing on the West Coast now.
The polls have closed!
The polls have closed, all right? There is nothing to freak out about because now we're going to start to see that blue wall build, okay? We're going to build the wall, and we're going to make Trump pay for it. And the first one...
Love it.
Hey! And the first one we've got here is California, right? So she just picked up 54. Look at how close it is now, 183 and 210. I told you guys, don't worry. She's also got Washington State. Okay, should we go to that board? Can we go over there? Yeah, we can go anywhere we want.
Yeah, stretch out.
Okay, this is my damn show. We're gonna watch. I gotta stretch my legs.
We got the pointer too. We got the pointer.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, we have a pointer over here. Look at this. Steve Kornacki, eat your heart out. Bam! All right, so look, we told you that it wasn't going to be as scary as you. I have two things. Now I'm like, what is this?
Now it's Mr. Holland's Opus?
Now I've got too many things. All right, we told you guys, oh my God, if this was a laser, I'd be losing it. We told you guys not to worry about what was going on with the map, right? Because those smaller counties, the more rural counties, all of this is land. There are two reasons I want you to remember that all of this is land, and that's because people we are not as divided a country as you think. You're looking at this and you're like, wow, that's a lot of red. That's a lot of people who didn't vote the way that I did. Maybe I'm feeling a certain way about it. It's land. It's distributed. It's okay. You're going to be okay. And right now we just picked up California, which is 54 electoral votes for her, and Washington as well, bringing us to 183 to 210. Now, you're like, yeah, but Trump's still ahead. What am I going to do about that? We know that Nevada is more likely going to go for her. We know she's going to pick up Oregon. Look at New Mexico is coming in blue, light blue. That means it's leaning blue. That's really good for us. We've got Michigan up here doing a light blue action. Michigan is one of the states that she has to win. It's like Michigan, Pennsylvania. What's the other one that we said? Michigan, Pennsylvania. Chat, who's the other one we want to win?
North Carolina?
North Carolina? I think we said it was Michigan. Minnesota,
blue wall, right?
Washington?
Washington.
I don't know. Yeah. She's doing okay, but we've got enough here. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to fill in more of this here, and we'll come back to you. You got nothing to worry about. Either way, everything's going to be okay. We'll be back right after this.
This election day, voters in 4 states and 4 cities will be voting on an opportunity to give third parties a real chance. However, while RFK Jr., Jill Stein, and whoever the hell Chase Oliver is make third-party bids at the top of the ticket, the biggest opportunity for progress will be found down the ballot. Believe it or not, TikTok comment section activism and a candidate that pops up every 4 years with no tangible organizing between to raise money as the only ethical choice despite having $8 million personally invested in everything they claim to be against and a whole lot of support from right-wing organizations is not our best bet at dismantling the two-party system. Ranked choice voting is. Why? Because it creates the risk-averse infrastructure necessary to expand third-party coalitions by eliminating the spoiler effect. To explain why ranked choice is a vital step, we have to back up a bit. In the US, a vast majority of elections use a plurality or winner-takes-all system. There are many flawed elements of plurality voting systems, but they can all be summed up with the fact that it's British. It formed as a colonial hand-me-down of the first preference plurality system used in the UK, also known as the first-past-the-post system, which is a very fitting reference to gambling on horse races. Everyone votes for one candidate. The candidate with the most votes wins outright, no matter how small the percentage that supports them is. But while the UK's more representative parliamentary system has sustained multiple parties, the US's presidential system devolved into a two-party system by the 1860s. And this winner-take-all approach makes it really hard to break from that by creating what's known as a spoiler effect, where the greatest impact a third party can realistically have is hurting the major party it's most aligned with. One example of this effect being Ralph Nader's 2000 Green Party candidacy, which is largely believed to have cost Al Gore Florida and thus the election, despite Al Gore being a notably big climate guy. In ranked choice, or sometimes called instant runoff voting, voters rank candidates in order of preference. If no candidate gets over 50% of first preference votes, which happens in a majority of competitive races, the candidate with the fewest first preference votes is cut, second choices are bumped up to first, votes are counted again, and lowest performers are cut until one candidate gets over 50% of the vote. By lowering the risk of a non-major party candidate splitting the vote with the closest aligned party, more people who might otherwise have a harm reduction voter mindset would likely be more comfortable supporting a third party that more aligns with their values. However, ranked choice supporting third-party viability by eliminating that effect isn't its only benefit. It also discourages a focus on negative campaigning against opposing parties, incentivizing politicians to run on their own policy platforms.
By providing more choice, it would also likely increase voter turnout and reduce the need for additional runoff elections, which is probably why it's endorsed by back-to-back runoff champ Raphael Warnock. Nevada, Colorado, Oregon, Idaho, Washington, D.C., and several other cities will be voting on whether to enact ranked choice voting, while in Alaska, one of the few states that uses it, will have a ballot initiative to repeal it, likely due to its tendency to turn the state blue. We'll be keeping tabs on these ballot initiatives and more.
60 years ago, this seemed impossible. 15 years ago, this seemed impossible. 10 years ago, this seemed impossible. We decide what's possible.
He's walking around serving KUNT. The 18th and 21st Amendments. The 18th Amendment started Prohibition, the 21st ended it. So next time you're wondering, 21, can you do something for me? It already did. And now we can cope with voter suppression tactics and the entire state of the US right now, thanks to the 21st Amendment. Next, Vladimir Putin. This is a politician who lives his life like a real housewife of Potomac. He's walking around serving KUNT harder than Karen from the Real Housewives of Potomac. Yikes! This year is taken from us Maggie Smith. It's also taken from us Liam Payne. But yet, somehow, the Grim Reaper refuses to get serious where this guy is concerned. In his pastime, he's riding around on the back of some oppressed Russian horse with his back arched. As a politician, what business do you have arching your back if it's not for your constituents? Zero. None. Making this guy an entire misplaced priority. Next, the mortifying ordeal of being perceived. Ah! This card is actually so real that I have no notes. I just want to go hide in a dark hole and gorge myself on 21st Amendment liquids. However, friends, dark hole time is not for today. Today is Democracy Day, and I'm honestly proud of each and every one of you. Y'all braved the cold, you braved the long lines, you found your ways around suppression tactics, because Lord knows so did I. And that is the spirit. I shake my united ass to you. Let's round out this day strong so we can get back to not being perceived another day. Till then, good night. Back to you, V.
Come on!
One more time. All right, Trudgy, blow on it. Here we go. Yes. Come on. Oh, look at that. That was a good one, man. Again. Oh.
What are we doing here, fellas? We gotta start this rally.
Why? I ain't running.
This is important. Focus. Hey, Davey. So, what do you say?
I say, what you say is what I say.
Tell him, Jack.
The USA needs our assistance,
So here's their orders, and I quote: tell everyone in spitting distance to get up off their duffs and vote.
What's voting got to do with me?
Hey, when you vote, you get your say.
I say what I want now.
Hey, run in your mouth, don't change nothing, Spot. But when you vote, your voice is heard. Now, who wants to go where? Hit the street in all directions. Let's make freedom ring.
What if some folks got objections?
Tell them, boys,
we sing.
Yeah, we'll be out there carrying the message far and wide. Don't just sit there, leaving it for others to decide.
Get the lead out.
Make a contribution.
Read the Constitution.
Be part of the solution.
And get out there. Now the call to one and all and vote, 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 vote.
Now is the time to seize the day. Think of tomorrow, seize today. Voting protects us as it connects us to our history of hard-won
You got the right to have a say. You got the right to have a say. Head to the polls, we'll lead the way. Head to the polls, we'll lead the way. When we make choices, votes are our voices. On election day, help write the future. And when we're done, out of many will be out of many will be out of many. We are one.
Vote!
You're live.
Oh, hey there. I didn't, well, it's me now. You see, I wanted to talk to you guys about unhinged presidents. Because, you know, nowadays, there's a lot of talk about politicians being crazy or unhinged. But if you want to see some truly unhinged politicians, well, you got to go back in history. Andrew Jackson, for example, the 7th president of the United States, the guy on the $20 bill. Yes, that guy. Did you know that he was a serial duelist? Duelist, like, draw! Yes, see, back in the day, dueling was actually much more common than you'd think, right? And Andrew Jackson, oh, he loved to duel. He participated in somewhere between 13 and 30 duels in his life. But one duel in specific is known as being the most famous duel in American history. And that's his 1806 duel with Charles Dickinson, an attorney and slave trader. See, Jackson was already known for being a fearless leader. And Dickinson, well, he was known for being an expert marksman. The two of them decided that they would have a duel because Dickinson's father-in-law accused Andrew Jackson of cheating during a horse racing bet. See, some things never change. Now, these two men, they met up for a duel with witnesses, right? Now, this is what happens. They stand on their marks, right? And they're staring each other down. It's a tense moment, right? And then Jackson, he says to Charles Dickinson, he goes, "You go first." I mean, that's cocky, right? It's also not normal for a duel, especially when you're going against an expert marksman. But Jackson, he's a fearless soldier. So he stands there. Dickinson lines up the shot, fires, and narrowly misses Jackson's heart. I mean, he hits his ribs. So Jackson, he keels over, huh? He pulls out a little handkerchief and he blots the wound. But that ain't it. Then he stands up straight, pulls out his pistol, lines up a perfect kill shot, and shoots Dickinson straight through the heart. Okay? Now, this establishes Jackson's reputation as someone who doesn't just talk the talk, but he walks the walk. All right? 20 years later, he becomes the 7th president of the United States, and he's arguably one of the most brutish leaders that we've ever elected. Now, let me tell you about one more unhinged president. Abraham Lincoln. You probably know this. Lincoln was 6'4" in the 1800s. That's like 6'8" today. All right? And he was freakishly strong and smart as a whip, just like me. Now, when Lincoln and his family moved to this new town in Illinois, Lincoln caught the attention of this local gang leader named Jack Armstrong. Great name, by the way. But Jack, he didn't like that Lincoln was known as the biggest and the smartest in town. He didn't like that very much. So Jack Armstrong challenges Abraham Lincoln to a wrestling match. The two of them, they meet in a clearing, right? And Armstrong's gang, he's there to watch. According to witnesses, Lincoln's reach was just so much that he was dominating Armstrong. So Armstrong, he resorts to a dirty move. Gets low, grabs his leg, and he trips Lincoln to the ground. But this is where it gets goofy. Lincoln rises, filled with unbridled rage, and he picks Armstrong up like he's doing a deadlift, and he tosses him to the ground. And the Armstrong gang members, no, they don't like that very much. So they swarm Lincoln, and they start pounding on him. But Honest Abe is 6'4". They can't hit his face. He's laughing and he's joking with them as they're trying to hit him. And eventually, because of his demeanor, the whole gang, including Jack Armstrong, begin to respect Lincoln for his sportsmanship, raising his arms up, and he's tanking the blows. There is a literal mural of this in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, which, by the way, Abraham Lincoln is a part of. So, next time somebody says that a presidential candidate is acting unhinged, just remember, Jackson shot a man through the heart and Lincoln body slammed a gang leader. Let's move on, shall we? I was doing some reading on this U.S. Constitution here, and, believe it or not, I think slavery might still be legal in the United States. I'm not fucking around. No, I'm serious. It's written in here. It says it. You see, here, it says it pretty small. See, the 13th Amendment, it says that slavery shall be illegal, except for a punishment for a crime. So wait, doesn't that mean that incarcerated people can be enslaved? Wait. Doesn't the United States have the largest prison population on Earth? Hold on. And don't we have a private prison industry that profits off of the amount of people incarcerated? Oh no, this seems like a problem. Because, according to what I'm seeing here, it says that in the 1980s, under Ronald Reagan, the government decided to privatize the prison industry. Quite literally paying companies per prisoner to take them off the government's hands? Maybe this is why we started to see an increased rate in incarceration right as we privatized the prison industry. Almost as if there's a prison industrial complex. But how do they use the 13th Amendment to profit off of these people? Well, one way that they do it is through a thing called wage slavery. See, these prisons can sell the materials that their prisoners create, and those prisoners are paid literally dimes on the hour, making large profit margins for these businesses. I mean, prisons, sorry. See, another way is these large government contracts that these companies are getting. I mean, they're given tens of millions of dollars to create a prison, which could feasibly compel them to cut corners in areas like safety, medical wings, food, other resources, and then they're going to pocket all of that extra cash. See, this can of worms, the private prison industry, it's starting to get opened. More and more people are starting to recognize that there are some things that we just shouldn't profit from. Call me crazy, but isn't that something we could all agree on? I would hope so. Speaking of things that we can't agree on, how about Puerto Rico, right? We got Tony Hinchcliffe saying that Puerto Rico is a floating pile of trash. Why don't we talk about Puerto Rico? Let's talk about how the United States got Puerto Rico. In order to understand this, we're actually going to have to go back in time, just like before. You see, in 1898, America goes to war with Spain. It's the Spanish-American War. You see, Puerto Rico was owned by the Spanish for 400 years. And then suddenly, in 1898, the USS Maine is blown up in Havana, Cuba. And we blame the Spanish for it, calling it an act of war. Next thing you know, the Spanish-American War begins. Okay, by July of 1898, the United States invades Puerto Rico. Now, you see, at that time, it was a very strategic naval outpost, not to mention the insane amount of sugar and coffee that grows on that island. So by December of the same year, 1898, my bad, the war is over. It's a 5-month war. The Spanish surrender. And we, the United States, we decide to make a deal with the Spanish. We say, hey, listen, we'll give you $20 million for Guam, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico. Now that's a good deal. Now the first thing that we end up doing is establish a military government temporarily on the island of Puerto Rico. And after a few years, we passed the Foraker Act, setting up a civilian government. Slowly but surely, the United States, we build a good relationship with these people. And by 1917, they're the official citizens. They can serve in the U.S. military. And they even get a congressional representative. But there's a catch. Since Puerto Rico's not a state, they can't vote in federal elections. Well, Puerto Ricans living in the mainland United States can, but Puerto Ricans living on the island, they can't. I mean, doesn't that seem unfair? That's why there's an ongoing debate. Should Puerto Rico become a state? Should it become an independent nation? I mean, the people of Puerto Rico can't answer this question. But one thing's for certain. Puerto Rico's a U.S. territory, and the people on the island are U.S. citizens. And believe it or not, many businesses receive tax benefits operating in Puerto Rico. Okay, so the next time that somebody insults Puerto Rico, remind them, we paid $20 million and fought a damn war for that island. I'm going to head on over there.
Okay, so boom. I mean, history's fun. I love history, and I love politics. But you know what's even more fun? Going through tweets, okay? I know we're all scrolling and we're all trying to figure out what's going on, so I decided to take a little trip down tweet lane, and this is what I found. We're gonna read some of these tweets that I found. You ready? So the first one I found says, today feels like the whole country is waiting for an STD test. I like that one. Like, whoever came up with that one, it's kind of accurate. We're waiting on those results. They're coming in. All right. So I know most of us were like, oh, we're going to stay off the internet today. And I think this is totally me. I've been sitting in the back room and the green room as things are rolling. Me, I'm going to completely disconnect today. Also me. Definitely also me right here, right now. I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me zoom in so y'all can see. How many of us is this right now? So real. Okay, cool. This one is my favorite one, okay? We got a little drama around here. Let's see. This is from Liz, okay? We're cheating. Considering one of the candidates is already a former reality TV star, it would be amazing if this whole election ended with a Real House of Atlanta-like showdown. I mean, Kamala went to Howard and Cross Alpha Chapter, so I know she could throw hands. Girl, she fighting for her life right now. We all fighting. We're gonna get through this though. I think this is my favorite tweet of the night. United States gender reveal is tomorrow. I hope it's a girl. I love that one. I love that one. All right, ready? Oh, this is a fun one. Look, I know Darth Vader belongs to the dark side and that he blew up a planet, but I just don't know enough about Princess Leia. That one hit a little close to home, did it? Oh, this one is fun. Ready? Whoever came up with the idea of incentivizing grown people with an I voted sticker was brilliant. How many of y'all posted your I voted sticker today? I know I was so proud. I pulled my, I'm from Cali, so I had to mail my ballot in, and I pulled my little sticker off, and I was rocking it until it fell off, so yeah. Anyways, make sure you guys are sending likes. Make sure you guys are sharing. All right, we're still having fun. We're still here hanging out, eating pizza, doing our thing, having a good time. Okay, make sure y'all stay tuned in. This is where the fun's at. It's a party. It's a pizza party, and we're doing this together. So send those likes in and share this live. Don't play. Let's do another one. This one was so cute. Okay. This one says, it's a party at the polls today. The spirits are high, and we're having a great time as we celebrate democracy. And it's these old ladies, older ladies, some aunties, are having the time of their life, dancing, partying, shaking, just doing their thing. And that's how we all feel, together in democracy. Let's do it. Look at, can y'all see it? Let's zoom in. Do I need to get up? Let me get up. Let me get up. Can y'all see the ladies? I know my nails in the way, my bad. I think that was so cute, so fun. All right, let me read another one. Oh, well, this one's kind of it. Okay, DC. This one says, DC is so unserious. Why are y'all selling pina coladas? I think I need me a pina colada right about now. Anybody got a pina colada? Just send it this way. Or somebody text me, DM me the recipe so I can make one, because I think I need me one. Let's do another one. Ooh, I like this one. It says, women are off, okay? They are not going back. All gas, no brakes. And the quote is, I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm changing the things I cannot accept. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. See, the energy is still good. So people are still tweeting, happy tweeting. I know Black Twitter going up right now. I'm gonna go log into there too when I get up here in a second. Oh, this one, okay. Why y'all do him? Why y'all do this man like this? It said, women voting for Clinton in 2016 versus women voting for Harris in 2024.
All right, friend.
Oh,
we've got stuff to do. Okay, listen. We had to take a little extended break because I decided to have a coughing fit, because when you talk this much and you didn't drink the 2 gallons of water that Stephanie Whittleswax told you to drink ahead of time, you have a coughing fit and you have to emergency throw to break for 15 minutes. So I'm so glad that we are back. Everything's okay. I changed into my little evening outfit. Do I look like a janitor or do I look like a scientist? I was going for. It's like
a little bit of both.
It's like a little both.
Yeah. It's swagging though.
I wear this
like
in real life. This is my favorite outfit. I know.
Girl,
now we're not friends again.
We're friends, but it's ashy.
It's workwear. Get over here. All right,
let's do it.
Now, we're going to celebrate a couple things that are going on, okay? First of all, like I told you before, guys, please do not freak out. Do you see it? Let's go to the map quick, and then we're going to come and do the experiment. All of this that's going on here, this is land. You are not as divided as a country as you think you are. This is land, and we knew that this was going to happen. The stuff that's in green is stuff we're waiting on. It is very likely, / it is entirely what's going to happen. We are not going to have a call tonight. We thought we would have a call tonight. We thought it could come at like 2 a.m., 4 a.m. Wasn't sure. We are not going to have a call tonight. So if you're feeling super anxious, you're feeling really uncomfortable, go to sleep. It's okay. You can go to sleep. You can catch the clips tomorrow. There is nothing to worry about. But before you go to sleep, we've got a couple more fun things for you, like the celebration that Washington went blue for Kamala Harris. Thank you to Washington. So do you remember these little things that we used to do in school?
Yes, I do. I loved it.
I have not done this in a really long time.
Oh my gosh.
We're deciding to do it over here in case it absolutely explodes.
Okay.
I know.
Let me roll the sleeves
so
up.
freaked out. We got to roll the sleeves out.
Okay.
And we have the blue carpet over here in case, but everything's all right. We're back. We've had some cough syrup. Okay.
Let's see.
What's in there? I feel like we should have Emily with us, or somebody who like does science experiments.
Right.
Bill Nye's out knocking doors in LA still.
We love Bill
Nye was going to come on the show, but he was like, no, I got to knock doors.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
All right, here we go. Washington for Kamala Harris.
Let's go.
Oh my God. Okay, that was enough liquid. I think that was probably enough liquid. Oh no, and we can do a little more.
Let's do a little more. Let's turn it all
Let's
blue.
go. Let's go.
see more blue, more blue, more blue. Yes! I love it.
Washington, blue for Harris, having all the fun here. That was fun.
I love it.
They did a good job.
Okay, a
Mary
little
and Daniel
nostalgia,
it
you know,
was
good
nostalgia.
energy. I love it.
Why would I smell it? I'm like a drug. I'm like you can't trust me with it. That was like such a druggy move. Like the kids. It smells like vinegar and baking soda. I was trying to figure out what it was. These are like the kids that huff glue. Me, 2 weeks in the hospital in 2nd grade, I was like, why does this smell like this? All right,
Of course you did.
We're gonna come and get this science experiment, and we're gonna head back over and learn some more things. Abbie, what good news you got for me? What can you tell me?
We got good news. Good news.
Oh yeah. All right, Abbie, we can hang out. We're gonna chill.
Are you gonna take this? Should I leave
Mary
it?
will come get it.
All right.
Mary's got it. I don't
All right,
think, Mary doesn't want us to touch the things, okay?
Honey, because these nails.
I know. No, we had full glam. We had hair and makeup and all kinds of stuff. You saw me on the behind the scenes camera.
So much fun. I know, my hair is like doing whatever it wants to do.
We might have to get some of this pizza out of here too. We gotta make some room.
Oh goodness.
Did you eat any?
I did, actually. I've been eating pizza all night.
Oh my
Me
God.
and
This is
Tiana.
like a fresh pepperoni.
Love it.
You look like a pepperoni guy. What's your...
This is vegan.
This is vegan. Oh my God, because we're in Brooklyn.
All right,
we love
there we
that
go.
one.
What's
This
this?
is, ooh, cheese. That looks nice. I'm trying to see if we have anything.
I think these are just like plate.
That is
or
not, oh, this is
I don't know
like
what that
in
is.
its own little dish. Do we have anything that's not got sauce on it? We're gonna find out. More pepperones, more cheese. I promise you all this pizza's getting eaten. There will be no, and another cheese. Okay, next time we get, oh wait, these are going with you too.
Oh yeah.
Pop it.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let's chill.
Love it.
Oh.
Why not? Kick our feet up.
We've got a lot more fun stuff for you. Now, if you thought the dancing sperm cup was fun, wait till you see what we have next for you.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay, Abbie, get my dancing thing ready that I'm excited about. Yeah, I think we do it. Okay.
Why not?
So chat, we need to tap. Let's try and get it up to past 5 million likes, maybe 6 million likes.
We're at 4.9.
Oh, we're at 4.9. We're very close to 5 million likes. Okay.
You're doing it.
Dancing
We're
with
doing
the
it.
Stone mic'd? No, right?
All right, so they are working on getting a mic on my next guest, but I'm super excited about them. Now, if you thought that the sperm cup was funny, this is my favorite thing. I was watching, I believe it was an anti-abortion protest, and I saw them, and I was like, you should come on the show. Because if there is something that I need in my life, it is our next guest. So you're going to want to stick around before you go to bed. Oh, polls are closing. Polls are closing. We've got something to call, I believe. Let's see what we've got.
We have some good news. The Missouri abortion ballot measure passed.
Ooh, what was that again? I missed it. I'm sweating off my ear tape.
Oh, that's fine. It's the Missouri abortion ballot measure passed.
Hello? It's the impossible calling. Abbie, guess what just happened?
Tell me, bestie.
Missouri's abortion protection passed. It passed. Oh my God. And Chapel Roan too.
Yes.
See, so Missouri went red for Trump, but they voted to protect and enshrine abortion access into their state constitution.
I love
And like,
it.
honestly, those are the things that are really gonna matter at the end of this, because regardless of who the president is, it's those state level legislation that can either help or hurt you. And in Missouri,
Yeah.
I'm like almost speechless.
Yeah, totally. I love
Phenomenon
it.
down in
Let's
Missouri.
do it.
Phenomenon in
Phenomenon.
Missouri. We're ready to go. So
It's an
yeah, we'll
awesome
get a little bit more info on what exactly the language of that bill was, but I'm really excited. I'm going to be in Missouri on November 18th.
Doing what?
I am speaking at the Springfield Black Tie event, which I believe is a fundraiser for queer folks in Missouri, and I'm really excited to be there. And I believe I might be meeting the parents of a One Miss Chapel Roan there. We'll see. We'll see.
I love it. You better make sure those hands are lotioned up.
I will. I will be lotioned.
You're doing good. You're doing great today. I love it.
I know.
Yeah,
I
like-
knew you were coming.
Yeah,
I knew you were coming because I
on point.
demanded you be here. I was like, please, I need you here with me tonight.
I'm literally
in my
like-
little janitor costume.
I love it. No, literally.
This is like what I'm most comfortable in. I mean, we were in the suit. We did the Americana.
You've done it all.
We're gonna get in a hat by the end of this, and I'm gonna be like ready to go.
Oh my
gosh. But yeah, so Missouri, thank you for what you did. We had an incredible
We hit
time.
5 million
We hit
likes.
5 million likes,
Oh my
and Missouri will have
goodness.
protection for reproductive health care in their state, which is so important. You know, we saw when Dobbs overturned the Roe ruling,
Yeah.
just the way that the abortion ban went into effect in Mississippi, and then what happens? The rate of maternal mortality goes up. It's like it's not pro-life legislation if it actually is affecting people's lives, and more people are dying. So, I mean, I think it's really exciting that that happened. Oh, we've got 2 new friends coming in. Yay! Okay, let's see. These are my pals from Betches News. They are the best memers in all of the land, and we work together on the American Fever Dream podcast. We also work together on making sure that the news is interesting and easy for you to understand, joyful. Welcome to the show, Bridget and Brian. What's going on, guys? Where are you at?
Hi, can you say hi? Hello.
Oh my God, there they are. I love your hat.
Oh, thank you.
Looking so
we're my
cute.
permanent Dumbo. You
Looking
know.
so cute. So how's it going over there, guys? What's happening in Betches Newsland?
You know, we're following Steve Kornacki's lead.
What's
trying
Steve
to
saying?
It's as tight as the polls told us it was going to be, basically. You know, that's really what it's coming down to.
Right.
And so I think, you know, we're feeling fine.
Yeah, it's 11:37 and still too early to call anything meaningful, which is, you know, where we're at this point in American democracy.
And we knew that was going to be the thing. I was super hyper optimistic that we would have some sort of like idea of what was going on when it came to like, oh, maybe we'll know something at 12:30, maybe we'll know something at 2, maybe we'll whatever. We are not going to know tonight. So if folks are at home right now and they're like, oh, should I stay up? Is it going to happen right now? You can go to bed because it's not going to happen tonight. And much like Biden, it seems like we're cruising towards the 2020 plan. And that just means that it could be Thursday, Friday, Saturday before we have an official and final total. So we're going to keep having fun here, though. So I hope you are going to stay up with us. You guys have a game for us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me everything while they come and fix my mic tape.
So we've been playing this game called Law or Nah with a bunch of different people. We played it with Elizabeth Warren. We played it with Jasmine Crockett. We played it with a version of it with Tim Walz. And so that's basically what we're going to be doing.
Okay, law or nah. These are real laws.
Yes.
We're going to propose laws.
You're going to propose laws, and then I'm going to guess if they're real or not?
Yeah, law. Well, we say, like, would you vote for this? Would you sign this into law?
Oh, okay. Would I sign it into law? Okay, perfect.
So basically, like, one of them is law or nah, no more celebrity endorsements.
Well, on one side, I'm like, I don't want to affect people's freedom of speech and their ability to endorse who they want. I might propose an amendment. I might pass it with an amendment, and the amendment says something like, celebrity endorsements are okay, but they cannot be paid.
Oh, I think that's good. I think
that'd be good because I think we would see a lot less of the some of these like paid endorsements. You know, like I'm not saying that he was, but a Logan Paul type endorsement when somebody comes out and they say, I endorse this person, and you're like, which policies? And they're like, I don't know. It's like, okay, chill out there, Bryce. Chill out there, Bryce Hall.
Yeah.
Right. Like encouraging people to vote as a celebrity is like
so
important. And being like, I'm engaged and like you have this power, this is how I'm using it, et cetera, et cetera. But like who knows how much it actually moves the needle. We obviously had Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala in this election, and it is extremely close. Yeah, Beyonce, Lady Gaga. Like,
well, what I think is interesting about the Taylor Swift endorsement wasn't necessarily just that she endorsed Kamala, but how many new voters she got to register to vote. That's the thing that I'm most proud of right now. Like in my little mini celebrity status is like, we got 2,000 people registered to vote, 2,300 new voter registrations just from Under the Desk News. And I think that is the power of celebrity.
Yeah, I think that's true. Just encouraging people to actually take part in voting, and especially with the climate and just what we have in terms of the Electoral College and the process. You know, that's like why it's important to vote, even if you live in New York or California, because you have the House races, you have those ballot initiatives. And as we see in Florida, you know, these ballot initiatives, like it got 50% of the vote to certify abortion access.
Yeah, they needed 60% to pass it, which
is crazy.
Ballot measure to make it 60% did not get 60% of the vote.
Right.
So they need 60% to pass it. The ballot measure got 57% of the vote. So the majority of people voted for it.
Yeah.
More people voted for it than voted for Ron DeSantis in 2022, and it will still not
pass.
Be law.
It's that like filibuster thing. That 60% that gives like undue power to the smaller amount of people. You know.
Yeah.
All right. What's your next law or no?
So we have limiting election season to only 3 months.
Absolutely. I think one of the greatest, absolutely 10 out of 10, even less than that. I think one of the greatest things that happened was that Kamala Harris came in, in like July, and look what she's been able to do in all of this time. And I think that proved that we don't need a years-long election cycle, that we could learn enough about a person in just a couple of months and be okay. We could fill stadiums in just a couple months and be okay. We could get the merch and the yard signs out and all that business with 3 months. I think that is more than plenty.
I gotta say that the merch turnaround on the Harris campaign was definitely one of the most impressive things I've seen.
Absolutely, totally. All right, what's our next one here?
Making polls classified to campaign staff only.
Ooh, so the polls would only be, they wouldn't be like for public. I'm gonna say nah on that one, but I do think that there should be some sort of like, ranking of polls. I don't know how they would do that though. It's like what we talk about where sometimes I'm like, why am I being suppressed? I'm a misinformation expert, right? I like make sure that we don't spread misinformation, and I like, work with MediaWise and whatnot. How come my stuff can't go further? I think there should be something with polls where they can't be paid for again. They can't be bought.
Yeah, and they're always so skewed, so you never know which ones to even believe.
Right, like they can manipulate them to whatever kind of story they want to be telling about the election.
And like, who answers their phone? I've never been polled in my whole life. I feel very left out.
I will say the only poll that I answered this cycle was right before Joe Biden dropped out. I got a text that was like, this is the Democratic Party, like, will you support Kamala Harris if she's the candidate?
Ooh.
And I clicked on the link, and like I'd been getting those texts for like a week, and it was all like, do you still support Joe? Do you still support Joe? And then it switched to Kamala. So I clicked on it and clicked yes. And that was the only poll I answered.
Okay.
I did get randomly selected to take an MTA poll recently, which I was thrilled about.
Brian, what did you say?
Oh, I tore the subway stations apart. I need some air ventilation, some like minimal like power washing of the stations. I went in so deep. I think that they probably regret it after.
Do you ever think that we'll get to the place like, is it the Japanese trains that push people in? I think New York could definitely end up being in a situation where we've got like people in white gloves pushing us.
We're close.
Oh my gosh. Wild times. What else you guys got going on tonight?
So we can do another, we have another law or nah.
Wait, hold on. I have some good news for y'all. That's the polls have closed. We have a new one that we can call. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, we're gonna do this one together. Which one of these do you think that we can light up blue?
I can't really see.
It's hard to see. What are the options?
It's New Mexico. New Mexico has gone blue for Kamala Harris. Thank you, Albuquerque. Thank you, Hatch Chili's. Thank you, History in 60 Seconds. If you're watching, I love you. You're one of my favorite creators from New Mexico. Thank you, Area 51. Woo! What else comes from New Mexico? I loved my time in New Mexico. I had a great time. Thank you, the Meow Museum. Thank you to the New Mexico voters. Thank you to Indigenous folks. Thank you to everybody out there that makes up the bulk of that ballot. Blue.
I have a fun election Area 51 story.
Do tell.
In 2020, I was working on the campaign in Nevada, the Biden-Harris campaign in Nevada, and one of my volunteers...
Wait, do we have another one, Abbie? Hold on. Guess what? Virginia is for lovers and also for Kamala Harris. Virginia has officially gone blue for Harris.
That's great.
Yay.
All right, look at that. Look at that Electoral College vote creeping up, creeping up, creeping up.
And
you guys, you got to have more faith. We're in a 2020 situation. We're in a 2020 situation. Do we have another one? Was that it? New Jersey officially called for Harris. We called New Jersey earlier tonight, but it is now apparently AP official. So, all right, Bridget, please tell us your story about your thing.
When I was in Nevada in 2020, and one of my volunteers was this like 85-year-old woman. She had these like giant glasses. Her name was like Gladys or something. And she was telling me that her and her husband they were driving past Area 51 and they decided to drive in because they decided that they were old enough that they were non-threatening. And they did get chased out by the army.
The army was like, No, we're not doing that out here, you weirdos.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We did try and find out what's going on in there. No luck.
Too funny. Well, let folks know where they can find you because you are the best in the news biz. Tell folks where they can find your coverage for the rest of the weekend too.
We are at Betches_news on Instagram and TikTok. My personal is at Bridge Schwartz.
Yeah, and you can also check out the Betches TikTok, and also my personal is Brian Russell Smith. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, and there's a billion podcasts to keep you company while you're walking through the halls of Home Goods or riding the MTA and making your list of grievances, including the American Fever Dream podcast with me and Sammy. Yeah! All right. Thanks, Betches friends. We'll see you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow for recording. Bye.
Bye.
Up next, we have one of my absolute favorite people here, Moj.
Hey!
Moji, the dancing mifepristone pill.
I don't know if I can sit in this chair.
Tell me, are you here because Missouri passed the abortion ballot measure?
Absolutely, because Missouri passed the abortion method. Also, because, Colorado did.
Colorado, good.
And I feel like, there's another state that I knew passed one. I'm sad, though, because Florida.
I know.
Florida. I'm deflating because of Florida.
I'm deflating because of Florida.
Yeah.
I saw you guys dancing. Where were you guys that you were dancing with the ghost of Anthony Comstock?
Oh my gosh, we were at the Halloween parade.
Oh yes,
in New York City Halloween parade, and it was me, and then I had not one, not two, not three, but four misoprostols with me, and we were a full abortion.
Oh yeah,
full abortion, just hanging out in New York.
Safe in New York City.
Yes.
Even with Anthony Comstock lurking around.
Is a riot. I don't know if you've met zombie Anthony Comstock, but
I have.
Kind of a hoot.
Stays in character.
Kind of a hoot. So much fun. Did you
serious.
see our abortion cheerleader?
I did. Yes.
We had an abortion cheerleader.
That was outstanding.
She was the tits.
She was the tits. Literally. And the splits.
And the splits. And the high
She was all over the place.
She was the vibes.
You guys, you can watch all of this incredible content at Access Abortion Front. It's aafront.org. aafront.org. Incredible friends. Also, not here, but here in our hearts and in our souls and in our minds and in our dreams, Liz Winstead, also a part of this group of folks.
The leader of the Pills Brigade.
We love Liz Winstead. Just such a good friend, such an interesting person. Tell me a little bit about how you think that reproductive health played a role in this particular election.
Well, I think that we found people were really committed to reproductive health, and I think that Vice President Harris did a really great job of articulating the ways that reproductive health care is health care, and the ways that it is an integral part of people's economic lives, people's reproductive lives, people's lives. I think that that was something that we really haven't seen from a politician at this level before, and it was incredible to watch. I think that we know, especially hearing the stories of the places that have banned abortion, how important it is to have access to the breadth of reproductive health care. And in some places they've gotten it. Some places we've broadened it. In New York!
In New York, Prop 1!
Yes!
This Prop 1 thing. Do you know how I found out about Prop 1? And I think I'm like an informed and thoughtful person. We moved into the most Republican district in all of New York State, which is actually in Rochester. I did not know
that.
There's a small neighborhood in Rochester that when I told the governor of New York, when she was on the show, where I lived, she was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, here. And she's like, how long have you lived there? And I'm like, well, we just moved. And she's like, okay, because when I was the congresswoman for that district, that was the most Republican district in the state of New York. I was like, well, nuh-uh. And she's like, it's a quiet one, but it is. And I was like, oh my goodness. So I was out walking Dottie the Dachshund, who won our top dog poll tonight. Yay for Dottie.
Dottie.
And I saw a sign that said, vote no on Prop 1, protect girls' sports, which was like an immediate red flag to me. I was like, something's wrong here. This never has to do with girls' sports.
Anyone who says protects girls sports, cover your ears and say, la, 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 la.
And that is like such a red flag. I was like, no. And then I saw another one that said, vote no to Prop 1, protect jobs from illegal immigrants. And I was like, okay, and so I had to Google. And I was like, what do girls' sports? And they were just fear-mongering. They were just putting these hateful things. I don't think you should be allowed to do that.
I mean, I
think it should
thought
be
that
illegal
for a while, and yet they're doing it. They've
say
been doing
it's like
it.
freedom of speech, but I'm like, I don't think it's freedom of speech to say something that's such a blatant lie,
It's freedom of
especially when it
lying.
comes to like freedom of lying when it comes to an election. And
Yeah.
they're like,
I also think we didn't really talk up Amendment 1 too much in this city.
No.
And so I'm shocked that it won by, I think last I saw it was like 70%.
oh, good.
And
okay.
so I was
People knew
like,
it
oh my gosh, like we got the word out when we needed to get the word out, and the people
Yeah.
showed up.
I started,
and
so after
voted.
that, I started making videos about it, and then other people were like, what, in New York? And then I know you guys made a bunch of videos about it. There was like a whole little mini coalition that came together quick that was like, hey, this is happening. Because the majority of the signs were vote no for XYZ lying reason.
Well, in Rochester.
In Rochester.
I live in Manhattan.
Okay, you didn't, well, you don't have yard
those
signs in Manhattan.
We didn't have those signs
You
in
guys always
Manhattan.
pick it up for us. You always pick it up for us. Always. But so people were sending me pictures of crazy stuff. They're like, oh, this is the sign I have for Prop 1. And it said, like, parental rights. It said, like, safe libraries. It was like crazy
And these
stuff.
are the lies that they use basically to try to undermine our rights, right? These are the lies. This is an ongoing playbook, right?
Yes.
Before they used they've used parental rights for sure.
Yep.
I feel like the trans rights is a thing that is now a 100% thing that they're like, oh, we're gonna shove this under the bus to get our anti-reproductive right things going. So like, yeah, these freedom of lying is fucked up.
It is.
And we deserve better.
We do.
Yeah, we deserve better.
So anyway, Prop 1 did pass in New York. All right, Prop 1 passed in New York. So what that means is the right to not be discriminated against has been expanded upon. So in New York State, I was like, why don't we have this already? It is only illegal to discriminate against somebody based on their race, color, creed, or religion, which I was like,
that's all the
Is that like
things.
2 words for the same thing? I was like, it's still only 2 things. And now that definition has been expanded to say you cannot be discriminated on based on your race, religion, your race, color, creed, religion, sex, sexual identity, pregnancy status, or disability.
Which is so exciting. And
I'm
also
really
it's fucked up
excited.
that we need
Can't
this
believe it
shit.
didn't say disability.
But
They
also,
were like, we got the ADA.
But also it's fucked up that we need this shit, right? Like maybe just basic human rights should be available to all human beings.
Well, you know, if they signed the Equal Rights Amendment, we wouldn't need all these state legislatures. We could just get the Equal Rights Amendment ratified. We'd be all set. Remember Joan Rivers? Back like in my childhood, she was talking about the Equal Rights Amendment and trying to get it passed even back
She
then.
ain't here.
I know.
She ain't here.
We
We're
we
still
all
stuck
live
here
it. I know.
trying to make it work for ourselves.
I know.
Trying to make it work for ourselves.
Well, I appreciate you being here.
Oh my gosh, there's no other place to be
I know.
on election night.
Here we
Why
are,
would I
under the desk.
And look, you're on top of the desk.
I am.
Should
I've
I get under the
changed-
desk? What's
I
happening?
know. We have an under the desk cam for my
What's
feet.
going
If we
on?
want to
I'm
cut
like,
to the under the desk cam for all you freaks out there who want to look at my
seeing you
sneakers.
on top of a desk.
I'm moving on. I'm
love
moving
it.
up. I've got
I
a
love it.
YouTube and a Substack now. You know how we flipped it? I think it was so clever. Jed Bookout, who's one of my researchers, came up with this. He was like, well, we're going to tell the stories that get left on the cutting room floor. Ooh. The ones from under the desk. That's great.
Ooh.
Moji, thank you for being here with
I'm
me.
so
I love you
excited to
times a
be
million.
here.
I appreciate you. Look at this.
Thank
It's not
you.
every day you get to hug an abortion
You
pill.
don't get to hug enough abortion pills.
We love to see it. Thank
so
you.
excited to
She's
be
a star.
here.
She's a star.
So excited.
Oh my goodness, what a blast. You give me life. Thank you so much. Oh boy. Remember, tonight's going to be a long night and it's going to be a long week. We are not going to have the results of the election tonight. I know we had hoped that we would. We simply will not. Every single vote has to be counted, and then all of those votes need to be audited, certified, and then the Electoral College has to come in and do their thing, and then we get, I think they decide, the Electoral College doesn't decide for like another 2 weeks, so you've got some time. But we are going to stay up just a little bit longer and keep this party going. We've done science experience. We've had Broadway performances. I want to make sure that either tonight or tomorrow or maybe Monday. No, tomorrow's a work day. Call your representatives and tell them to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. There is still so much voter suppression going on around the country. We have free and fair elections, but we have very voter suppressed districts. We have a lot of tomfoolery that goes into trying to keep people away from the polls, and we need to call our representatives to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. So I know many of you voted. A lot of you, this was your first time voting. Get ready and get excited, because in politics, it's like win, heartbreak, win, heartbreak. Even tonight, right? Everybody was so worried about the red mirage Then they were so worried because Missouri went for Trump, even though we knew Missouri was going to go for Trump. But then Missouri did pass that abortion initiative that's going to protect women in their state, and we love to see that. It looks like we have another guest who's here.
Which would I go?
Oh my God, the biggest smile in all of New York. It's Ellen. What's happening, doll?
How are you?
You're looking so good. What's happening? Who's
Nothing.
this?
Nothing is happening.
Nothing.
It's a totally casual.
I know. I got into my little like casual outfit.
I would have worn my, what is that called? A coverall?
It's a coverall.
I should have
yeah.
worn my coverall. I brought you a gift.
Oh my God, what is it?
You have to open it.
We're gonna open it. All right, grab a seat.
It's a puppy.
It's a puppy.
I didn't mean to
I would
tell.
love for it to be a puppy.
Could you imagine? Okay.
Let's see what we've got. I'm so glad you're here.
I'm so happy to be here.
Oh my God, we could talk about true crime.
We could talk about everything.
So much crime.
It's a-
Remember when you and I just kikied about Chandra Levy?
Yes.
That is a story. Which show was that for? That was
Robbie and Ellen solved the case.
Robbie and Ellen solved the case.
Pretty much have an open invitation to any one of my
I know.
podcasts.
I was like, was it the other crime one?
Yeah, there's another crime one, but this gift is a crime, actually.
What is this? Oh my God. It's another box. What are we doing?
Is
there a Kamala Harris win in here?
Yeah.
I hope so.
It's all up. There it is.
Oh,
there it is.
it's good news. Okay, we're gonna keep it going. But yeah, we talked about Chandra Levy and why you shouldn't sleep with married congressmen.
No.
We are not victim blaming her. She was the coolest. She was great. She deserved all the great things in the world. And then it turned out, I know so many people think that it was the congressman who killed her. It turned out it wasn't at all.
No, it wasn't. But
It's
honestly,
insane. That TV coverage, that just goes to show you how the media can get people going and really ruin people's lives and like.
Well, like all of the stuff of Menendez and
yes,
everything.
make it. Oh, let's talk about Menendez.
I could talk about
and
that
make
for
it so that
forever.
like it was horrible what happened to her because the media wanted it to be the congressman and everything else.
But it actually is a good. Don't sleep with men. Is a good.
It's another box.
All right, it's another box.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Yeah, if you don't sleep with congressmen or men, I mean,
I don't.
I do, but it's.
Somebody has to.
I don't want
Somebody has to.
Like
Yeah.
I am like an unwilling straight.
You know who says that to me? Cammie Crawford. You know Cammie Crawford? She used to be the host of Catfish, the TV show.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She's so wonderful. We love Cammie Crawford. She's outstanding. She's at Howard University tonight covering from the Kamala camp. But I love Cammie, and Cammie was recently listed as one of the top 13 queer people to follow for election coverage.
Oh, that's amazing.
No. So Cammie writes me and she's like, I have to call the Advocate and tell them that I'm straight.
Reluctantly straight. That's what we are. We're like apologetically
I said
straight.
to her, I was like, Cammie,
Yeah.
did they already publish this? And she's like, yes. And I don't know why, because I've never said I was queer. I'm not queer. I'm like, you're very queer coded. You're a very queer ally.
So she had to come out as straight?
She had to come out as straight.
I feel so
And the
bad for
Advocate
her.
took her off the list.
Oh, no!
And I wish I had screenshotted her list and then the new list to see like who they added in her place, but we'll never know.
But that's like the weirdest.
Isn't that crazy?
That's like such an honor. If someone was like, we thought you were queer, I was like, oh my God, thank you.
Well, that's what she said. She was like, I don't want to tell that. She was like, I don't want to take an honor that I don't, I
Right,
can't.
Of course.
I'm like, you're not even like a little bi, nothing. And she's like, truly.
She's like, I kissed a girl
She's like,
once in
never,
10th
not
grade.
even that. Not even that. That's what she said. She's like, I'm so serious. I am just straight. And I'm like,
does she feel bad about being
She
straight?
feels bad.
She should.
And I said, you know what? Somebody has to do it.
I know. We are consistently and literally taking one for the team all the time.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome,
I appreciate
America.
that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, open
Let's
the
see
rest- open
what
your
else
box.
is in here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What happened?
Ellen.
It's.
You're never going to be one of the last guests again. She had too much time. Now look what we're dealing with. Now look what we're dealing with. But you are a comedian. We were just talking about Joan Rivers and how she was advocating for the passing of the Equal Rights Act, and like she never got to see that signed. And like, will we ever get to see that signed?
She didn't see a lot because she died in 2014.
Yeah.
And she won The Apprentice in 2008. Don't
Oh
ask
God,
me how I
she
know.
died not knowing.
And she thanked Trump in her documentary because she won The Apprentice.
Melissa
I
needs
mean-
to take that out. Melissa!
Oh.
Take that.
Could you imagine Joan Rivers today? She would. What happened, B? What happened? What
There
happened?
better be a diamond ring
What?
in here, Ellen. I cannot imagine Joan Rivers today.
Thanked him in
I
the
don't know what she would
Did
do.
you see that documentary piece of work? Yeah. It's a
It's a little blue. What is it? It's a little blue, like, fun thing.
It's a blue wave.
It's a blue wave.
I'm a blue wave.
Thank you.
We're all blue
Thank
wave.
you for bringing the blue to
Yeah.
us. We needed it. Wait, going back though, quick, the Menendez brothers.
Oh,
Is this a political case? Do you think it involves politics? It does, kind
Well,
of.
V, I can't believe you're saying that because I have been, whenever politics comes into it, people always tell us, keep politics out of true crime, keep politics out of true crime. You can't keep politics out of true crime
No.
because politics are your
From the
DAs,
laws.
your sheriffs, your AGs. So you can't have one without the other. And it's absolutely political. But also it's, first of all, it's the power of change. And it's also the power that we all have in the palm of our hand because people have been getting on TikTok and making noise. And
I know.
I always tell, I tell everyone that everyone, if you have 1 or 1 million followers, you're a little mini influencer.
Crazy.
Because that's what got everyone their eyes back on it. And it's
Hold for 1
fascinating.
second.
Yes.
Hang with me for a minute
Okay.
here. We're getting a call from Pennsylvania. Alex, are you there, darling? Alex Perlman. Oh, I'm just on hold.
I love that phone. Did you ever have one of those see-through phones?
I did not.
Hello.
Oh my God, it's Alex. I was so jealous of the
How are you?
Transfer to speakerphone. Alex, what's going on in Pennsylvania? We're checking in.
Oh, well, there's so much stuff that's going on in Pennsylvania right now. And the biggest thing that's going on is that we're all doing 2020 all over again when it comes to just waiting around.
2020,
y'all.
we're waiting around.
We're just going to be waiting, and we're going to be waiting. I've reached out to a bunch of people across the state in a bunch of different areas. And what they've basically all told me is the same thing, which is it is going to take time, but it's not going to take as long as it did in 2020. They learned a lot in 2020, and they updated some processes and some other things. So it's just going to take time. I know that right now, depending on what maps you're looking at, the coding of the map seems strange. So I was flipping through, I turned on like AP, and when they're like, we don't know who won it yet, but they'll go ahead and turn it pink because they're like, he's leading before Philadelphia comes in. It's like, but we're going to wait. We're going to wait.
I know.
Because you know what? You can't count out Philadelphia. You can't count out the town that constantly is the underdog, who is going to show up for you, especially when you're feeling low. And I've been seeing a lot of people out there just feel this is what it's like to be a Philadelphia sports fan.
So
okay?
Alex is telling us, he's
If
like,
you've
they're turning
ever-
the AP map for Pennsylvania like a light pink, and people are flipping out thinking Pennsylvania's going to go red.
It's not called.
They have not counted Philadelphia's votes at all yet.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
not. It's not
They
called.
have.
It's not even
They
close.
have 70%. 70% of Philadelphia is in, but there's
We're not
still
that
a
far. We
lot
could go.
more to go.
There's a lot of ways to go. So we're still
Yes.
good. So that's what he's saying is like, depending on what map you're looking at, that's why my maps are green, because I don't like to upset people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? This is what my guts feel like right now. That's why they're that color.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to make them light blue or light red because we don't know.
No.
Until it's
No.
counted, we're not going to do anything crazy here.
Philadelphia hasn't been called at all.
Philadelphia has not been called at all. So how can we make Pennsylvania light pink if Philly's not in?
Who made it light pink?
The Associated Press.
Give me a name.
Give me a name. Give me a name.
I'll get someone on the phone. Trust
I know.
and
I
believe
feel
will.
that so much. All right. Well, our Pennsylvania contact has weighed in here and said that in the state of Pennsylvania, the votes are not in. We are not going to call them yet. It is too close to call. And that it's just feeling like 2020, where it was like, is Biden not? Is Biden, is he going to pull it off? And then in the end, he did. And it took until Saturday. And I don't think it'll take until Saturday because, like Alex said, they've updated some processes. They're a little bit better in the way that they count the votes. But I don't know. I'm thinking we could have it, could be Wednesday, could be Thursday.
What's today?
Today is technically Wednesday, but it's Tuesday night.
Right.
Because we didn't go to sleep yet. So to me,
Yeah,
the day
it is-
starts
it
over
is-
when I sleep.
It is very early.
It's Tuesday night to me.
Okay.
But it's technically Wednesday morning right
Let's
now.
all just stay up together.
We are going to stay up together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only 12:06.
There's so much Diet Coke in the green room.
We have so much Diet Coke. We have all the chips and Doritos. There's Celsiuses in there, although I was told that my heart will explode, so I'm not allowed to have them.
Yeah, well, I take ADHD medicine, and so yeah, I feel like
I'm on a lot of stuff, Ellen.
Same.
That's why I'm so happy.
Same.
Yes.
Oh, look at how, look at
Look at this smile.
We are so fun.
All right, Alex, thank you for helping us out. We're going to talk about the Menendez brothers again for a little bit, but I know you're staying up. Guys, follow Alex for what's happening in Pennsylvania because there's no reason to freak out. This is what they like to do. They like to get your cortisol up. And what is one thing we are learning from the TikTok ads that incessantly play on my For You page? Cortisol will give you chubby cheeks.
Chubby cheeks.
They're like, you have cortisol face. I'm like, no, I don't. I have a thyroid dysfunction.
Right. See, I'm waiting till
All right, thanks, Alex.
they tell me cortisol is the cause of my bad attitude.
Oh, could be.
Yeah. And they're like, and I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yes.
I haven't found out yet.
Back to the Menendez brothers.
What are your thoughts?
I don't know. Okay, because I was a child of the 90s and I was like O.J. Simpson, Menendez brothers, like all this stuff was happening. I was constantly afraid they were going to put razor blades in my candy. It was like the time of like Runaways. There are two things I thought were going to happen to me that were like really, I was further away from the risk of. I really thought I was at high risk for being a runaway.
Okay.
Because so many shows were about kids being runaways. And I was like, maybe I'm going to have to run away someday.
Okay, I thought I was gonna get kidnapped.
Kidnapped.
Like I just thought people
run
walk
away.
and they're like, "Come here, kid," and they just run off with me.
No fan with candy ever came to my neighborhood.
No razor blades, and
I started thinking maybe I'm just an ugly kid. No, that wasn't true.
I sat down on a plane and I wrote my mom a letter because I was flying by myself, and I said, "Dear Mom," and I was sitting next to this man, and I said, "I think I'm sitting next to a kidnapper."
Okay.
And it wasn't.
Just for no reason.
I no reason.
He was just the vibes.
He was just a man, and I thought that was the beginning of my hatred of men.
Oh,
did I
but
mention
you love them? But you are straight, yeah.
I am reluctantly straight.
Yeah,
B. I'm
like Cammie Crawford, like we talked about. I cannot believe she had to give back the award.
I can't believe that.
Why did they check it with her?
I mean, you know.
I know. I love The Advocate.
Is there like a flat? I don't know.
They were so sure. They were like, anybody this cool has got to be a little guy.
And also the fact that there was only 13. So there was like, out of all of the cool queer people, they were like, you.
She's the one.
Could you imagine making the call and being like, hey, how are you? It's Cammie. No, I'm good. I'm good and not queer.
I can't. She's like, I feel like it's homophobic to say I'm not.
Right.
I'm like, she's like, but I also don't want to lie.
You're so right.
There's nothing I can do. And I'm like, you have to tell them. You just have to take this one. She's going to be so mad I told everybody about this.
She just starts going to like lesbian bars.
She's like, well, hey, I told her it could be my fault because we did the DNC and we were at the DNC a whole bunch. And like my sister will tell you, if me and my sister go to dinner, we just go to lunch or anything, immediately people are like, oh, your wife, whatever. Like my mom, it doesn't matter. If I'm with any woman, everyone assumes that that's my girlfriend or my wife or whatever the case may be. Except when I'm with my wife. When they're like, oh, are you guys sisters? Every time they're like, hey, ladies, so nice. When are your husbands getting here? Are you guys sisters? Every time. It makes me nuts. And I'm like, somebody is testing me. Somebody is testing me.
My brother and I got mistaken for husband and wife, and then I threw up in the restaurant. And I was like, well, now you have to clean this up.
That's what's, you know what my sister does that embarrasses me even more, Jen? I will know that the waiter thinks that we're together or something, and I always like pay because she's my little sister, so like of course.
It's the rule.
Yep, and I'll be like, they'll say something and I'll be like, this is my sister, and she'll be like, why do you tell people that? They're not going to judge you. She'll like make it worse. She'll make
Jen
it
and
worse.
I would be friends.
Yeah, she's like, why do you tell people that? It's okay. It's 2024. You don't have to lie. And I'm like, Jen.
I used
Jen,
to
she's
walk
a hoot. She's a hoot a mile.
with my ex-boyfriend, and we would walk down the street with our hands holding, and I'd go, ow, ow, ow. Because
We're the worst.
Monster.
We're monsters.
Yeah.
Okay, back to monsters.
Okay.
The Menendez.
Yes.
Did they do it?
They did.
Well, they definitely did it.
Oh, they absolutely
But
did
did
it.
they deserve as much of a prison sentence, I guess?
No. So here's what a lot of the general public doesn't know. They had 2 trials.
Okay.
The first trial was a hung jury.
Okay.
The second trial, none of the essay was
allowed,
admissible in court.
Oh.
So it was just whether or not they killed their parents in cold blood, which they did. But the whole idea that they were doing it to protect themselves, get out, none of that was brought in. And so there's just no way that...
Can we bring in Elizabeth Booker? I need Elizabeth... Wait. Oh, she's done. Okay, never mind.
There's just no way that the case would go that way today. So they would say, like, you know, well, my dad would attack me, and they're like, no, you can't. The jury can't hear that in the second one.
So then they were just like, oh, they're cold-blooded murderers.
Which I thought, we all thought when we were kids.
Right.
They were spoiled rich kids. You know, they were wearing their sweaters, and they went on the shopping spree. They were spoiled rich kids who killed their parents for their life insurance. That's what we all thought.
Yeah. Did you watch the series?
I didn't watch the series.
I couldn't watch it.
And here's why. First of all, they didn't run it by the brothers.
I don't like that.
They didn't contact them. It was a little bit of fiction, and they
It's also so close to their case.
Yeah, and they're alive, and it's not like Jeffrey Dahmer.
They don't have consent. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they told their story, and Ryan Murphy didn't even try. He's like, no, I like
what I'm gonna do.
And so those are like human beings, like, and they're telling their story. And it was very sexualized. And Rabia and I, we do these watch parties with our community where we watch and we, you know, message and stuff, super fun. And we were gonna watch Monsters. And everyone was like, guys.
That's
and
what I
was
was told too.
Yeah, and I was like, what? And all of our listeners who are lovely and always know where
You
our
do have the
heart
best
is.
listeners.
I know.
They're sweet.
And they were just like, hey, like, not like, what are you crazy wackadoos doing? They were like, just so you know, this is really salacious. And so then I researched it, and Lyle made a statement. He was
Same.
like, none of this was okay.
Yeah,
with
Eric's
me.
married. He's got kids. It's been so long. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. So
Are your listeners voters?
Oh, yeah.
I think so. I don't think there's a single person who listens to you guys that doesn't vote. And that is why it is important that I remind you again that they have to count every vote.
Where did you vote? Like, did you
In
go,
Rochester.
But you went in?
No,
or?
I had to vote by mail because I've been all over knocking on doors for Kamala and doing everything and coming down here. So I voted by mail. My wife voted in person. And it was my first time ever voting by mail.
Yeah.
It was kind of weird because I was like filling it out alone.
Yeah.
I was like, is this right?
Yeah.
And then you do, and then I like was checking it a million times, and I saw that it was received, and I'm like, wow. It's like the mail is fascinating to me. How you could like just put something in a box and somehow it actually does get to where it's supposed to go. Like the mail is still a reliable form of government, of people, of I don't know.
Right. It's kind of like
Nothing
getting
works
on,
like that.
No. Well, airplanes.
Well.
Isn't that weird? You just like get on a plane.
And you're like, this is what it is.
And then you're like, I don't know how I'm getting to Schenectady.
The miracle of flight.
Yeah, but then
But the miracle of elections. So again, guys, like I told you all, and we've been talking about all night, and we've been preparing for all week. There's a lot of things that have to happen. For Kamala to win, she has to win the vote. We know that. She has to win the count of the votes. She has to win the certification of the votes, and we have to win any kind of like frivolous or otherwise challenges. And those are going to be the things that all elections now somewhat unfortunately have to do, because we don't have this kind of like civility in our elections the way that we used to, where people kind of just accepted the way that things went, and we didn't have massive interference both like online into like voter suppression stuff and whatnot. So we have to wait until every vote is counted, and that is when we're going to know the finals. This is all predictions, and the predictions are based on the way that things went in the past. They're based on things that, like, how many mail-in ballots happen, how many people vote in person, and we know that that has all changed both since 2020 and since people who don't trust certain stuff and they want to go in person instead of they want to mail or whatever. Until they count every vote and they certify them, you're not going to know.
Also, like, what is it? Red Mirage, blue, not blue wave.
Blue wall.
Blue wall?
Oh, what do we have? Oh my gosh. Were you cooking up? Elizabeth. Thank you. Oh,
For you.
Thank you. Okay, guys. We are celebrating all of the votes. I cannot believe they made a real lobster. Is that a real lobster?
Yeah.
Where did you
Girl.
Yeah. You wanted a lobster.
I wanted okay, this is because Maine went for Kamala Harris, okay? So we are here with the blue, this is a real lobster.
Did you just say, get me a lobster?
No, I said get me props, and they got me a full, okay, we have this joke in my family about effing lobster, because one of my aunt's no good boyfriends in like the 80s, she was like trying to leave him, and he was like, I took her for effing lobster, what did she want from me? For the rest of my life, my family jokes, what is it, effing lobster? All the time, no matter what it's always effing lobster. It's effing lobster. We're ready, guys.
Maine accent, New Hampshire accent, all those accents with
How's it going out there?
Yeah, I was thinking of that Maine Justice skit on SNL, if you've ever seen it, but they all, for some reason, speak with a New Orleans accent.
In Maine?
No, but it was the
it's their
skit.
thing.
It was
yeah,
their
it's their
thing.
skit.
It was their thing.
Elizabeth, you got any jokes for us?
Oh my God, why would you do that to me on the spot? Okay,
She's a comedian, you're a comedian.
Okay, all
Make
right.
me laugh,
Isn't
clown.
that the worst thing when?
Oh my God, I know. I'm like, you're a singer. Sing us a song.
Sing a song.
You are a
I'm
singer.
Like, I believe the children. Oh, yeah.
That, of course, that's what you go to.
No.
Since I was like 8 years old, my
Yeah.
mom would just be like, sing a song. Like just a little
You're
girl
like,
singing.
I
Be like, why is a little white girl singing Whitney Houston just at the top of her little loud lungs?
Probably the same reason I was singing the Chicks.
See, that.
Yeah, but I'm from
that's
Tennessee.
Where are you from? Well, that
I'm from
makes
Memphis, Tennessee.
That tracks.
So I feel like it's all right. You
This
know,
is a
works
legit
out.
lobster.
It is a legit lobster.
There's like a way to.
It's like actually chilled. This is nice.
Yeah.
Do I eat? I'm not eating this. That's
Eat
crazy.
it. No, you have to eat
I don't know. I don't know about eating the lobster.
Let's all take a piece and cheers it.
Abbie says don't eat the lobster. Look at that though. That's quality meat right there. That's nice. I'm not going to eat the lobster.
I'm
but
allergic to shellfish. I am not.
They had you bring this out?
Yeah, that's the joke.
We're threatening.
She's
I'm
gonna
allergic to tomato. We're having a pizza party. She's allergic to shellfish, and we're like, bring out the lobster, Elizabeth.
Me delivering lobster with my shellfish allergy is like us waiting on these election results, you know?
That's the joke.
That's the joke. But
do you want to do?
Look, I gotta tell you, Mary from Props has like, I mean, she has everything here. This is legit. Look, if you were like,
how did she have that?
she has everything.
That's amazing.
Where was all this stuff come from? All right, we're gonna call Mary Ann to take the shellfish out. Thank you, Maine, for going blue. Thank you for the lobster. Very fun. In case this is an atmospheric allergy, and we don't want. You know, my wife's allergic to peanuts. We're very careful about these things. Thank you, thank you. You're the best.
It was so worth it, right?
Where did you get the stuff from?
Shout out Chelsea Market.
Shout out Chelsea Market.
Wow.
Thank you for the lobster. What a
Bye,
treat.
lobster.
Bye, lobster.
Lobster.
Oh, lobster.
Lobster, rock lobster.
I was singing that in the hall.
Oh my God. What's your go-to karaoke song?
It is I like big butts. I cannot like, you know,
That's
Sir
a good
Mix-a-Lot.
one.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
What's yours?
Okay,
Oh, you're like, do it.
Oh, you wanted me to do it?
Yeah.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny.
And that's as far as we can go
And
because
that's
we
as far
didn't
as we can
license
go.
it.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, because 10 seconds, the 10-second rule.
I'm so glad you stopped me because I would have kept going.
I gotcha.
But then you could pick up later and do
Yeah.
another 10. That's going to
We're
take
gonna
us
keep,
through
we'll
till
keep clipping
1.
it. We'll
Yeah.
keep clipping it.
Yeah.
Is this what time it is now? Oh,
No.
look at that. That's a working clock. Yeah, it sure is. Sure is 12:19.
Time doesn't, yeah.
Time,
What's your
time
karaoke
is a
song?
circle.
What is my go-to karaoke song? Oh, Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, which one of my students, because I teach voice, who said, this song's by Avril Lavigne.
You're like, yes.
And I was like, what?
Lavigne.
Because she was only like famous like 5 years ago, right? Because the 2000s
Obviously,
were
2006.
Avril
2 years ago.
Lavigne.
Oh, we've got something to call. We've got something to call. I hope it's something good. What do we got?
The right to abortion passes
Oh my
in Arizona.
goodness.
Arizona.
Arizona.
What's it? Okay, the right to abortion has passed in Arizona. That's
Okay.
good. We'll take that. What about Carrie Lake? All right, we're waiting on Carrie Lake.
All right.
I feel like I'll get a text from my secret friend, Megan McKean. Gallego is ahead of Carrie Lake. I hope so. That woman is insane.
That conversation you guys had, by the
Me
way,
having
was
a
amazing.
secret friendship with Megan McKean.
It was it was so important. It was such an important conversation because I always say on our podcast, like, we all have so many similarities and we have some fundamental differences, but you are two intelligent people that different sets of people listen to and respect. I loved every second of it. It was a
She's good.
Great
because
conversation.
she'll this is the dynamic I think of like true adult friendships or relationships when you get to a point where like I fundamentally hate some of her opinions and I will tell her I think when you say that it is disgusting and you should question why you say those things. And she will say to me, well, I think you're, you know, this about this and too progressive about that. You don't think about what it costs on this side. But I'm never like, meh. Like, it's like, okay, we do kind of like, I feel like I bring her closer to our side than she's ever brought
I
me to that
agree.
side.
I
But I
totally
do think
agree.
it's a little bit about like restructuring who you surround yourself with and where things are. And I very much appreciate our friendship. And I think she's come a long way on different things. I almost got her to endorse Kamala. We did get her brother Jimmy, which I think was really good.
Oh, that's great.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought she did endorse her.
She might have in the last today.
No,
She did come out against Carrie Lake, and she said that she would not be voting for Trump, but she wouldn't specifically say that she was voting for Kamala.
Okay.
But she didn't vote for Jill Stein, so I think she probably,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know,
by
I'll
the
call her and
way,
ask her.
I am watching, the other side of the election is watching RFK Jr. beat Jill Stein in some of these
where's
races.
Jill Stein at in the world right now? Do we know?
I don't care.
Yeah, well, I don't care either, but I'm like, did she get her 5% or whatever her problem was?
Not even close.
I didn't think
Not
so.
even
right?
close.
Wait, so there is this independent in my town who went door to door. My town is like weird. It's like a city council thing, and he sent around texts and said, "I met a lot of you in town." It was a very personal text, and I've never responded to a robo text, and I did, and I said, "I would love to hear more about what you're saying, but first tell me who you're voting for." And then he did a little dance, and I went, "That all sounds great, but I would really love to know who you're voting for." And he did a little dance, and then he told me RFK. And I was like, "He's not on the ballot, my guy." And I was like, well, guess I'm not voting for you. And then I went into the ballot, like, little booth with my daughter today, and she was like, "Is that the guy for RFK?" Like, she looked on the screen. I was like, "That's him." Why would you do that?
I do not, I don't get the Jill Stein thing, and I think that people came to that a little too late.
Yeah.
And that is
I think there
unfortunate.
were a lot of people who weren't around
the last couple times.
in the aughts, which is silly to me because I'm like, I was pretty young with the whole Gore-Bush situation, and I knew what was going on pretty quickly. So
what with Jill Stein?
She's
well, the Green Party, Ralph Nader,
and
took-
then so
we've been here so many times.
Right.
She's technically Green Party.
Technically.
All of the European Green Party was like, get off the ballot. Please endorse Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
It was wild times. I know you were caught up in that.
I was very caught up in that, and I was very personally offended because I'm like, why do you keep coming after people I like? You came after, Angela Rye. You came after Lundy.
Angela
You came
Davis.
after, and that was a whole thing. But then also Maurice of the Working Families Party, and I'm like, why do you keep talking smack about them? They do awesome work. So
we're gonna hang out for a minute here. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna show you something super fun while we get a fan in here. Quite honestly, because it's hot as hell in here. We'll be right back.
Stop scrolling. You need to hear this. Trump could use something called the red mirage to try to sabotage the election just like he did in 2020. So everyone needs to know about the red mirage and the blue shift. 3 key facts. Number 1, Republican votes tend to get counted first. I'll explain why, but what this means is that early on election night, Republicans appear to be doing better than they really are.
Only 4% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 39,000 votes.
This is the red mirage. But then, as more votes get counted, Democrats start to do better.
It shifted in the last several hours.
This is what's called the blue shift. Either party could win, but expect a stronger appearance for Republicans at the beginning than at the end. There's nothing mysterious about it. Votes are counted and then reported locally. Republicans tend to live in more sparsely populated areas, while Democrats tend to live in more densely populated ones. If there are fewer than 3,500 people living in red-leaning Tyrrell County, North Carolina, and over 1 million in blue-leaning Wake County, which do you think is going to finish counting votes first? It's a no-brainer. The counties with a larger number of voters will have a larger number of votes. It will take longer to count and end up getting tallied later in the evening and potentially into the coming days. On election night in 2020, the small, deep red counties in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada got done counting first, making it look like Trump was winning. But when the rest of the votes got counted, it turned around. Trump tried to make this sound suspicious and even dirty.
This election was over, and then they did dumps
They call them dumps, big, massive dumps. And all of a sudden, I went from winning by a lot to losing by a little.
But there's nothing out of the ordinary about the red mirage or blue shift, as the former political director of Fox News has testified.
In every election, and certainly a national election, you expect to see the Republican with a lead, but it's not really a lead.
So this red mirage, that's really what you expected to happen on election night.
Happens every time.
And this phenomenon has been compounded by Republican-controlled legislatures seemingly strategically reducing polling places in communities they perceive as more likely to vote Democratic. A study published ahead of the 2020 election found voters in predominantly black communities were 74% more likely to have to wait more than half an hour in line to vote. Guess what? The longer it takes to cast the votes, the longer it takes to count them. Number 2. Democrats are more likely to vote by mail. In Pennsylvania this year, there have been more than twice as many mail-in ballot requests from registered Democrats as Republicans. Mail-in ballots already take longer to count, but in many states, Republicans have imposed rules to make it take even longer. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are among the states where no matter how early the mail-in ballots are received, they can't even be processed until Election Day itself. In Pennsylvania, 1.7 million people have requested mail-in ballots this year. How long do you think it takes just to open 1.7 million envelopes? Number 3, Trump is likely to use the red mirage on election night to prematurely declare victory while the majority of votes are still being counted. That is exactly what he did in 2020.
Frankly, we did win this election.
And evidence brought to light by the January 6th committee suggests this was a premeditated plot.
We also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost.
In 2020, Trump tried to falsely claim that votes counted earlier in the night were somehow more legitimate than those counted later. He claimed that because he understood that the votes counted first would disproportionately come from his supporters. The red mirage is called a mirage because if you don't understand it, it's easy to be confused by it. That's why it's important that people know about it before any of the votes are counted, so no one is surprised by it. So please, share this video. Now, chances are early voting has already started in your state, so why don't you put down your phone and go vote? I'm serious, what are you waiting for? You're still here, go, vote. I'm Alan Piper at apiper13. Follow Courier Newsroom for the election info you need. Wait, you're still here? The video's over. Go.
All right, friends, we are back with a very special guest who has been super patient all night. Is one of my favorite people on the planet. Please welcome Tana.
Tana, say hi.
Tana and Abbie. This is Abbie's son. He's like my nephew. I love this child. And you've been with us all night. What do you think about the election so far?
Bad.
Bad. What do you think about the pizza?
Good.
Good. All right, we'll take the good pizza. Have you enjoyed spending time with Mom tonight? Yeah. You got out of school a little bit. You got to stay up late. What did you think about the dog election? Did you think, who's your favorite kind of dog?
A pit bull.
A pit bull. That's a good kind of dog. A lot of people like pit bulls. Do you know pit bulls were babysitters at one time?
No.
We should get you one.
Have you ever voted for a president?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen yourself on TV?
No.
You look good, huh? You catching the acting bug? You gonna be ready? By the time we do the next election, you gonna help out?
Absolutely.
Yes. How old are you, Tana?
6.
6, and when will you be 7?
4 more days.
4 more days? Would you like to have a little early birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tana. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Make your wish something good, buddy. Yep, you get 4 wishes.
Yay!
Thank you so much. We're going to cut up the cake and have some fun. What do you want people at home to know? What should they be thinking about? voted for Kamala Harris.
Voted for Kamala Harris.
Voting for Kamala Harris. And why should people have voted for Kamala Harris? What do you hope for?
Kamala to win.
Kamala to win,
Because
me too.
I don't want to go to a new country.
Okay, because you don't want to go to a new country. Me neither, brother. All right. Tana, we're going to have some cake. Are you ready?
All right.
All right. Thank you for being on the show, friend. Is there anything else you want to tell people?
Say have the day you deserve.
Have the day you deserve.
Have the day you deserve. Okay, so boom.
Okay, so boom.
Thank you, Tana and
Good job,
Abbie, for
Tana.
being here. They're going to go
Of
cut up some
course.
cake.
Yes.
And I am going to, you guys can go cut up the cake. Yeah, it's, I think it is chocolate cake. We're going to find out.
We'll see.
All right, friends, it's been a long night. I have checked in with Pennsylvania. I have checked in with California. We've checked in with Nevada. We have checked in with everyone that we possibly can. And the only bad news I have for you is we are not going to have the call tonight. I was really hoping that we would have something more decisive for you, but just like the polls said, it is super close. Now, we only have a certain amount of time in the studio, but that doesn't mean that you have to go to bed, although I think you should. There's going to be plenty of people that are up, and they're going to continue to bring you all the types of news that are going on. We're actually going to hear from one of my mentors and somebody that I really respect in traditional and legacy media who will help take us all the way out till 6 in the morning. Now, we said we'd be up till late, and this is pretty late for me. If you know me, you know I've always had an 11:30 p.m. curfew. We had to check with Maureen so I could stay out the extra hour, but she's shutting it down. We will not have a winner tonight. It'll probably be another 2 days, but I want to end this broadcast the way that we started. So we're going to go back under the desk and just talk to the chat for a little bit and hang with the dust bunnies. Because, you know, they set up this camera for me. We might as well use it. See, isn't that better? I feel better already. Like we said, there is nothing to be worried about. And there is nothing that we can't get through, no matter who wins or how late we stay up or what happens. There's stuff that happened like in Missouri. The state went for Trump, but they enshrined abortion access. So that's going to protect women in that state, and that's super, super important. We also know that Nancy Pelosi said that she's got the votes to keep Congress. And if there's one thing she knows how to do, it's count votes. So no matter what happens, and I do still believe in a Kamala Harris victory, I truly do believe that, don't freak out. Don't give up. And don't move to another country like Tana said. We're going to be together in this, and we're going to check out the chat right now and see where you guys are at. I know for a little while they shut the comments off, but we'll just spend a little time and check in and see how folks are doing. It's so weird to see yourself on live. Thank you for being calm. Thank you for being here. You're sitting here crying. Sometimes I like to cry. I'm going to cry after this because I'm so tired. And that's okay too. We've been through a lot. You don't realize how much hope and vulnerability you're holding in until we get to election night. And then it's like, here it is. And when we have this delayed gratification of not knowing what the count is going to be or how it's going to shake out, it makes it really difficult. Yeah, the complicated grief we have from what happened in 2016, and you start to think it's inevitable. Oh, it's not worth it. Everything I did wasn't worth it. What you did was worth it. If you registered one person to vote, it was worth it. If you voted for the first time yourself, it was worth it. If you changed the mind of one person or you made them see your humanity, it was worth it. This doesn't end. People have been voting for the last 200 years or so in this country. Well, white men have been voting for 200 years in this country. We've had to vote for less than that, but we keep trying. And if you look at where we got to from where we started, we are seeing progress and we're seeing growth and we're seeing people come together in ways that they told us weren't possible. They told us, no, we're too divided a nation and we can't agree on anything. And we know that that's not true. So we are going to take a break. That's all we're going to do. I'm going to be up. I will keep watch. You don't have to worry about that. You can go to sleep. Nothing you can do to change it now. The polls are closed all across the country. People who voted have voted, and now we have to count every vote. That is the most important thing, is to make sure that every single vote gets counted. Now, I would never just leave you out here on the path alone, okay? I am a Broadway girly. I do not leave you halfway through the wood, but we do have to continue to believe in the world that could be in spite of the way that it is. So while I'm going to take a break, and I'll be in threads and in the chat later, and I'll be able to check in with you guys tomorrow and wrap up with everybody here and thank them for being here. I have a special guest and mentor who wants to make sure that she takes your hand from me and takes you through the rest of the night if you are going to stay up. Jen?
Okay, I know you're having a big pizza party to talk about the election, But when you're done with that, come visit us on MSNBC. We have lots of snacks. I have chocolate-covered espresso beans. You can come over here. I'm going to talk about all the results. You can't go to sleep if the election hasn't been called yet. So come join us. We'll be here till 6 a.m.